This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents A Clockwork Ogre, Book 2 of the Amatherean Tales, written by Bosloe, performed by Rebecca Woods. Chapter 1, Training and Development. "Faster!" Lorna shouted at the trainees running laps of the training grounds. SJ felt her lungs would burst any second, as they had been doing laps for so long. One large orc trainee stopped, leaning forward on his knees, panting. Lorna whipped him on his rear with a wooden stick, making him move again. "No pain, no gain," Lorna shouted. Lorna was a were-tiger, a member of the lichen race and the town guard's lieutenant. Her hair was a brilliant red, which gave her an angry appearance. Her authority was only exceeded by the town guard's dwarven captain, Captain Broadaxe. Eventually, after 2 more laps, Lorna called them to a stop as they reached the training rings again. "Okay, take 5 minutes," she said. SJ placed her hands on her head, trying to steady her breathing, and paced backwards and forwards. Slowly, she recovered and walked over to one of the water buckets. Her long, silvery white hair was drenched with sweat from the exertion of the morning's training. She dunked her head in the barrel, revealing the green undertones of her hair, and as she pulled it back out, it trailed down her back, the cool water soaking into her dress and bringing relief from the heat of the day and exercise. The sun had been blazing hot, making running challenging. It had been a week since the Hob's most recent raid, and this was the second 3-day training session SJ had attended. Each required at least 1 day's rest in between. Borden and the Hobs lived in the valley beneath the plateau where the town was situated. Since they'd arrived in the valley, they had raided several times. Each time, at least one town member had lost their life. During the last, largest defense of Killic, several town members had fallen, and SJ had sworn to uphold the quest for vengeance. Quest. Vengeance. You have witnessed the heartache and torment caused by the evil that resides in Amathera. You may seek revenge on those guilty of crimes against the town. Kill Borden the Brandisher, 1,000 XP. Kill Iratu the Mad, 700 XP. Prevent any further hobgoblin raids on Killic. Rewards, 1,500 XP, reputation with Killic. Usual level kill experience awards apply. The training was helping. Her kata had improved to level 5, and she hoped it would reach level 6 soon. She'd been practicing the forms daily as part of the routine she'd fallen into. She knew that at level 6 it would unlock a second skill for her martial arts branch. She had held off selecting her next subterfuge choice until she knew what martial arts offered to see if anything would align with the other attributes and skills. "Your running was much better today," Lorna said, walking over. "Thanks," SJ said. "I spoke to Jurgen. He said he'll teach you about fighting with claws." "Really?" SJ said, grinning. "Yes. He's agreed that he can train you on your off days. It won't be as arduous since it's more about precision and accuracy." "That sounds amazing." "We will see what you're saying after a session with Jurgen. He's a hard trainer and won't take mistakes lightly." "I will do whatever it takes to improve," SJ said, happy at having another opportunity to grow her skills. The fluidity she had gained with reaching level 5 in her kata was impressive, and she felt more agile, even considering the flexibility she started with because of her dexterity. Her strike rate had increased, and she had regularly practiced on one of the training dummies. Her ankles were also getting much stronger, and she could break the thinnest pieces of wood they used for training. They were only a couple of millimeters thick. She still had a long way to go to get anywhere near the level of Lorna, who could splinter 2-inch-thick pieces of wood with a single strike. After the rest period, Lorna called them all to the training ring. "Okay, we're going to do some sparring. I'll pair you off, and we'll use a 2-strike rule. Once 2 strikes are received, you'll be knocked out. The last person standing will win. First pairing is Greb and Prue." Greb was a male kobold. Having trained under Lorna for a while, he served as a guard member. He was much better than SJ. Prue was a female gnoll who had taken up martial arts, from SJ's conversations with the other trainees, a year ago. She was not as proficient as Greb, but her size gave her a significant reach advantage. Watching the two size each other up, standing on either side of the sand ring, SJ knew Greb would win. His smaller frame improved his agility, and his speed was insane. "Fight!" Lorna called. The two trainees moved towards each other, circling, before Greb, in a flurry of motion, moved in and kicked directly into Prue's stomach. The speed surprised her, and she staggered backwards from the blow. "1 point to Greb! Face off again!" Once Lorna called fight again, Prue didn't wait this time and came out on the offensive, making Greb dance backwards around the ring. Her punches kept him at bay and made him block continually. SJ thought Prue might get the point, but Greb ducked and swept his leg into her thigh. As he connected, there was a crunching sound, and Prue screamed, falling to the ground. "Cleric!" Lorna called as she walked over to Prue, who now sat on the ground holding her leg, grimacing in pain. The training ground cleric, who SJ had learned was named Kenzie, walked over and cast a healing light at Prue. Within moments, Prue could stand and move around again as normal. She returned to face Greb. "Fight to Greb!" Lorna concluded. The pair shook hands and walked out of the ring chatting. "Next fight, Quilty and SJ," Lorna announced. The group had completed a couple of sparring bouts since SJ had trained, but as the newest member, she had always sat watching. With all eyes on her, she entered the ring. Quilty was an orc who towered over her diminutive frame. Slowly taking his position opposite her, he smirked. SJ's anger flared at the smirk, and listening intently for the call, SJ waited. As soon as she heard the first letter of Lorna calling fight, she reacted. Launching forward before Quilty'd even moved, she kicked straight out at him, catching him in the one place no male of any species ever wished to feel the weight of something forceful. His eyes flew open, and his hands automatically dropped to grab at his crotch, his knees giving way, and he fell to the ground holding his precious possessions, groaning loudly and rolling onto his side. "That was a little evil," Dave said, his voice echoing in her mind. SJ turned away from Quilty's sprawled body and whispered a reply to her AI administrator. "He shouldn't have smirked at me." 1 point to SJ. "Quilty, are you good to go again?" Lorna asked. The large orc was still lying on his side and waved his hand in response to Lorna's request. "Unfortunately, healing will only help so much with a blow there," she stated, trying to hold the amusement back from her voice. "Forfeit by Quilty. SJ wins." The bouts continued until all the trainees had faced off. Only 8 were left, and SJ wondered who she would face in the second bout. She quickly discovered. Greb versus SJ. SJ gulped, knowing she was facing off against the most proficient trainee. She entered the ring and stood calmly, waiting for Lorna to call the start. When it came, so did Greb. He was shorter than SJ, but his movements were fast. Fists and kicks flashed towards her. She dodged and blocked what she could until he found the opening he had been waiting for and brought his elbow inside her defenses, crunching into her chest. The blow forced the air from her lungs. She staggered backwards, gasping for air. "1 to Greb. Face off." SJ walked back to her side, rubbing her chest, and again faced her opponent. She switched to her Shuriken stance rather than using the usual form Lorna had taught her. It was more defensive and didn't leave the same openings. "Fight!" Lorna called. Greb came at her again, a whirlwind of movement, with SJ using her original style. It confused Greb, initially throwing him off his usual approach, and where he'd been expecting to find an opening, he found resistance. The form of her previous studies and her improved abilities from her kata practice lent her a boost of confidence. The bout continued for a few minutes, SJ on the defensive for 90% of the fight, before she saw an opening and swept her leg around to strike at Greb's ankle. He saw it coming, leapt over her leg, and performed a jump kick, spinning his foot out as he did. SJ saw the kick coming too late to react. Greb's foot caught her squarely on the side of her face, making her see stars and stagger from the blow. 2 to Greb! Winner Greb! SJ shook out her limbs, looking at Greb, who walked over and offered her his hand. She took it.
Good fight, Greb said. What style did you use?
It's one I've known since I was a child.
I was not sure how to get through to hit you. It looked more defensive.
It is, but unfortunately, still not enough to stop you from winning, SJ said, smiling and rubbing the side of her face where his foot had connected.
I think that is the longest round I've ever had to fight,
he said, acknowledging her ability to last against him. Thanks, but next time I will win, she said, still smiling. Laughing, Greb walked to one of the water barrels to get a drink. That was some impressive movement, Dave said.
It didn't feel like it,
SJ whispered, sitting at the ring's side. He is a much higher-level martial artist than yourself, and to last as long as you did was very well done. It obviously wouldn't help you in an actual fight, because you would still have been killed, but for a training ground it wasn't bad. SJ let out a sigh.
Your confidence in me is astounding.
I'm just being honest. If he had activated his skills, he would have creamed you in an actual fight. I doubt your head would have stayed on your shoulders.
Wow.
Thanks, SJ said sarcastically. The bouts continued, eventually reaching the final round. Greb would fight Mertillic in the last bout. Mertillic was an elf, a beautiful creature, all subtleness and grace, until he started fighting, and it was as though a lion had been released. He fought with such aggression that it was eye-watering to watch. The last bout will be 1st to 3, Lorna announced. Watching the 2 best trainees fight it out in the sparring ring was a sight to behold. Their speed and precision were uncanny, and SJ knew the only person better than either was Lorna herself. They both fought with passion and confidence in their abilities. The bout reached 2 hits apiece. "Fight!" Lorna shouted. Mertillic came out of the blocks with his usual aggression, but whereas Greb had previously met him, this time he remained where he was. As Mertillic approached, Greb launched his assault, shifting his stance slightly. SJ knew what he would do. She had seen him perform it once before. If it worked, it would be an amazing spectacle. As Mertillic moved into him, he sprang into the air like a gazelle, throwing his legs out like a whirlwind, spinning as he did. SJ saw Mertillic's eyes widen, already committed to his attack and unable to block as Greb's first foot struck him in his head, swiftly followed by his second. Greb spun so quickly before he landed back on his feet again, it reminded SJ of a Van Damme movie. The other trainees, including SJ, jumped up excitedly, cheering. "That was awesome!" SJ called. "Fight to Greb," Lorna called. Greb approached Mertillic, who accepted his hand with grace and composure. Mertillic whispered something to him, and Greb laughed in response. "That's the fun over for today. 3 full forms, and then you can call it a day," Lorna said. The trainees groaned as they moved to various areas of the ground and began their forms. Another 30 minutes later, after being scolded frequently and having to restart her forms, SJ finally finished for the day. Her muscles again ached with a pleasant sensation, and tomorrow was a rest day. However, she would be back to meet Jurgen and begin claw training. Filled with excitement at the prospect, she headed back towards the Hoggling Arms, the inn where she'd been staying ever since she arrived in Killic. "I need some more Triac. I'm nearly out," she whispered. "You know where to go," Dave said. The shop always seemed to have a customer whenever SJ walked past, and as she entered today, Grulas the gnoll was busy talking to a female ratkin.
Apply it twice daily, and it'll bring the swelling down,
he said, smiling at the ratkin, who turned to leave carrying a jar of some ointment. Hi, SJ said.
Hi, what can I get for you?
I would like some dryak, please.
What size? I have small, medium, or large pots.
I may as well take a large pot. Does it keep its potency?
Only after a year will it fade slightly.
Excellent. I will take a large pot then. Grulis walked to a shelf behind the counter and lifted down a large pot and placed it on the counter. It was 4 times the size of her previous purchase and should last her a great deal of time. After getting used to the exercise routine, she needed to use less dryak as she experienced less soreness, although the dryak aided with any discomfort. I need to ask, what other healing tonics or lotions do you do?
I have several, but I specialize in muscular ailments. You would be surprised at how many customers I see daily with strains, and purchasing healing potions is not viable for most.
Are healing potions that expensive?
It depends on the grade. Prices vary based on the number of hit points they can heal. Each level doubles, if not triples, the previous price when you reach the higher tier potions. It proves profitable for those in major cities or situated near dungeons. I prefer my peaceful life here. It gives me time to be with my family without the constant need to gather all the components.
I'm just starting in my profession, and it's not quick to level.
What profession are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm an apprentice tailor. SJ watched Grulis wince.
Now that's a tough profession to level. At least with alchemy, you can find most ingredients easily enough in the different territories. With tailoring, some materials get very difficult to find at higher levels. My father was a tailor, and there was no way I could have done what he did. He was always chasing materials.
I am in no rush, SJ said, smiling.
Actually, while you're here, could I ask you a favor?
Sure. What do you need?
I am running low on one of my key ingredients for dryak. A specific mushroom grows in the caves in the next valley. I normally fetch a supply every 3 months, but can't find the time to go with our newborn.
When do you need it by?
Not that urgently, but I am almost out, so probably in the next week or so I could do with some more. I would pay you for your time.
SJ's display triggered. Quest. Gather Senkasia mushrooms. Senkasia mushrooms grow in moist caves throughout Amathera, where the temperature is constant. Gather a basketful for Grulis to allow him to maintain his dryak production. Rewards, 240 XP and 2 silver. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no? Which valley? The one through town or on the far side of the lake? SJ asked.
Through town and past the meadow.
Considering SJ planned to return to check on the cottage, it would be an excellent opportunity to complete a quest simultaneously. She'd been regularly checking the board in the inn, which primarily featured basic quests, such as finding lost pets or exterminating rats. She did not object to these quests. Focusing on them meant gaining experience. The challenge was that her intense training kept her from questing. She wanted to get stronger and seek vengeance. The chance to earn nearly a quarter of the experience required for her next level from a single quest would provide a nice boost. I can do that for you, SJ said, accepting the quest.
That would be amazing. Thank you,
Grulis said. I'll be back within the week with the mushrooms, SJ said as she collected the jar and placed it in her inventory before leaving.
Wait,
Grulis called as SJ turned. Sorry?
Here.
Grulis ducked beneath the counter and pulled out a basket. It was much larger than SJ had expected and reminded SJ of a baby's carry cot.
They need to be transported in this. It'll keep them fresh.
I'm glad you stopped me. I forgot to ask what the mushrooms look like, SJ said, feeling a little embarrassed.
They are blue-topped with a white stem. Once you find them, you'll know they're the only mushrooms that look like that.
Okay, well, that'll help rather than guessing. Thanks. SJ turned to leave again. As she went to place the basket in her inventory, her display triggered. This item will take up 2 slots. Do you wish to store the basket in your inventory? Yes or no? SJ selected yes, as her inventory was virtually free. Smiling, she returned to the inn. Unsure if the skeletons required anything, she debated bringing something to the cottage. "Dave," she whispered. "Yup?" "Do skeletons need anything?" "What do you mean? Such as food? Then no." "Clothes?" "You will have seen Floretta wearing clothes, but I think with some skeletons it is a choice. When we met them, they wore their class gear, but nothing else." "That was probably because of the necromancer." "Perhaps. I would ask them when you visit. After accepting the quest, I assume you plan on doing it." "I am, but I also want to get to cutter level 6. "If you keep working on your cutter, even without doing all the training you are doing, it will level, just not as quickly." "Well, that's good to know. I was a little worried that I may have to maintain the training level I'd been doing to keep it after my cutter level dropped." "No, the training is just helping with your fighting technique overall and ability to adapt. The basic cutter is the skill change trigger." Walking through the vendors in the town square, SJ noticed a stall selling various pieces of hardware and stopped to glance at its equipment. There were many hammers, mallets, rakes, brushes, etc. If she was going back to the cottage, she might take some items to make it a little more homely. After looking at the various items, she listed what she wanted to purchase. Back at the inn, she grabbed a coffee and headed to her room. "I will need a cart or wagon to transport items to the cottage. I can't carry them all in my inventory," SJ said. "No." "No, what?" "I will not allow you to buy a wagon." "What? I didn't even mention about buying a wagon." "You didn't have to." "But how will I get stuff to the cottage?" "Borrow one, perhaps, and how you just answered means you were thinking about it." "I wasn't." "Yes, you were. I know that tone in your voice. You get an excited little, ooh, shiny voice." "I do not," SJ grumbled. "Yes, you do. Every time you spend money, you get the same tone. I think you may have a problem." "Me? I'm not the one who attends Ogre," SJ complained. "Oh, now that was a low blow. Addiction is real." Silence. "Sorry," SJ said eventually. "For what this time?" "I am trying to apologize for what I said. Don't make it seem like it's about anything else." SJ was still frustrated, knowing that Dave had hit closer to home than she would ever like to admit. She had always been a spender, being frivolous with money and running up several credit accounts back on Earth, which completely contradicted her job and role. It had always been easy to get credit. "So, you aren't sorry, are you?" "I am," SJ snapped. "But if you were, you wouldn't be snappy." "But..." SJ stopped herself from replying and took a deep breath. "I really am sorry, Dave. I shouldn't have mentioned the Ogre meetings." "Now, that wasn't that difficult, was it?" Biting back her immediate reply, SJ counted to 10. "No, it wasn't," she said through gritted teeth. "I think someone is a little tired and could use a nap," Dave said sarcastically, then burst into laughter. "Damn you," SJ cursed. "You forgot about buying a wagon, didn't you?" Dave chuckled. "You can be so annoying." "I know," Dave said smugly. "You could ask Lithonian if you could borrow the carts and Humberto." "That isn't a bad idea. I'll grab some food and then visit him," SJ huffed. Chapter 2. Cottages. After visiting Lithonian and speaking to Jurgen, SJ sorted everything to return to the cottages. She even stopped to see Gladys at the mill, asking if she needed anything taken to the cottage she and her husband, Hubert, owned near SJ's. However, Gladys declined, mentioning she would visit in a few days. Since deciding to visit the cottages, SJ had spent most of her time purchasing all the items she wanted to take with her. Even though she wasn't planning to stay, she aimed to make it homely. Remembering what she'd been told about the chimney needing repair, SJ confirmed with a stonemason, a dwarf named Husa, to visit the cottage and check the chimney. Although he wouldn't be available for at least a few days, he promised to inspect the derelict property to determine if it could be repaired. SJ informed Husa about her skeletal friends. She packed the cart with all the essentials for setting up a new home. She didn't go as far as purchasing a mattress, but she got almost everything else that could be needed. Pots, pans, bowls, buckets, brushes, gardening equipment. She had bought so much. With her improved reputation in the town, she noticed that prices for items from several merchants were lower than they had been previously. Most essential items were only coppers, so she had enough cash to hold on to the one gold coin she owned. When she discussed the costs of the items with Dave, he stated it was a norm that once your reputation increased with many traders, items would naturally become cheaper. This was also because of her charisma, which only had a minor bonus, currently at 11. She would perhaps need to increase her charisma because of the second subterfuge skill, which SJ still needed to confirm. After reviewing all the details, since she had opened the 6th level of the identification skill, she leaned towards disguise. Her dress stood out too much, and at higher levels, she could be anonymous when dealing with people. As they entered the valley, Humberto let out a neigh and came to a stop. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I do not know," Dave said. "I was asking Humberto." Humberto took a step backwards, and SJ frowned. She could see nothing causing him to back up. "There must be something ahead," SJ said. "Let's go look." Jumping down from the cart, SJ moved to the front, patting Humberto on his neck and stroking him as he complained. He shook his head from side to side and pushed backwards again. "What is it, boy?" SJ said, looking ahead at the clear trail. Her senses hadn't been triggered, and she could see nothing that would cause concern. That was when the arrow struck her. The arrow lodged into her left thigh, and she cried in pain at the sudden shock of the attack. SJ's display triggered with damage notification, but it was minor. She hadn't seen where it came from. "Left down the trail 50 meters, Dave said. Large boulder and a single tree." SJ hobbled back to the side of the cart, out of sight of the unknown archer. "Damn, that hurts," she cursed. "Put it out. It'll heal soon enough. You aren't in active combat, as it's a sneak attack," Dave said. Grabbing hold of the arrow shaft protruding from her thigh, she gripped it tightly and pulled it outwards. The pain seared through her leg, and she grimaced, grinding her teeth as she tugged the arrow free. Thankfully, the tip was more kite-shaped than an arrowhead, so it came out easily in comparison. Dropping the arrow to the ground, she took a deep breath, calming her nerves. "Can you see if I can get anywhere near them without them seeing me?" she asked. "Miniature, yes. You can work around through the rocks on the left. You should be able to get near to them." "Good," SJ said as she shrank. As soon as she was in her miniature form, she took off, easing the weight on her throbbing leg as it healed, and went straight across into the rocks by the side of the trail. Humberto was still stepping backwards, and she glanced back, seeing the cart was skewing and could tip if he backed up too far. "Dave, can you be my eyes, please?" "Yup. Head left 20 paces and turn right, heading down behind the rocks just over there."
20 paces when flying as a fairy is not the easiest thing to judge,"
SJ stated. "Rock with the 2 pointy bits on the left of it."
"Seen,"
SJ said, staying only an inch from the ground as she flew towards it. "Now turn right, stay in this depression, and follow it until I tell you when." Following Dave's instructions, she quickly flew down the side of the trail. The gradient was steep, apart from where the trail curved along the valley's wall, and the depression, which was more like a ditch, kept her hidden from anything not looking directly up it. "Slow down. Okay, turn right. Small bush. Head towards that." Again, she moved where Dave instructed. She did not know the hostiles' whereabouts.
Stop! Right again! The large rock behind there.
Looking over, SJ could see where he was indicating and made her way towards the large boulder.
They are round behind it,
Dave whispered. SJ thought he might be a little caught up in the situation since he didn't need to whisper. In a way, it made SJ feel better. Not more than 10 feet from her was the back of what had shot at her. At first, she thought it was an elf, but on closer inspection, its skin had an unusual color, almost a purple hue. She couldn't even ask Dave so close to it, so she equipped her claws instead. With an arrow drawn, the elf watched Humberto and the cart on the trail. Triggering her identification skill, she grew behind it. Dark Elf Ranger, level 9. Hit points, 50. Mana points, 50. Armor class, 8. Attacks, bow. Special, rapid fire. SJ was only level 7, but her hit points were higher than its when full. The arrow she had taken in her thigh had only done 8 damage, of which 2 had already healed. The divine lightning ability that drinking the dragon Bob's blood had granted through symbiosis gave her the ability to heal faster once out of combat. Preparing herself, she took the last step before striking with a vicious clawed punch directly at the neck of her attacker. Her claws struck true, and her display triggered, and as it did, she punched with her other hand into its side. Critical strike and bleed effect has been applied. Her blade slid farther into the back of its neck, cutting off a scream of shock, while her left fist sent claws puncturing its side. It arched its head backwards, and SJ pulled her claws back from its neck, attempting to draw them across its exposed throat. The ranger dropped its bow and tried to pull away from the blade still stuck in its left side. Not able to move fast enough, it received a second clawed punch into the top right of its back. It let out a gurgling sound, struggling to draw air easily with the injured neck and throat and potentially punctured lungs. Taking full advantage of her surprise attack, SJ didn't hesitate and struck again, this time penetrating its lower back. It arched its back from this last strike, and if it could have screamed, it probably would have. SJ watched the last of its hit points drop as its body fell to the ground at the base of the boulder. Although SJ's adrenaline pumped in her body, her breathing was calm and even. The training grounds had been working wonders on her cardio. Then again, the fight had lasted only 10 seconds from start to finish. Congratulations! Level 9, Dark Elf Ranger killed. 95 XP awarded.
That was easier than I expected,
SJ said.
As an assassin, you hope most fights are easy. You don't want to face many enemies.
I know, but I was expecting a little fight.
It still took 4 strikes to kill, which means your strikes were not as effective as they could have been.
I wonder what a Dark Elf Ranger was doing around here.
Another unusual sign. Dark elves usually live in the major forest regions, so I'm unsure why one would be this high in the mountains.
Bending, SJ looted its corpse.
Short bow +1, 24 arrows, dagger, leather armor +1, backpack, rations ×4, flint and steel, bedroll, blankets, notes, 32 copper, 2 silver. Good job. I have the cart. I wouldn't be able to carry all this.
What does the note say?
Dave asked. SJ selected the note, and unfolding it, she looked at a script she could not recognize. The closest language she could even consider was Korean.
I can't read this,
SJ said, folding it up.
Wait, I can. Speak to Surge at the Wandering Ogre. He has the details of the Fey target.
Fey? Does that mean me?
You, or Fran, perhaps. You are the only 2 Fey in Killic near the Wandering Ogre.
Why would anyone even come to find me?
It could be the doing of another god.
What? How? And why?
You heard what Fizzlewick said about you being the talk of the gods. You may have gained more recognition than you suspect.
Why would someone attack me?
That I do not know. I've said all along that this place doesn't seem right.
Yes, but to be attacked while travelling to the cottages, how could they even know it's me?
Really? There are few beautiful fays who wear bright green dresses. Also, the elf may not even have been after you directly and just took a shot on the off chance of you being the fae it was here to target. Then again, dark elves have an abysmal reputation. Few races trust them, and it could have just been attacking.
Did you just say beautiful?
Is that all you picked up from that? And, no. Well, yes, but you know what I mean. Don't make this awkward, Dave said.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you liked me as a person,
SJ said as she walked back up the trail towards Humberto. The dark elf had shot from a fair distance. It must have been over 100 feet. Grabbing Humberto's reins, she led him down the trail. On arriving at the corpse, she looted it again and transferred the items directly into the cart, only keeping the coin, note, and rations in her inventory. Humberto was much calmer now that the dark elf was dead.
I don't get it, SJ said.
Get what?
Why would it attack me now? Also, at the range it did. It could have waited until I was much closer and hit me much more easily.
Apart from the fact you probably would have sensed it if it had got closer. Not that it would know that, since it's all hypothetical. Humberto could probably smell it, which is why he reacted. It would have been helpful keeping it alive to ask questions, perhaps.
A little late now.
It was an efficient assassination, which is great to see.
Thanks. I still don't know why there's a random dark elf near Killic with a note about Fae.
We can investigate when we get back. Her display triggered. Quest. Find the reason for the attack. Rewards. 350 XP. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no?
That's a brief description. Do they usually give out that much experience?
SJ asked. Experience is a little high, perhaps, but the description is possibly due to how simple the note was.
I can't just go into the Wandering Ogre and ask people expecting to meet a dark elf if I'm the target.
It doesn't stop you from investigating, and the quest says only to find the reason for the attack, not to stop it or do anything else. I expect a secondary quest, if you need to do anything further.
I may have to find someone who can ask questions on my behalf.
Like who?
Not sure yet. Setu is married, and I think Gary is too, so I wouldn't want to ask either of them. I'm not sure Zedge would go there, and I definitely couldn't ask Lithonian.
I overheard some in the inn talking about it previously, but you have never spoken to them, so I'm not sure if you want to try them when we're back in town next.
Oh? Who did you hear?
You know the kobold and rapkin who always sit on the stools at the end of the bar?
Yes, I think I know what you mean. Without knowing them, I'm unsure I could get them to ask questions for me. I may speak to Newick myself. It sounds like he's open to a deal if I can think of something he may need in exchange.
She didn't relish the idea of going to him, but as the owner of the Wandering Ogre, the elf might be her best bet for information. Probably if you offered a dance for him.
That will never happen.
The journey to the cottages after the dark elf attack was peaceful. No other travelers were on the road, though as it was the main route out to the mountains, it had to be used often. She heard someone shout as she moved the cart down the track to the cottages. Someone's coming. Be ready. Frowning, she slowed Humberto and stopped him short of the cottages. The derelict one was in view across the field where the track wound. By the cottage's edge, a flash of white appeared as someone or something glanced around the corner.
Hello?
SJ called.
It's SJ. SJ,
a female voice said. Charlotte appeared from behind the derelict building. SJ moved Humberto forward.
What's wrong?
She called as Charlotte approached. The skeletal archer was one of her 3 followers she allowed to live at Farleck Cottage.
We've had some visitors over the past couple of days. A couple of orcs were snooping around.
Oh, has anything happened?
No, not yet, but we're being careful and have been keeping watch. There's no way to get to your cottage without traveling by the lake's edge, so they must use this path.
What would orcs be coming here for?
No idea. Brian went out scouting, and they've set up camp on the other side of the valley. They may just be hunting and have come upon the cottages by accident, but we can't be sure. We chased them off the first day, and then Terrence put the fear of God into them the second. Orcs have a problem with seeing skeletal forms of their race.
Really? I always thought orcs were quite happy with skulls and bones.
They are, as long as they aren't orc.
SJ stopped Humberto and climbed down. I've brought some items for the cottage to help with repairs or other things that may be needed.
Terrence is over there now while Brian and I keep watch.
Do you think the orcs would do something here?
I don't think they have a clan. Clanless orcs can be a problem,
Brian said, making SJ jump as he appeared right next to her.
In what way? SJ asked, confused.
If they like something and are feral orcs with no home, they habitually try to take things with force.
All the orcs I've met since I came here have been amenable and fair.
The orcs who've integrated into a normal town or city will have given up on clan life. In contrast, the orc clans are a different story. The closest to here is a few days away, farther west, once you're out of the valley. They will readily raid villages or towns if a clan is large enough to procure their needs, rather than work for them.
I never realized the orcs were that hostile.
It's not so much hostility, as they believe they have a right to things as a senior race.
Senior race? What do you mean?
History states that orcs and humans were the first two races on Amatherean, and several of the orc clans still have a very strong sense of history and believe they are more deserving than others. Not all. Terrence, for example, was a member of an orc clan, but their path was more established and trade-oriented.
I never knew.
There is probably much you don't yet know about Amatherean,
Charlotte said. You say they've come twice.
Yes, the past 2 days. We hope that after Terrence scared them, they may not return.
Can you not just try to talk to them?
When they saw me, they immediately drew their weapons to attack,
Charlotte said. Why? Did you do anything hostile towards them?
No, I was walking down the lakeside along the path from the second cottage when I saw them. They initially came after me when I turned back and didn't stop until Brian arrived and there were 2 of us. The second day when they returned, Terrence was at the derelict cottage looking at stones he could use at yours. On seeing him, they turned and ran away.
Do you think they'll come again? You say there were only 2 of them.
Maybe, maybe not. The fact they have been twice is what concerns us, especially since I don't even own a bow anymore,
Charlotte said. I can rectify that, SJ said, walking back to the cart and removing the short bow and quiver of arrows from the dark elf.
Wow, this is a +1. Are you sure you want to give this to me?
Charlotte said, surprised as SJ held them out. I do not need it.
But you could sell this.
I'm not worried about it. Call it a thank you for protecting the cottages.
Believing that Charlotte had smiled in response, it was hard to tell on a skeleton. SJ turned and looked at Brian.
I brought you something also, if you want it.
What did you bring?
SJ again went to the cart and removed the leather armor +1.
I'm not sure if it is good for you.
Brian took the leather armor. His armor was shabby, and the leather was in tatters. The bracers he wore were nothing compared to the set he now put on, plus a body piece and greaves. Brian seemed happy with the gift.
Thanks,
he said, giving a look which SJ again assumed was a smile.
I will head to the cottage and see Terrence,
SJ said.
He hasn't stopped working since we got here,
Charlotte said.
Doing what?
You'll see when you get there,
Brian said. SJ climbed back on the cart and moved off towards her cottage.
Are orcs that bad?
SJ asked Dave, once she was out of earshot of Brian and Charlotte.
They can be.
Again, having a dark elf tracking you down and potentially rogue orcs in a starter territory is unusual. I need to understand the code to read into things more easily. The system is not updating details for this area. It appears this part of Amatherean is sandboxed.
What does it mean to be sandboxed? I know that happens in my malware alerts, and I know what it means back on Earth.
I suppose it is possible that someone deliberately placed you in an unfamiliar area, but there were already other Legionnaires here.
Unless they were here for a specific reason as well.
I'll have to investigate and see what I can find out. I have a friend in the assignments department I can speak to.
Assignments department?
Yes, they oversee the whole integration side and initial aspects of assignments for Legionnaires. I'm not sure how forthcoming they'll be, though.
Could you get into more trouble by doing so?
Meh. I'm always in trouble anyway, so another black mark against my data won't make a difference.
Yes, but you don't want the system to do anything drastic if you cause too many waves.
I'm not the one causing waves. I'm just supporting my waiver, Dave said, giggling.
SJ rolled her eyes at his comment. If you think you can find anything out, please do so. But if it looks like a problem, don't push, SJ said.
Understood.
Chapter 3. Homemaker. As SJ continued past Gladys and Hubert's cottage, she noticed how well-maintained the garden area looked. Charlotte had been working there, judging by how pristine everything looked in comparison to the overgrown and disheveled state it had been in prior. She noticed some tools leaning against the side of the cottage, which she could not remember seeing before. Farlight Cottage looked as beautiful as before from a distance, and on approaching, she noticed the additional elements that hadn't existed previously. There was a picnic-style table and benches set out in front of the cottage. There was also a frame of wooden stakes built to one side, and draped from them was a large white sheet that created a type of gazebo. The garden appeared immaculate, and someone had taken the time to clear the surrounding area of weeds and the odd shrub. It looked like a heavenly setting, and she would have stayed there if she hadn't had things to do. "Hi, Terence," she called, pulling Humberto up.
"Hi, SJ,"
the skeletal orc said in his deep voice.
"It looks like you've been busy."
"There is more to do yet. I am building a lean-to on the side for log storage."
SJ climbed down and joined him at the building's side. He'd already built the framework and was in the process of planking the roof.
"Where did you get the tools from?"
SJ asked, looking at several items lying around on the grass.
"We went back to the compound and emptied the shed. Also, Brian didn't want to leave the Lizels in the stables, so he freed them to roam."
Understanding Brian's chaotic good alignment, it made sense that he would prefer not to harm unless necessary, and would protect others he deemed weaker. But imagining two random Lizors walking about in the woods didn't fill her with confidence.
"Isn't it dangerous freeing them?"
"No, they would normally stay away from beings and remain out of sight."
"Oh, that's okay. I brought tools and some items with me to equip the cottage. How has your stay been so far?"
"Great. I assume you saw Charlotte and Brian when they told you about our recent visitors."
"Yes, they've spoken to me about the orcs."
"If they return, we will handle them, although I doubt they will."
"I feel a little guilty. Although I gave a gift to Brian and Charlotte, I have nothing to give to a fighter."
"I am fine. I have hammers here. They are just as good as a mace for causing damage."
"Next time I come back, I will bring you something."
"That would be very kind of you."
"I'm going to put the stuff inside," SJ said, returning to the cart and unloading it.
When she walked to the door and entered, what she saw amazed her. The interior was immaculate, no cobwebs or dust to be seen. All the surfaces looked highly polished, and the old sofa even looked cleaner than it had been. Near the bed, a new bookcase stood, and Terence must have built what looked like a set of drawers.
She filled the cottage with the items she had brought, emptied any unnecessary items from her inventory, and rearranged everything, moving things around until she was happy with how the room felt and looked. Apart from no mattress, there was everything needed now to set up a new home. Walking back outside, she carried over the tools and nails she had brought from town.
Where do you want these?
Terence turned, his eyes lighting up at the sight of nails.
Those will speed things up,
he said, smiling.
Just place them there. I've built a small storage box around the back.
SJ walked past and around the rear of the cottage. Against the wall was indeed a storage box, and she lifted the lid to find it compartmented, with various items he must have recovered from the compound lying inside.
How have you made all this stuff so quickly?
She called to Terence.
I told you I was a carpenter, didn't I?
Terence said.
You did, but these must take time to build.
Not long at all. They're basic items that any novice carpenter can make. Oh, I repaired the well gear so it works now. I need to build a new frame to replace the existing one. I noticed it was rotting slightly.
SJ was gobsmacked at the work done while she was away. It had only been a week, but they seemed to have completed at least a month's work between them.
I don't know how you have all done so much,
SJ said, walking back to where Terence was still working.
The bonus of not needing sleep is that I can work all day, every day if I need to, and when I have wood to work with, I'm doing the one thing I love more than anything else,
he said with the typical skeletal smile.
What will you do when you finish making the items?
There is plenty to do here. The beams can be realigned and the thatch supports strengthened. Then there's a porch to build in front, and I thought you could even extend out the back and create a separate bedroom area. It'd be wooden, obviously, because of the lack of stone, but it would be warm and dry.
You have already done more than I could have ever expected.
I have nothing else to do but enjoy the work, and it's in a beautiful location. I would have brought my dookie here if I was still alive.
The strangeness of speaking to already dead skeletons did not escape SJ, and she could not imagine the life they must be leading without respite. This experience gave additional consideration to the term eternal life.
Is there anything you need when I come back next time?
The only thing I am missing is a sharp chisel. The ones I have are blunt, making it take me longer than it should to sort things out.
A dwarf is coming down in a few days to look at the chimney, and as long as I've been back in time, I'll make sure he brings you some.
I would appreciate that.
I can't thank you enough for what you've done here.
It is my pleasure. Without you, we would all still be in servitude.
SJ's display triggered followership. Followers are those who have dedicated their services to you. They will do anything to support you. Holy freaky things from Freaky Town, Dave spluttered. SJ couldn't respond now in front of Terence.
Thanks for the work, Terence. I appreciate it. I'll see Charlotte and Brian again before heading to the caves.
Caves?
Yes, I need to collect some mushrooms for one of the town members.
Which type of mushroom?
Suncasia? Do you know where there are any?
They are the blue ones, aren't they?
Yes.
There are caves about a third of the way down the valley on the right side. I know some are there, but several cave networks are nearby. It may take a bit of searching to find the right one. Also, be aware that not all of them are uninhabited.
What lives in them?
When we were near there, we saw several greylings.
What are greylings?
SJ asked, never having heard of them before.
They are dark dwellers, humanoids with long gangly arms and legs. Cave greylings are very good at hiding in mountain areas. They mainly feed on mountain rams or hoglings, but they're not afraid to attack anything else if they think it may taste good.
I don't fancy bumping into many of those.
You should be fine if you don't disturb their nest. You can always tell if a cave contains greylings as they mark their territory with the skulls of their prey.
SJ shuddered at the thought of finding skulls lining the cave entrances.
Thanks for the information, and I hope I can avoid them.
Just remember, they don't do daylight. It burns their skin.
Terence smiled again, returning to his work. SJ turned Humberto around from where he'd eaten flower heads and led him back up the path towards the lake.
What's up, Dave?
SJ asked as soon as she was out of range. You have a freaking follower.
What does it mean exactly?
It means you are more than an anomaly.
Why?
SJ frowned. Followers are uncommon, nearly as rare as those miniature wyvern eggs you have.
How has it happened, though? There were no reputation gains.
That's my point. In one jump, you went from being a nobody to Terence to him to being a follower. You have someone now. If you ordered him to run into a lava pit, he would do it without asking a question.
It can't be that bad.
Oh, it is. Most followers are fanatics. They support evil and will do anything their masters tell them.
Being someone's master is not my aspiration, nor is being evil. I just want to be me and grow.
I would say that out of all the followers you could get, an undead skeleton is a perfect match, considering how old you will probably reach.
How or why did this happen so suddenly? I don't understand.
Although I've heard rumours, I've never witnessed it myself. I believe it is part of the necromancer's servitude. It leaves a resonating need to serve someone. I can't guarantee exactly how it happens, but I would bet my last bite that you could leave Terence at the cottage forever, and he would keep building it and improving it. The thought of having someone who would do anything for her was unnerving. SJ was sociable when necessary, but internally identified as an introvert. She enjoyed her own space and time, as she had proven, allowing herself to be absorbed into looking through the ledgers or knitting, and she could imagine no one following her to that degree. It appeared to be another part of the new world that she would need to come to terms with.
I will never order Terence to do anything.
That is your choice. I've only ever worked with one other Legionnaire who received followers, and he was a half-crazed paladin. The guy was so messed up, he thought he was a god. He spent his time preaching and searching for some chalice that was rumoured to give eternal life. It didn't end well for him, or his fans.
What happened?
He attacked the lair of a chimera, where rumours suggested the chalice was. Most chimeras in Amatherean are your typical mix of a few normal breeds, big cats, birds, and other nondescript animals, but lairs can contain some rather different ones. This one contained a very strange version, a dragon, snake, and ogre mix. They could spit either acid or fire. The followers were all killed quickly during the raid, and the paladin continued alone. He did okay, but when you get your face half melted by acid and then barbecued afterwards, you don't tend to do very well. Having seen Borden and Bob, SJ couldn't imagine a mixture of the two creatures, never mind adding a snake.
I am guessing there are none around here?
No. The chimeras are mainly on one of the other continents. Sometimes a flying variant that has crossed the ocean can get here. As SJ approached the derelict cottage again, Charlotte was busy moving some of the fallen stones into a neat pile, and Brian was removing the broken door from its frame.
I'm going to head off again. It won't be long before I return. While I remember, there will be a stonemason coming to visit in a couple of days. He will look at the chimney and this place and see what can be done.
That sounds good,
Charlotte said. And thank you both for what you've done at the cottages. The gardens look amazing.
Brian helped me as much as he could. He has a bit of a penchant for gardening.
Charlotte smiled. Heading towards the main trail, SJ felt pleased with the completion of the work at the cottages and couldn't wait to sort out a mattress and possibly spend a few nights there with the skeletons.
What do you know about greylings?
SJ asked. They are pathetic creatures, Dave said. They are rumored to originate from mountain dwarves and kobolds, but no one knows for certain.
Are they dangerous?
Only in large groups. I've never seen one above level 4 before. Then again, a group of 10 level 1s could be challenging because of numbers and the potential to be swarmed.
Are there likely any other creatures I need to know about?
So many could be problematic, but this is still a starter territory. Even if it's acting differently, I wouldn't expect many things that are too dangerous, as long as you're cautious, take your time, and keep your eyes open. The usual suspects are wolves, bears perhaps, if they have young to protect, badgers, possibly wolverines, and maybe the odd puma. Of course, hoglings always seem to have nasty tempers.
Why is it that there are so many that may attack?
Nature of survival. Everything is continually fighting for its place.
The trail was well worn and smooth, and the cart moved freely. With the sun high in the sky, SJ happily listened to the birds that frequented the skies above and lived in the forest that covered much of the valley floor. The trail wound through the trees, staying on a flat gradient. She felt relaxed and free traveling along, whistling one of the bard songs from the inn that she had enjoyed. The cottage and her training in leveling consumed her thoughts as she daydreamed about what she could do. She'd been considering her next subterfuge skill again, and thought she'd made her mind up. She wanted them all for the obvious perks they brought, but considering the needs of where she was now, only one stood out as an immediate benefit to her.
I spoke to my friend in assignments, Dave said, disturbing SJ's peace.
What did he say?
He was a little cryptic in his response. This area is a test bed. They placed several Legionnaires in this area before, giving no preference to where they placed them. He said the system was revisiting territory boundaries, but he didn't expand on the details, or couldn't, because of the protocols they may have implemented. You never know with the system.
So, it is a real sandbox then, similar to what I know from Earth.
I would have to agree. It would explain the level variances and the hobs. It has made it more of an interesting start to a new life. Most starter towns are boring places with the same quest chains, rinse and repeat. The ones you've received here have added a new spice to the situation.
I don't understand how they can assign you as administrators without briefing you fully.
It wouldn't normally make a difference if they did. As I explained, I wouldn't usually be able to talk to you about 95% of the things we discuss. I couldn't have guided you to the Dark Elf. It is unheard of, and it's invigorating. It makes it much more exciting for me to be part of your journey than the usual rescue a cat from a tree quests. Well, unless you're knitting or reading boring ledgers, of course.
Smiling at Dave's comment, SJ thought about how she was enjoying her new life and time with Dave. I forgot to thank you for your help earlier, guiding me.
Expected of rude Legionnaires taking everything for granted, he said, dripping with sarcasm.
SJ chuckled. I am very grateful for everything you have done to help me so far.
And I am happy to be of assistance.
They shared a moment of silence before Dave spoke again.
I think it's the right fork up ahead over the bridge.
SJ hadn't been paying attention to the trail ahead. She was too busy musing over her thoughts.
Looking up, a small stone bridge crossed a meandering river across the valley.
The forest had ended, and ahead there were just open fields with small tree clusters dotted around. Where the path split, she noticed the first signpost she'd seen since being on the road. Crossing the bridge, she pulled Humberto up at the fork and read the sign. It pointed straight down the trail, with two names carved into the wooden sign's surface. Asterfall and Kuotby. Why do I recognize the name Kuotby? SJ asked.
It was where the elf was from, the one you saved at the necromancer compound.
Oh, yeah. I knew I'd heard it before. I wonder how far down the trail it is.
No idea. This fog of war is a pain because of my limited sight, and I can't find any maps for this area overall in the system, making me virtually as blind as you are.
When we eventually leave this territory, does that mean you will confirm destinations more easily?
Yes and no. I still have a fog of war to contend with, but if I've been in an area before, I will have a good idea of what is around.
That's going to be helpful.
Possibly. It depends on changes since I was last in an area. Spurring Humberto, she turned the car right, following the trail to where she hoped the cave systems would be. Chapter 4. Mushroom. The trail continued to wind through the fields. Beyond the flat plains leading to the mouth of the valley, the visible knife edge of its peak tapered down. The trail had become more broken, and the cart was no longer a smooth ride. SJ jostled and bounced as it traveled over the ruts.
I think I'm going to stop here,
SJ said, pulling the cart up to the side of a tree just off the path. Leading Humberto off the main trail, she pulled the cart until it was behind the tree by some bushes, and although not hidden well, it was not as obvious. She unhitched Humberto, stroked his mane, and led him towards the tree before tying him off. She didn't want him wandering away while she continued to the caves.
I hope Humberto will be okay, SJ said.
I've seen nothing around the area large enough to attack a horse yet.
Yet sounds ominous.
You never know what could be wandering. Looking towards the valley side, she was probably still a few hundred meters from it. She rechecked her inventory to ensure she had everything she needed. Torches, flint and steel, rations, water skin, the basket from Grueless, and the healing potions and anti-poison. Having left all the other items from the cart at the cottage would at least mean nothing could be stolen. It annoyed her that such a minor item as her flint and steel took up an entire slot in her inventory.
I should have got a new belt with some pouches to carry the smaller items.
It would have been helpful, Dave said. She closed her inventory, happy she had what she needed, but frustrated that she had only 2 free slots for other items apart from her tailoring slots.
Let's go,
she said, transforming into her miniature form. Taking off almost instantly, she flew along the trail. Her speed was much faster than the cart had been traveling at, and it wasn't long before the landscape changed and the slope of the wall began. Flying made travel so much easier, not having to walk up inclines. She increased her height and surveyed ahead. She was very wary of checking the skies for any sign of hungry birds. In the rock face that presented itself, she could see several dark openings. At this distance, none of them seemed to have any distinguishing features apart from their position. Heading towards the nearest opening, she came to land by the entrance. The cave opening had enough space for a bear or a similar creature to enter, and she felt the urge to ask about them.
Do bears live in caves?
Why bears?
Oh, no specific reason. It was always a thing back on Earth that they did.
Bears live wherever they please. Some live in caves, others don't. The territory or region normally plays a large part, and it is warm here, so they do not need to find shelter.
What can live in caves, then?
All sorts. Spiders, sometimes wolves have dens, pumas, various insects, and anything else could set up a home in one.
Well, that isn't great then, is it?
What do you mean?
I could be about to walk into something's home, but it may not wish for guests.
You worry too much. You can defend yourself if there is anything.
I'm only level 7, and still haven't gotten my second martial arts skill yet.
You've already proven your ability on multiple occasions. You need to have more confidence in what you can do. SJ felt shocked by Dave's frank and positive comment, but then smiled and gained strength and confidence from his words.
Thanks.
Dave didn't respond, so SJ took out a torch and her flint and steel and began lighting it. Doing it in miniature form meant that the torch would give off very little light, but if she grew it, it would provide enough, judging by what it had been like inside the cave from the cocoon visit. Once it was lit and burning well, she approached the entrance. The air inside smelt damp and stale. Slowly flying inside, she took her time and proceeded cautiously. She was keeping her eyes and ears primed for any sound. Nothing was unusual, and she hoped she wouldn't come face to face with anything wanting to eat her. The cave entrance went back quite a distance before opening into a cavern. She could not see the roof with the pitiful light cast from her miniature torch, but could hear water dripping from the ceiling above and landing in a pool somewhere in the dark. Her senses were calm, and she could feel no other presence or any unusual sensations that her senses had showed since her symbiosis. It was still strange when she considered that her blood flowed with that of a dragon. Her heightened senses, ability to rapidly heal, and the life-saving precognition ability were all amazing perks. Flying around the chamber close to the floor, looking for any mushrooms that could be blue-colored, she found nothing. Eventually, she completed a full circle and still found nothing of interest. She flew back to where the bright sun streamed into the cave mouth, squinting as she flew back into the sunlight.
One down,
she said, looking farther down the cliff face of the valley. There were several, and she proceeded to the next, a couple of 100 feet away. The torch was quite awkward to fly with outside, the mild breeze blowing the thin smoke it let off back towards her, and she had to hold it out to the side to prevent the smoke from going in her eyes as she flew. The next cave entrance was much smaller, and she wondered if a normal person could have fit inside, even though she still took the time to enter and search. It was even shorter than the first cave, and it came to an abrupt end, only being a mere tunnel rather than entering a cavern at its end.
Oh, this could take some time,
she sighed. You have enough, Dave said. She spent the next hour flitting from one cave to the next, with no sign of mushrooms. When she reached the 7th cave, her hopes rose. It was the first she had come across with a chilly breeze emanating from inside. Hoping that an unfamiliar environment would be what she needed to find them, she entered the mouth of the cave, which was large enough to drive a coach into, and fell away on a steep incline. Flying meant that she had no concerns about moving down the passage. The tunnel wove into the earth until it reached an open cavern. She saw no signs of mushrooms in the tunnel, but as soon as she reached the cavern, she spotted a blue-colored mushroom in the soil.
Yes!
She said excitedly. Looks like you found some at last, Dave said. The mushroom was probably half her size in miniature form, and she could do nothing unless she grew. Once she did so, the torchlight cast into the chamber revealed clusters of blue mushrooms covering the floor. She smiled and bent down to pluck the mushroom from the loose earth on the cavern's floor. The ground was damp, and the walls had a sheen from the constant moisture. SJ removed the basket from her inventory, placing it on the ground and walking around the cavern, collecting more of the blue mushrooms to fill it. After several minutes, her senses were triggered, and she stopped looking around her. She had not even got more than several feet from the tunnel entrance. There were so many mushrooms.
I can sense something,
SJ whispered. I've seen nothing. Then again, the light isn't great. You should invest in a lantern at some point. They provide much better light than torches. Rolling her eyes and not bothering to reply, she focused on the cavern's darkness. Her senses triggering were her warning sign, and she shrank down to her miniature size. The torchlight was now nothing more than a match's head in the darkness, visible, but only casting light in a small sphere around her. The basket was on the floor by her side, now towering over her. As SJ stood still, she heard a scraping sound coming from deeper into the cave.
There is something there,
she whispered. I can hear it too, but can't see anything, Dave said. The sound stopped, and silence returned to the cavern, the only break being the occasional drop of water landing on the cavern floor. SJ's nerves were tingling at the unknown, and she felt a trickle of sweat run down her back. The cold sensation made her senses flare. There was something there. She knew it, but did not know what. The basket moved, and SJ almost had a heart attack as it rocked sideways. A thick, black feeler appeared over the top of it. As SJ looked upwards, an enormous insect greeted her with its open jaws.
Ah!
She squealed, dropping the torch in fright. The sound made the creature recoil from the basket.
What's that?
She cried. A giant crate paw. They have a toxic bite, so don't let it nip you. SJ flew backwards across the cavern, staring at where the basket was. The tiny torch provided a minuscule amount of illumination. She watched as the insect, which looked like a massive centipede, again delved into the basket, digging into its contents, removing one of the blue mushrooms. SJ watched as it picked it up in its mandibles and bit into it.
It's stealing my mushrooms. Why doesn't it just eat the ones in the cavern?
SJ exclaimed, her initial fear now being replaced with annoyance. The creature was not paying her miniature form any attention as it grabbed another and began devouring it. SJ identified it. Giant Crapar. Level 10. Hit points 65. Mana points 0. Armor class 35. Attacks bite and slash. Special toxin.
It has a high armor class,
SJ said. Its chitinous body provides it with natural armor.
Do you know what its toxin does?
2 seconds. Silence. It attacks your cells, preventing healing, Dave said.
So, stay away from its bite,
SJ said. She flew sideways away from the creature, which was eating another of her precious collection, moving around to its side. It was difficult to make it out in the pitch black with the tiny torch's light. She could at least tell where it was, with its movement being heard easily. Several pairs of legs were visible, and its body resembled plated armor. SJ was unable to determine its true size while she was small, but she noticed that the underside did not seem as well protected as its top. She equipped her claws, and as she reached her full height, she drove them into its softer sides. Her claws scraped against the chitinous armor that still covered its body, but aimed as low as she had, when with the element of surprise, they penetrated its soft flesh. The Crapar let out a hissing sound, and its body curled back on itself. The head of the creature hit SJ on her side, throwing her off balance and making her fall sideways. Jumping back to her feet, she saw the shadowy form in the cave's darkness and moved to attack. As she did, her legs went from under her. She had not seen how long the creature's body was, and it had moved to hit her from behind.
I need light,
she stammered as she again regained her footing. The creature went to strike her again with its mandibles open. Seeing the movement late in the darkness, she only moved aside, and the creature's head missed her by millimeters. She ran to the basket, shrinking as she did. As soon as she did, she grabbed the torch and grew again, still moving away from the Crapar. Another hiss and scuttling sounded behind her. With the brighter torchlight, she could see better and headed straight for the entrance tunnel. The Crapar gave chase. Running up the steep incline, she could hear its feet scraping and scratching on the tunnel's surface. Glancing backwards, she saw it wasn't very far behind her. She needed to make daylight, if possible, and fight it in the open. Attacking a creature in the dark is never a good idea. At least you can draw it into the light now, Dave said.
You think?
SJ growled as she continued to run. She turned a corner in the tunnel, seeing the bright light of day ahead. Her muscles were burning from running up the incline, and she wished she had flown, but needed the creature to follow, and she wasn't sure if it would have bothered if she was small. As SJ broke into the light of day, momentarily blinded, she continued from the cave mouth. Dropping the torch, she turned and waited. The Crapar's deep brown color seemed to absorb the sun's light. Its colossal head targeted her, and its mandibles snapped as it moved towards her on its unnatural legs. She stood ready, and as it neared, it reared up the front parts of its long body before launching towards her. She dived sideways out of its way, rolling across the rocky surface and wincing from the pain of the motion. Thankfully, she'd only received minor damage when the creature hit her. Jumping up immediately, she turned back towards it and moved in to attack its weaker sides. She could see a green substance leaking from its wound, and its health was down to 42 hit points after her initial assault. That was poor, considering what her blades had done against others, but knowing the creature's armor class and her level, it did not surprise her. She attacked with precision and swiftness from her training with Lorna, using her claws as extensions of her fists, striking the creature's side as it twisted its head to bite at her again. This time, being ready and aware it could easily turn towards her, SJ watched its head move and brought her claws around in defense. Its large mandibles met her blades, sounding like swords clashing as it clacked and hissed at her. SJ stepped back, giving herself distance before again moving to its side as she noticed its rear moving to sweep her again. Seeing it coming this time, she jumped high enough for its rear portion to miss her. As she landed, she lashed out with a sweeping claw toward its legs rather than its armored body. Her claws cut into its legs much more easily than its armor, and it hissed, pulling away, leaving several of its lower limbs behind. Its health was now down to 33, and it tied itself almost in a knot as it twisted towards her, its mandibles clacking angrily. SJ tried to parry the blow away, but its strength overcame her defensive pose, and one of its mandibles caught her shoulder. She grunted in pain from the hit as her health reduced by a further 6 points. The creature was much faster than others she had fought, and it turned on the eye of a needle. Its body positioning was so versatile that its rear portion moved either in synchronicity or independently. It reminded SJ of a friend's pet corn snake that had slithered around her hand as she held it as a child. She was completely terrified. "Keep taking its legs out!" Dave yelled at her. "I'm trying!" SJ grimaced as she deflected another strike from its head. It had caught her again, this time at her side. Thankfully, she had prevented it from biting her, although its mandible cut again deeply. She swung her claws rapidly, severing more of its lower limbs. The crate bar let out a hiss as it withdrew again, and her display triggered. "Congratulations! Bleed effect has been applied." The crate bar was now down to 50% health, and as it turned again to face her, she saw it tick down by another point. "I need another couple of strikes to land," she said, panting from the exertion. The fight was one of her longest so far, with the amount of dodging and weaving they were both performing. Standing with her hands high and claws extended, she ushered at the crate bar to come at her again. "You know it does not know what you're doing, right?" Dave said. SJ growled as they attacked each other and ducked under its head, drawing her claws down the underside of his exposed abdomen. They cut into the softer armor with ease, and the crate bar kept moving, jerking SJ backwards as her claws got caught. The abdominal strike had been effective, and its health had reduced to under a quarter, but with her claws caught in its carapace, she got dragged underneath. She panicked, crying out in shock. "Remove them!" Dave screamed. She struggled to avoid the creature's many feet as it dragged her over the valley's rocky surface before SJ successfully removed her claws. The crate bar continued over her, and she felt a raw pain in her shoulder from being dragged. Immediately recalling her claws, she discovered that only the claws for her left hand appeared. That was when she noticed her right glove dangling from underneath the beast's abdomen. "Damn!" she cursed. As she climbed to her feet, it again turned on her. SJ screamed in pain and fury at the horrendous abomination of a creature as she ran at it. She would not give it the room it needed to turn. The distance closed quickly as she punched out towards its head with her right hand. Her blow caught it perfectly, only doing no damage, but it gave her the opening she sought to drive her clawed hand up and into the underside of its jaws. The ferocity of her strike easily pierced this time, and her blades stuck upwards into its mouth. The bleeding effect was still working, and she struggled to hold its massive head pierced on her claws. The crate bar shook its whole body violently as it tried to dislodge the claws. "Hold it!" Dave cried. "I'm trying!" SJ hissed as the head's movement yanked her left and right. She continued to punch it with her right fist, her blows ineffective with no claws. Her shoulders screamed at her with every punch she threw, but she was determined to defeat the mushroom thief. Its health continued to fall until it reached 0, and its body weight fell forward towards her. The sudden weight shift took her by surprise, forcing her down to her knees before she could free her claws and push its head to one side. SJ lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, before letting out a victorious cry. "Well done," Dave said cheerily.
Well done. I lost one of my claws and tore my shoulder, never mind the slices I took to my shoulder and abdomen.
"You are alive, though, which is always a bonus, and you didn't get bitten." SJ forced herself to her feet and moved to where its body still held her claws. Resting her foot against its corpse, she pried them free. Thankfully, the blades were undamaged, having just caught a much harder substance than she had expected. SJ removed one of the lesser healing potions from her inventory and uncorked the vial before downing it. She hadn't received too much damage. The cuts would close soon enough out of combat. It was more to ease the pain in her shoulder. The potion's effects swept through her body, removing the aches and pains and clearing her mind. SJ bent forward and looted the corpse. "Congratulations! Level 10 giant crate bar killed. 110 XP awarded. 5 chitinous armor plates."
All because of some damn mushrooms,
SJ huffed, turning to walk back to the cave. Chapter 5. Skill Selection. SJ had lit 2 torches before entering the cave to collect the basket and pick the remaining mushrooms she needed. Wedging a torch on the far side, she found the entrance from which the crepe bar had entered the chamber. It was a narrow tunnel with a low ceiling, and she wouldn't even attempt to investigate it. Refilling the basket where the crepe bar had eaten her spoils, she returned to the fresh air and afternoon sun. The day passed quickly. She'd been so busy that she was looking forward to returning to town and getting a bath. Her dress was pristine, as normal, but her skin felt grime-covered from being dragged along the ground and covered in crepe bar ichor. Placing the full basket into her inventory, she transformed into her miniature form and flew back to where she'd left Humberto. Thankfully, he was fine, and she reattached him to the cart before returning to the cottages. Leaving the caves behind her, and thankful she hadn't bumped into any greylings, she was quite pleased with the outcome. After all, she defeated a level 10 creature all by herself. It was her highest solo kill to date. As she approached the turn for the cottages, she heard a loud snapping sound, and the cart threw her sideways, causing her to land sprawled on the ground as the cartwheel broke. "That's a new way to fly," Dave said, chuckling. She picked herself up, ignored Dave's comment, and looked at the wheel. It was lying on its side. The pin that had kept it on the cart sheared off. The jostling of the rocky path had probably weakened it. Oh, damn. I need to see if the skeletons can help me replace it. There's no way I can do it myself. "It's a good job we're close by, then," Dave said. Unfastening Humberto from the cart, she continued back to the cottages and waved toward 2 familiar faces as soon as the derelict cottage was in sight.
"Where is the cart?"
Brian asked.
The wheel fell off. It looks like the pin holding it snapped.
That's not good. I'm sure Terrence can probably repair it,
Charlotte said.
Yes, but it's still up on the main trail, and I need to get it back to Lithonian at the church.
"I'm sure we can fix it. I will grab Terrence,"
Brian said as he turned and headed towards her cottage. A while later, the pair came into sight, walking back along the lake's edge. Terrence was carrying a wooden toolbox. Reaching SJ, he smiled. She was getting used to it now.
"Where is it?"
Terrence asked.
On the main trail, by the turnoff.
"Okay, let's go see if we can fix it then,"
Terrence said. The 4 of them headed back, and it didn't take Terrence long to form a temporary repair on the cart. The most awkward part was lifting the cart enough to reattach the wheel. It weighed much more than SJ had thought. With the help of Brian and Charlotte, the three of them kept the cart and wheel in position as Terence worked. He only used a wooden pin, but he said it would last long enough to get back to town if she took it easy. "Thank you all," SJ said as she tugged Humberto to the cart again from where he'd been grazing at the roadside.
"We are here to help whenever you need it,"
Terence said. The sun was dipping in the sky, and knowing how long the journey would take to get back, SJ did not fancy traveling the last part in the dark on the cart.
"I think I'm going to stay at the cottage tonight and head back in the morning," SJ said.
It will be nice to have some female company,
Charlotte said, nodding towards Brian and Terence.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Brian asked.
You two never stop talking about rubbish. That's what that means,
Charlotte said, smiling at them.
"What rubbish?"
Terence said defensively.
How many times have you both told the same story now about the Minotaur the Master tried to reincarnate?
Charlotte said.
"Minotaur?"
SJ said, taken aback.
The story gets more elaborate each time it's told about how bravely you both fought against it.
"You fought a minotaur?"
SJ asked.
They didn't fight it. They just think they did. You would have to hear it, which I'm sure if you gave either of them half a chance, they would tell you,
Charlotte said.
"That was an epic battle,"
Brian said, huffing.
No, it really wasn't. You both got your asses handed to you, and the necromancer killed it,
she said.
"That's not entirely true. I agree Brian did, but I didn't,"
Terence said.
You both did. I remember picking bones up from both of you after he had stomped the pair of you into the ground. I was the only one of us left standing.
The two male skeletons stared at Charlotte, and neither said anything in response. Their expressionless faces made it difficult to understand their thoughts, but SJ could imagine them both having red cheeks from embarrassment. SJ climbed back into the cart.
"Come on, let's head back, and I would love to know how you both got stomped on by a minotaur,"
SJ said, chuckling. The two skeletons trudged grumpily behind the cart, both muttering to each other. The night at the cottage was very pleasant. SJ ate some of her rations and listened to an exciting rendition of the Minotaur story. Terence promised he would not complete any work overnight while she slept, and she moved into the cottage as the darkness set in and settled on the sofa. The three skeletons took turns being lookout at the derelict cottage throughout the night, just in case the orcs returned, and when SJ awoke the next morning, it had been uneventful. She left the next morning, promising to come and visit again soon, and headed back to town. On arriving at the meadow at the top of the crags, she had to move Humberto off the road as a large, covered wagon, painted blue with a golden livery on the side, was traveling on the trail. 6 horses were pulling the wagon, and it looked like at least 8 people could have sat comfortably inside it. As it passed, she waved to the Ent who was driving, who waved back, smiling at her. Ents were probably the strangest looking of all the beings she had met in Amathera. There were few in Killic, but seeing a small tree with sprouting leaves walking through the streets was always strange.
"I wonder who was in there,"
SJ said, as she moved Humberto back onto the trail. "That's the usual stagecoach that runs to Astaful twice weekly," Dave said.
"How do you know that?"
SJ asked. "Have you not seen it in town?"
"No, I have never seen it."
SJ frowned. "You were probably too busy training. I've seen it twice over at the stables."
"Oh, I had never noticed."
"If I recall correctly, the last time it was when Greb taught you a lesson of manners."
"I did well against him. He's much higher level than me."
"He still taught you a lesson." SJ could not argue with that. She felt at the side of her face instinctively where he had kicked her. Arriving back at the church, SJ met Lithonian, who was helping the old gnome chorister plant flowers in the churchyard.
Morning, Lithonian,
SJ called as she drew up in the cart. The Draconian stood, wiping his claws off on a rag, and walked over, grinning. His cleric's robes he wore were pristine white, even after working in the church grounds.
I hope Humberto behaved himself.
He was perfect. Thank you. I had a problem with the cart, though. It lost a wheel on my journey back. It has a temporary repair, but it needs fixing. I was going to take it to the wagonistas and get it fixed properly.
Don't worry, I will speak to Katiana. She owes me a favor or two.
The remark made SJ wonder why the wagonista would owe Lithonian a favor, but she would not ask.
Thank you for letting me borrow it. I would have been at a loss without it.
Did you get everything sorted you needed to?
Yes. I dropped everything off and collected the mushrooms for Grulis, although I had a problem with the crate paw.
Oh, Craypaw. Nasty beasties they can be. They have a tough body.
I noticed, SJ said, chuckling. Hearing Lithonian say a word such as beasties made her smile.
Anyway, I need to see Grulis, and then I'm going for a nice long bath.
No problem. I'll see you soon.
Thanks again,
SJ said as she headed onward. Grulis was over the moon, receiving the full basket, and thanked her profusely. Quest: gather Sankasia mushrooms, complete. Rewards: 336 XP, plus 96 XP bonus for reputation, equals 432 XP awarded, and 2 silver. Back at the inn, SJ ordered a sandwich and a large coffee, missing the morning cup she had got used to. She would have to ensure she took some to the cottage the next time she went, just to have a supply. Upstairs, she had poured a steaming bath with scented oils and was relaxing, soaking in the hot water, humming, when Dave interrupted her.
I found it,
Dave said excitedly.
Found what?
The code gaps. I know what the crafty system did when they patched the code.
That's great news. Can you recode it then?
It'll take a little longer than I initially hoped because there are over 50 layers of precursor code buried behind it, and I need to overcome 2 algorithm locks. Now that I know where it is, I can at least work on it.
How long do you think before you can crack it?
The outcome is uncertain. It could be a day, a week, a month, or a year. It all comes down to the locks they've added. I don't know how complex they are until I work through the precursor code.
That sounds like a foreign language to me.
It's quite easy once you know the basics.
I'll let you worry about that.
Disturbed from her relaxed state, SJ pulled up her character sheet to check on her experience needs for the next level and reread the details of her new skill choices. She had spent a long time with Dave adjusting her display feature, and her character sheet now showed her a breakdown of how her attributes were calculated. Her armor class showed the points her armor granted her, along with the dexterity bonus. It was currently 17, with 10 points from her dress and boots, and the other 7 from her dexterity, which added 1 extra armor class for every point she gained. Both her hit points and mana now showed the calculation above the base levels associated with her attribute points. Hit points gave a bonus multiplier based on her constitution, gaining an extra 0.1 to the multiplier for every point she added. Her current constitution of 12 granted her a 1.3 multiplier. At 13, this would increase to 1.4, and so on. Then it also added a flat multiplier bonus based on her level. So, at level 7, it added another 0.07 to the multiplier, granting her a total multiplier of 1.37. A similar breakdown also occurred for her mana. With intelligence and wisdom both at 10, she gained 0.2 towards her multiplier. Every further point in either attribute above this would add an additional 0.01 to it. Legionnaire 25007077. Name: SJ. Age: 27. Race: Fae. Class: Assassin. Alignment, neutral good. Level 7. Experience, 372 of 1,000. Hit points, 55 of 55. 40 with a 1.37 modifier. Mana points, 48 of 48. 40 with a 1.37 multiplier. Armor class, 17. Base 10 plus 7. Attributes. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 17. Intelligence, 10. Wisdom, 10. Constitution, 12. Charisma, 10. Skills. Racial. Night vision. You have improved vision in poor light conditions. Flight. When in miniature fae form, you can learn to fly. Flying is not available in humanoid form. Shapeshift. You have the ability to switch between fae forms. Class. Martial arts, Kata level 5. Subterfuge, identification level 6. 2 of 100 to level 7. Profession, tailor, level 3. Symbiosis. Dragon sense. Your senses, touch, hearing, smell, and sight are heightened. Precognition. Foreknowledge, due to increased perception, will allow you to evade a killing blow. 24-hour cooldown. Divine lightning. Your blood is combined with that of a blue dragon, increasing healing speed while out of combat. Malware. Waiver. Sandboxed. Inventory. 10 slots. 10 special. Followers. 3.
Dave?
SJ said, surprised. What is it?
I have 3 followers.
Oh, it must have been all of them as a group that became followers.
How? There was only a single notification.
Let me check. Silence. Yup, thought so. The alert said followers assigned.
All 3 of them jumped to being followers just like that.
It makes sense. You freed them all, provided them with a place to live, and gave them equipment. Lying in the bath, SJ was trying to contemplate that she had followers who would do anything she asked them to do. It was a scary feeling, having that sort of influence over someone.
It doesn't feel right.
Why not?
Having that much control over someone.
It was their choice. No one forced them. Did you not have people back on Earth who followed people and would have done anything for them?
I suppose there were fans of certain famous people who probably would have, or even some politicians would have fanatic supporters, not seeing the damage they did even when they were informed.
There you go, then. It's just a means of influence due to how you interact with people around you. Your progress has been clear, and I can see you gaining more.
It's not exactly helpful being an assassin with followers.
Haven't some of Earth's biggest influencers had massive followings?
Yes, but they've all been in the public eye doing what they do. It's not like I can advertise my class.
Your skill tree is subterfuge, remember? Part of your choice in the future will be about how you can persuade and interact with others to get what you need from them. Before killing them, of course.
Sighing, she lowered herself in the water, allowing her head to dip beneath. Holding her breath, she counted to 10 before coming back up again. Can I set them free?
You did that already.
No, I mean release them from being followers.
Nope. It was their choice to make.
It makes me feel so uncomfortable.
You'll get used to it. Anyway, once you leave the territory, you can easily leave them at the cottage, just looking after it for you. It is not as though they need to travel with you. Followership remains in place once set.
Not wanting to contemplate having 3 beings who would answer to her every need, she focused on her skills again. I've decided which skill I'm going to learn.
Weren't you waiting for level 6 in Kata before making your decision?
Although I was considering it, it doesn't matter, since I will choose Shroud.
Great choice.
I should have selected it sooner, and wish I had. The reduced damage during the Crate Path fight would have helped.
It's only 30 seconds at level 1, remember?
I know, but it also doesn't need me to level an attribute to increase it further compared to the others.
You would still need to level other attributes. Once your initial class skills increase, you'll eventually get a second skill choice.
I meant to ask how I learn more.
You can assign hard points, which are earned at level stages, the first being level 10, and then every 5 levels, you earn another hard point to use. Looking at her skill tree, she selected Shroud and confirmed the details one last time before selecting it. Shroud. As an assassin, you may hide in the shadows. When you are shrouded in darkness, damage is reduced temporarily. The skill lasts 3 seconds per level, up to 5 minutes at level 10. No base attribute. Highlighting the option, she selected to learn the skill. She was a little deflated as she felt nothing. There was no sudden rush of energy or any other feeling that allowed her to even know she had learned the skill, apart from the new entry next to her subterfuge skill on her character sheet. Subterfuge. Identification, level 6. 2 of 100 to level 7. Shroud, level 1. I selected it. Congratulations, you have started on your true path as an assassin now. SJ smiled at Dave's comment. So then, what should we do about the note we found and the wandering ogre? Dave said.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. I suppose I can speak to Newick.
What if he's the one the dark elf was going to meet?
Do elves and dark elves usually get on?
SJ asked. Not normally, but Newick is a little different. Most elves wouldn't be associated with the type of place he owns. SJ had always imagined elves to be upright and lawful beings, as most games and books portrayed them back on Earth, and she'd been a little taken aback when she discovered an elf was running the local pole dancing club. Having met several in the town since she'd arrived, plus creatures of many other races, she learned it didn't matter what race any of them were. They all had the same chance of being whatever they wished. Apart from considering direct racial influences that prevented them from picking certain classes, professions seemed an open book in comparison.
That's it. I'm going to see Newick. I've decided. If someone is after me, I need to understand why.
You need to be careful.
I know, but I can't ignore a potential threat. Maybe I should speak to Fran rather than Newick.
That may be a more sensible option, since you are the only two Fae here.
Okay, I'll start with Fran.
You only just decided to see Newick.
A girl can change her mind, you know.
Obviously, Dave sarcastically replied. Chapter 6. Not Leaving Your Past Behind. Fran was not outside, so SJ greeted the goblin attendant and entered the common room of the Mage Apprentice Training Center, where Fran was head of the program. Several trainees were sitting and reading various books or manuscripts. When SJ smiled warmly at a human male who walked towards her, his sudden outburst took her aback.
"Get out,"
he said.
Sorry?
SJ said.
"I said, get out."
I'm here to see Mistress Francisca,
SJ stammered.
"Get out. Only mages are allowed in here. It is our sacred space."
SJ stood open-mouthed, not responding for a moment.
The attendant allowed me in.
He has no idea of the importance of what we are doing here, and you are no mage.
How do you know what class I am?
It's obvious. Look at how you are dressed. You wear no robes of any order.
SJ noticed that all the other mages had now turned critical gazes at where she stood, leaving her feeling defenseless and insecure. "Kevin!" Fran's voice cut through the room, and his head flicked around to look at Mistress Francisca.
"Mistress, this non-mage has dared step into our world."
Fran raised her eyebrows. "Henrietta, where are you?" she bellowed, eyes scanning the room. "Come out now, or else I will visit Lithuanian."
Okay,
a sulky voice replied as an apparition emerged from the side of the room. SJ jumped out of her skin at the sight. "What the—" she exclaimed. "Now, remove the charm," Francesca said sternly.
But...
Now.
Yes, mistress.
The apparition made a few hand gestures, and the mage Kevin frowned and shook his head.
What happened?
He said. Henrietta, was Fran's single-word response.
Not again,
Kevin said, his face flushing with anger. Henrietta shrank away into the nearby wall.
You can't hide from me forever,
he snapped. SJ, please, come with me, Fran said. SJ watched as Kevin searched around the room, opening cupboards and looking for Henrietta. Once inside the office with the door shut, SJ asked, You have a ghost as a mage? Yes, Henrietta was a mage before she died. Why is she here? Henrietta has been my follower since long before I came to Killic. She is your follower? SJ asked, stunned at the revelation. Yes, I freed Henrietta from the necromancer who had her in enslavement at least a century ago now. Mouth open in astonishment, SJ stood dumbfounded. It's not that shocking. Many of those freed from servitude will become followers of their saviors. Henrietta likes to play pranks on the trainees. Kevin has been an unfortunate target of several of her jokes recently, and I think he's getting a little fed up with them now. I will have to speak to her about it. Anyway, what do you need? Or is it just a social call? SJ was trying to gather her thoughts. Fran looked to be in her 20s or 30s, yet she had just stated she had freed Henrietta over a century ago. I have to ask, and apologize if it's rude, but how old are you? 324. You look no older than 30. Fran smiled at her comment. Fey looks are deceiving. You will in time be able to judge ages more accurately. I'm sure that is not why you came, though. No, I need to speak to you about a delicate issue. Fran's expression didn't change, but SJ sensed she was intrigued. I recently went into the valley to collect mushrooms for Grulas, and on my way there I was attacked. I'm glad you're okay. Yes, I'm fine, but what attacked me and what I found are causing me some concern. Do tell. A level 9 dark elf attacked me, and he was carrying a note, SJ said, calling it from her inventory and handing it to Fran. SJ had seen Fran's eyes narrow when she mentioned a dark elf, and after reading the note, she could see the muscles in her jaw tense. Fran, is everything okay? Fran stared at the note before scrunching it up into a tight ball in her fist. Sorry, she said, looking up and smiling again. What is it? It looks as though my past may be catching up with me sooner than I thought it might. I hoped for several decades here before moving on. I'm lost. Why would you have to move on? It's a long story. I have time to listen. They say a problem shared is a problem halved, and if someone is after one of our kind, I will do what I can to help. Fran shuffled in her chair, and then sat back, leaning casually, closing her eyes. With a deep sigh, she began. Almost 70 years ago, I was involved in an incident between the Fey Council and the Dark Elf hierarchy. At the time, I was a junior council member, working under the guidance of one of our kind's greatest leaders. Juniper was the light of the Fey. She had been involved in the continuing negotiations with the Dark Elves for almost 3 centuries. Angst persists from the past war between our races. Most cooperate, but a few bear grudges. Juniper had been involved in settling a dispute over territory claims that date back to before the war. The territory in question is a region at level 40 to 50 in the continent's west. It has some of the most beautiful forests and open plains imaginable. However, that wasn't the reason for the dispute. It was the stone ring that existed there. Stone ring? SJ asked, intrigued by the start of the tale. The stone ring is a circle of magical power. The Fae historical records date back to the time when Amatherean first came to exist. It is said to hold the power of the Fae in it. The Dark Elves believe in a similar prophecy about their race. Juniper had been involved in completing the research into the magic's origination, and was close to absolute proof it was indeed a Fae origin.
Couldn't you just tell from the magic it gave off?
No. Fae and elven magic are very similar. The building blocks for all magic are elemental, and considering the cultural variance and positions of the stones, they lie in an area that records show was originally an elven area. It was only over time, as the elves moved farther east, expanding into the central plains and rainforests, that the Fae took over the territory completely.
So, was it originally elven?
No, that is the thing. The evidence that Juniper had collected and gathered proved that it was, in fact, a Fae construction. She was trying to determine if the Fae had originally constructed it during the duress of elven rule, or whether a separate clan had created it. I visited there frequently, and the power of the circle is something to behold. I have felt nothing like it, and when in its proximity, everything has clarity. Your thoughts align, and your abilities naturally receive a boost.
If she had evidence that it was Fae, why did she not present her findings?
She was murdered before she finished her studies and could present them.
Murdered? By whom?
A dark elf assassin named Killic.
How do you know?
Because I killed him, Fran said, stony-faced.
Oh.
I had been on my way to see Juniper when she was murdered. I found the assassin still in her chambers and attacked him while he still bent over her dead body, holding a bloody dagger. Fran's story of killing an assassin in cold blood gave SJ a completely different level of respect for the Fae mage.
What happened? Why did you leave?
The council didn't want to admit that the security had been so relaxed that an assassin had entered the High Council chambers. They played it down, saying it was unnatural death. I wouldn't let it go, though, and it was afterwards, when I challenged the High Council during a seating with the Dark Elves, that I was, in simple terms, banished.
Why would they banish you for stating the truth?
Peace between our races has always been on a wobbly scale. We keep it balanced most of the time, but it could tip at any moment. The High Council was happy to concede defeat over the Stone Circle and the death of one of their own in exchange for the return of several artifacts of power stolen during the war.
They gave up on the Circle and ignored Juniper's death.
Yes. They allowed the Dark Elves to reclaim the territory as their own.
Why would they do that?
SJ asked, shocked. There are some in the council who I believe are in cahoots with the Dark Elves, and I believe that is how they got into the High Council and killed Juniper.
Can you not prove it?
I have no proof, only theories. The Dark Elves have been actively seeking me out ever since the council banished me. I've escaped with my life on several occasions over the years.
Could you not go back and seek support from those you believe were loyal?
Unfortunately not. I can no longer enter the Fae capital. As a banished member of the council, never mind being a Fae, I would write my death sentence if I did. The story and history lesson that SJ had just been told had been enthralling and mesmerizing. Knowing that there was so much political intrigue involved in the land was amazing.
It sounds like you've suffered because of our kind.
I have. But I don't blame all Fae, only those who sit in the seats of power at the High Council, and not all of them either.
Can you not challenge them from outside the capital?
Fran burst out laughing. Sorry. No, I'm a banished previous junior member of the council. I possess no power or authority over anyone or anything. Throughout years of travel, I have deliberately avoided the major cities and larger towns. I set up here in Killic because it was so quiet. Being the only fae in a starter town of mixed races meant less chance of questions being asked. What does all this mean now, though? It means I have to find out who at the inn is passing on information, and depending on who it is, I may have to deal with them. We can't just walk into the inn, though, asking questions. No, but I know someone who can dig around. Who? Henrietta? Show yourself. SJ jumped out of her skin for the second time as the apparition appeared beside Fran. Gathering herself and placing her feet back on the ground where she had pulled them up onto the chair in shock, she looked at the apparition closely. Her features, although translucent, appeared to be those of a dryad. Henrietta, meet SJ. SJ, Henrietta. Hi, SJ said with uncertainty. She had never been a fan of ghost stories as a child, and seeing one who could talk, standing only 10 feet away, was freaking her out.
Hello,
Henrietta said, smiling. Have you been there the whole time? SJ asked.
Yes.
SJ did not know that she had been in the room with them. There was no sign, and her sense hadn't flared at all.
That is an impressive ability to stay invisible.
Oh, it has its perks,
Henrietta said.
I take it you were a mage in your previous life.
I was, yes. There are a few spells that I know.
A few? Fran said. You may not level anymore, but you know more spells than most mainstream mages do. Henrietta chuckled, and hearing such an angelic laugh from an apparition was more unnerving than hearing her speak. SJ felt goosebumps on her skin.
I have to admit, I've never been a fan of ghosts,
SJ said. Henrietta's face turned sad, and SJ stammered a response.
I didn't mean to be rude. As a child, I was told horrible ghost stories, and they always stuck with me.
Oh, hopefully I can change your opinion,
Henrietta said, her smile returning. Henrietta, you know what I will ask you to do, don't you? Fran said.
You would like me to visit the wandering ogre and do some snooping around,
she said. I would, but you need to be careful. Newick is no slouch at security, and he may have spells in place, so be careful.
You know Newick?
SJ asked, surprised. I wouldn't say I know him that well. I know who he is and what he runs. When I heard about the inn, I was initially concerned he may have been a dark elf, so I visited to find out for myself. He wasn't, but he behaves similarly to many I have known in my lifetime. I didn't know the place when I visited. It is a popular inn, as I am sure you noticed. They sell cheap beer and have scantily clad dancers, drawing many of the males in town, as well as a few females.
I saw. Do you want me to do anything to help?
SJ asked. I will let Henrietta do her work first. She has a knack for finding information.
I'm not surprised,
SJ said, half-heartedly smiling at the apparition. It didn't matter how often she looked at Henrietta. She couldn't get past the fact that she was a ghost. SJ had loved watching movies and TV shows with zombies, skeletons, werewolves, and all the classic horror monsters, but something about ghosts just set her on edge.
I'm going to head off then,
SJ said.
Let me know if you find anything out or need any help. Thank you for sharing your story as well. It's the first I've heard about Fae history.
The nature of some of our kind has tarnished our history, but it remains rich with many stories that I would love to share at some point.
That would be amazing. Maybe we can catch up at the inn at some point.
That sounds nice. I will let you know if we find anything out. Thank you for letting me know. SJ stood up, walked out of the office, and glanced back at Henrietta, who had turned and was talking to Fran. Shuddering, she headed toward the training grounds. She needed to check in with Jurgen and Lorna. "What is it with you and the apparition?" Dave asked once they were back outside.
"I'm not a fan of ghosts," SJ said.
"Why? Unless an apparition is a mage, they can never harm you, as they can never carry or hold anything solid, unlike skeletons, zombies, and many other undead variants."
"I can't explain it. Since I was a child, my older cousin told me stories whenever I stayed over at my Uncle Dave's, and ever since, I've been terrified of ghosts. He used to get pleasure from trying to make me cry."
"That's not very nice," Dave replied sympathetically.
"He wasn't a nice person. I never forgave him, even as an adult."
"It's a shame we can't ask Harrietta to visit him and give him a taste of his own medicine." SJ chuckled as she walked.
"That would be sweet revenge," she said.
Chapter 7. Kata Claws. On returning to town, SJ felt more relaxed, knowing that Harrietta would scout out the wandering ogre. Fran's tale had been incredible, and thinking about her class and the skills she could earn, SJ only hoped that she could investigate the issues in the future. That seemed like a long way off, and considering the fact that the conflict and disagreements between the Fae and Dark Elves had lasted for centuries, she doubted it would be resolved soon.
"Hi, Jurgen,"
SJ called as she reached the training ground. Jurgen was an elf fighter who aspired to be up close and personal when he fought. She'd seen him practicing with a sword or spear several times, but his favorites were daggers or claws, and he now wore claws. "Hi, SJ. Are you free to train today?"
"I wish to, yes."
"Excellent. Then come and join me, and we can chat about where we can start." SJ followed Jurgen over to a bench at the side of the training ground. "So, what do you know about claws?"
"Only what I've figured out myself since I found them. I use them to slash or support my punches, mainly for piercing damage."
"Those are the two fundamental aspects of claws, but they can also be strong defensive weapons when used properly."
"I've parried a couple of blows using them previously."
"Excellent. That's good to hear. In today's lesson, we will focus on form. If you can't use your claws properly, then there is no point in wearing them."
"Where do we start?"
"As you mentioned, they are extensions of your hands. The only difference is that you must get used to your arms being longer when you're wearing them."
SJ looked at him confused. "That's pretty obvious, isn't it?" she asked.
"You would be surprised at the number of people who've tried to fight with claws and moved their hands up to block, and instead of the attack hitting their blades, it hits their wrists or forearms. It takes time and practice to adjust your movements, and ultimately, your instinct to attack and defend yourself." With that comment, Jurgen swept his clawed fist toward SJ's side. She recoiled and instantly dropped her hands down to defend herself, receiving a nasty cut to her finger.
"Ah!"
she shouted.
"What was that for?"
"That was to see how you reacted. And I have to say your natural defensive movement was fine, but why did you not equip your claws?"
"I didn't expect you to attempt to cut my hands off for a start,"
she huffed angrily, sucking her bleeding finger. Jurgen laughed. "And you think someone is going to walk up to you nicely and say, 'Please equip your claws so that you can defend yourself as I attack you'?" Sitting and glaring at Jurgen, she tersely replied, "No, but I also didn't expect to get attacked while discussing training." "When do you expect to get attacked?"
"During a fight."
"And do you decide every fight?"
"No, but you'd normally have an idea."
"Not always. As your class indicates, I'm sure the last thing you want is someone expecting you to attack them."
"Who told you my class?"
SJ said, shocked. "It's obvious. And to be honest, Lorna told me what you did against the mage. Unfortunately, I didn't see it myself." SJ's finger ceased bleeding, illustrating that Jurgen had no intention of causing her significant harm. His strike had stopped on contact, and he had not swept the claws through as expected. "Whenever you are training, you must consider that it could be the real thing. Every time you walk onto the training ground, be prepared for someone to attack and kill you. The harder you fight while training,
the better chance you have of surviving an actual fight. Never let your guard down.
I understand, SJ said. As much as the statement made common sense, she still found it annoying how he tried to get his point across. Lorna had warned her he was a taskmaster.
Okay, let's see your claws then,
Jurgen said. SJ called her claws to her hands. The gloves fit perfectly, and their blades glimmered in the sun.
Wow, they are a nice set of claws. They can't have been cheap,
Jurgen exclaimed. I looted them from a rare badger corpse.
Even luckier, especially for our levels. You will see their benefits once you're more proficient in their use.
When do we start then?
Now is as good a time as any,
Jurgen replied, walking over to one of the training dummies. SJ joined him.
Let me see your basic strikes,
Jurgen requested, standing to the side of the dummy. SJ began her usual routine, which she'd been practicing, driving punches into the straw bodies of the dummies with intermittent slashes. She believed that her routine was well-formed and precise.
Oh, I can see we have a lot to go over,
Jurgen said, sighing. SJ stopped and turned to look at him. Sorry?
Your form is all wrong. You can't just use your cutter without using the claws as your key component.
I didn't think I was.
Here, let me show you.
SJ stepped to one side, and Jurgen stepped in front of the dummy. Standing as if engaged in a casual conversation with someone, he unexpectedly moved. Within 4 strikes, the training dummy lay in tatters on the ground. SJ stood with her mouth open at the display. Watching his swift and precise movements was frightening.
Wow.
Your form is wrong. Your claws are your principal weapon, supported by your cutter and the flexibility and positioning it allows. You are using them as knuckle dusters, rather than as the weapon they are designed to be.
I have never been trained before, and didn't think I did that poorly.
I've seen worse, don't worry, and with a few tweaks and technique, we will soon have you stripping the dummies from their stakes,
he said, walking over to a fresh one. As he did, a small goblin child came onto the ground and picked up the tattered remains of the one he had just obliterated before replacing it with a new one.
Okay, we will do it slow this time. Watch my movements closely as I prepare my strikes.
Watching how Jurgen made slight adjustments to his positioning before striking with the claws allowed SJ to understand the difference in impact and damage caused by the claws. The subtle hip twist as he struck added extra power to the movement. He also completed a shoulder pivot and wrist flick. If he'd been moving at his normal speed, SJ would not even have been able to notice them.
Did you see the difference?
Yes, very subtle, but I can see the benefits it will bring.
Great. Let us get to training then.
The next hour was sheer hell. Every time SJ didn't perform a move correctly, Jurgen, who had procured a stick from somewhere, struck her. Growling and wincing with each strike, she could feel her anger rising, which was supported by her determination not to get hit.
I'm impressed with your resolve,
Jurgen said as he called for a rest break. Walking to the nearest water barrel, SJ grabbed a mug and took a long drink.
Many would have given in by now, yet you show determination I've seen in few.
It was Jurgen's first compliment, and she smiled.
At least I have one good thing going from this torture.
Torture? I see this as more discipline. You would not be given any respite during an actual fight, and your form weaknesses would allow for an enemy to attack you. You need to be perfectly balanced and accurate. As well as being able to hit with power, it is also about the movement to ensure that your blades don't get caught.
I've experienced that once. I had to remove my glove to stop myself from being dragged.
Ah, yes. That can happen often to the uninitiated. I assume you had struck across something and weren't expecting resistance.
Sort of. I was attacking a crate paw and cut into its abdomen when my claws stuck in its body.
To prevent that from happening, you move your wrist. If you imagine gripping something really hard for a long time, your fist begins to shake slightly because of the strain. That slight vibration that occurs can prevent such an incident. It takes time to master, though, as it feels unnatural to move a fist at the same time as punching or slashing, but it can help prevent your claws from getting caught. It is not perfect, by any means, as sometimes these things just happen, but the more you can do to prevent it, the better.
SJ had clenched her fist while he spoke, and it joggled, the movement making the claws vibrate almost unnoticeably. I assume it means that not all the claws are applying the same pressure simultaneously?
Very good. Yes, it means that one side of your claws is always looser than the other. As I say, though, it is difficult to master, but with training, and as your proficiency increases, you can learn it.
The next couple of hours were more of the same, with SJ usually whacked several times per minute as she continued to adapt to the adjusted techniques. Eventually, they broke for lunch, and Lorna walked over to see her. "How's it going?" she asked. SJ pulled the sleeve of her dress up where the bruises were fading. Chuckling, Lorna replied, "I told you he was a hard trainer." "I know, but my arms feel like a freshly beaten steak." "You have my word. I wouldn't have suggested Jurgen if I wasn't sure you would benefit from his guidance." "I know. You could have warned me about the stick, though." "If I were you, I would take that as a compliment. He believes you have the resolve to get past it." "I'm not sure about resolving anything. I'm becoming angrier." "Are you going to be training again tomorrow?" "I hope to, but I wish to do both, and only doing 1 day in 4 with claws may not be enough to improve well." "We can always split the training. You don't have to do 3 days to 1, but we can do a 1-on-1 split if that would help." "I won't get a rest day then, though. I thought you said we had to rest every 3 days." "If you would split the training, as I mentioned before, you could have done claws on your down day, as it is not as strenuous." "It may not be as strenuous, but it's definitely as painful, if not more so," she replied, rubbing her arms. "Well, the decision is yours, but I think you can continue progressing with your kata that way. Yes, it will mean you progress slower, but combining your kata with your chief weapon will benefit you more overall." "I suppose. I wanted to reach kata level 6 for my next skill." "You were nearly there anyway. The claw training still uses form, and the form adjustments will also help your kata. However, it will also throw your targets off when sparring, as they'll not realize the adjustments you've made." "Won't that impact its effectiveness?" "No. If anything, it'll enhance it. I'm not a fist weapon specialist. I only use my fists and occasionally knuckle dusters. Your claw proficiency changes everything slightly." "It's good to know the beating has a result to it, then." SJ frowned. Lorna turned away, laughing, leaving SJ to pick at her rations and await the next hour of torture. The rest of the day followed a similar pattern. Although as the afternoon wore on, SJ noticed Jurgen was no longer striking her as often. She hoped this was a good sign.
"That's it for today,"
Jurgen announced after a final whack on her forearm. Wincing and rubbing the new bruise, she turned to look at him. "It's a good job I healed quickly," she huffed.
"Ha! You'll be fine by the morning. The bruising will have gone. The perk of being a Legionnaire."
"Do you not heal bruises as quickly?"
"Only with the use of a salve. A bruise for us is a bruise, after all. It is only your kind who have the benefits of your prolific healing. That is why I'm not concerned about how many times I hit you today."
He grinned. "You were enjoying yourself, weren't you?"
"A little, perhaps,"
he replied, smiling slyly. "I'm not sure I enjoy being your beating post."
"You will have noticed you received many less this afternoon as your technique improved. It is amazing how much a sharp pain can make you focus."
Grumbling, SJ thanked Jurgen and promised to train with him again in 2 days, but she would be with Lorna tomorrow. Walking from the training ground, Dave added to her misery by breaking out into a song to the tune of Dinah Washington's iconic song, "What a Difference a Day Makes."
"What a difference a bruise makes, 24 every hour. What the stick can cause you makes you focus and glower."
"Stop already. I bet you've been working on that all day," SJ groaned. "And don't quit your day job. Your singing is terrible."
I would never quit my day job. Watching a Legionnaire getting beaten is good fun, Dave replied hysterically. Throughout the day, Dave had been breaking out into fits of laughter, which had only helped with her determination to succeed. Having Dave laugh at her sporadically was annoying, but no more than being hit by Jurgen's stick.
Sometimes it would be nice if you could understand that getting hit by something is painful. I don't suppose you have ever experienced pain.
I have. The other day I accidentally stubbed my toe. I turned the air blue and hopped around for ages.
What? You have toes? SJ said, utterly baffled.
No, I just thought it might make you feel better.
SJ growled. I'm going to see Cristy and see how she's doing.
That will be nice, Dave replied happily. SJ got the feeling that Dave liked Cristy. He had said nothing directly, but his tone changed when he spoke. SJ had sponsored a year of Cristy's education and had been meaning to visit her at the orphanage. Arriving at the orphanage, SJ walked to the front desk, where a kobold attendant had half her attention on the group of children playing in the room behind the counter.
Hi, I came to see Cristy.
Oh, I am sorry, but Cristy isn't here.
What? SJ said, confused.
Wait here a moment,
the kobold replied, before she walked to a closed door and knocked.
Moments later, Madeline, the elderly dwarf who ran the orphanage, walked out.
Oh, SJ, I'm so glad you've called in, she grimaced. Cristy is missing.
What? SJ said, shock registering on her face.
When did she go missing? This morning. I reported it to the guard and sent a message to the inn, but they told me you'd already left.
Do you know where she may have gone?
I think she's going after the hobs. All she's been going on about since she got here is revenge. Ever since she returned from the funerals, she spent most of her time alone in her room. It was only this morning when we went to look for her when she didn't answer the breakfast call that we discovered this.
Madeline handed SJ a piece of parchment. There was a very rough map scrawled onto it, and although the words were spelt incorrectly, it showed the town, woods, lake, and an arrow pointing to the valley where the hobs were based.
She's definitely going after the hobs, SJ exclaimed. We think so. When I arrived this morning, we found she had taken a small backpack, and the cook said the pantry had been broken into. I thought nothing of it initially, as we have had orphans help themselves at night several times. Has anyone gone to look for her?
SJ's heart was racing. Who allowed her to leave unnoticed?
The guards are aware, and a druid has sent a message to his scouts to keep watch, but the scouts have not reported anything back yet.
Damn, SJ cursed. I'm going to speak to Captain Broadaxe. The guard must be able to do more to help. Turning on her heels, she stormed out of the orphanage and headed towards the barracks. Chapter 8. Missing Gnoll. SJ stormed into the barracks, her anger roiling as it had built as she walked there. The poor human member of the guard, struck by the flying door, staggered backwards, holding his now bloody nose.
"Oh!"
the guard cried. All the heads from those who sat at the desks in the central area turned and peered over at the dramatic entrance SJ had just made. "I'm so sorry," SJ exclaimed, seeing the blood gushing from his crooked nose. Ripping part of her sleeve off, she handed it to the guard, who stared at her with confusion and hostility.
"Be more careful next time,"
he said, holding the piece of cloth to his nose. SJ's sleeve began to repair itself as the guard's eyes opened in amazement.
Cool dress,"
he said, nodding his head in appreciation before continuing his journey out the door, wincing as he squeezed his nose. SJ turned, trying to compose herself, and walked purposefully up to the front desk. The usual old orc sat behind the counter and eyed her suspiciously.
And what brings you here so quickly that you injured one of the town guards?
Feeling flustered now rather than angry, she said in a much meeker voice than she had intended, "I am here to see Captain Broadaxe, please."
I'm sorry, he's not in,
the orc replied.
Is there anyone I can speak to who can help me?
It depends on the issue. If you tell me, I can inquire about who may be best suited.
Cristy is missing from the orphanage, and I want to know what is being done about it.
Oh, I see. Well, that's the usual procedure for any missing being. The druids are scouting, and the guards are looking for signs.
Has no one gone after her?
Go after her? She's an orphaned gnoll. Do you expect the guard to give up their duties to run after a child?
The response sent SJ's blood boiling for an instant.
That is my exact point. She is an orphaned child,
she bellowed.
You need to calm down. There's no need to shout. The standard missing being protocols are being followed. She hasn't been gone for more than 12 hours. Many children will return home once they get hungry. It wouldn't be the first or last time.
You know why she's gone missing, don't you?
We received the report from the orphanage that she's been missing since before breakfast,
the orc replied, looking at the ledger before him.
And what about this?
SJ said, slamming the crudely drawn map onto the counter under his nose. The orc glanced over it.
Whoever did this needs to learn how to spell.
Cristy drew it. It was found in her room. She's heading to the hobgoblins.
The old orc scratched his head, examining the map again.
I suppose this could be the lake and the forest,
he said.
Are you for real? Her dad was killed in the latest raid, and she said to me previously that she was going to hunt them down and kill them. She's now disappeared, taking a small backpack and stealing food from the orphanage pantry. Don't you think it is all a little coincidental? Do you think saying that she will probably return this evening is acceptable?
SJ hissed furiously. At that moment, SJ noticed Mayor Maxwell walking down the stairs from his office.
Mayor,
she called, pushing through the barrier and walking up to him as the old orc protested.
Stay. What's wrong?
He asked, frowning deeply.
Cristy is missing, and these buffoons aren't doing anything to find her.
Buffoons?
The mayor responded.
Idiots, is that a better word?
She snapped.
You mean little Cristy, Henrik Dawkins' daughter?
Yes, she disappeared this morning and hasn't been seen since. She left this in her room,
SJ said, handing the map to the mayor. He briefly glanced at it before looking up and over at the old orc sitting at the desk.
Do you know where Alice went?
She went to the baker's. Some dispute over flour pricing. Why?
He replied.
Can you ask one of the guards to find her and ask her to return to see me as soon as possible?
Certainly, Mayor.
Come, SJ, let's go upstairs. You look like you need a drink,
the mayor said, directing her to the stairs. SJ was pacing back and forth across the mayor's office. He had offered her a drink, but she declined, requesting coffee instead. A large bugbear entered the room carrying a tray and placed it on the cupboard at the side of the room.
Coffee?
He asked.
Please.
He poured her a large mug and brought it to her, then sat behind his large desk. He was such a bear of a man that he even made the desk look small. He leaned over a map, studying it.
Thank you, Carlson,
he said, not looking up. SJ stopped pacing for the first time since she had reached his office. She took the mug and sipped the hot liquid.
If Cristy is really headed towards the valley, she won't have reached it yet, the mayor said.
Looking at the distance, I expected to take her at least a day. Reaching the river is one thing, getting down into the valley is another. The trail by the river is difficult to traverse.
I can't believe that nothing has been done yet,
SJ fumed.
I wouldn't say nothing. I would say that the usual protocol is followed.
Until you showed me the map with her plans, no one would have expected her to go down to the valley.
How did the guards it was reported to not ask?
I will find out, don't worry. But in their defense, which I know isn't very helpful now, the number of reports they receive about missing children is quite high. Parents are known to overly worry, and nearly always the kids end up back home as expected.
I understand that, but she is an orphan who has spoken about revenge. SJ kicked at one of the chair legs in front of the mayor's desk. The mayor raised an eyebrow. Sorry, she said. I'm just so angry and upset.
As soon as Alice is here, I will ask her to send Rex out looking. He can let her other familiars know. I'm sure we can find her soon enough.
Alice was the mayor's second and a dryad druid. I hope so, SJ said, sitting in one of the chairs.
At least you're no longer wearing out the wood on the floor,
the mayor said, smiling at her. I just want Cristy back home and safe.
I know, and we will find her. Don't worry.
SJ sat silently drinking her coffee. Once she had finished the first mug, she got up and poured herself another. It wasn't much later when Alice returned to the offices. Mayor, you wish to see me? She asked, looking at SJ.
Yes, Alice. Thank you for coming. I hope you resolved the issue you were looking into.
He asked. Yes, it's sorted out. Hubert was up to his old tricks again. Gladys has pulled him in line, thankfully.
He tries the price scam every few months. You'd think you'd have tried something new by now.
The mayor chuckled. What did you need me for so urgently? Alice inquired. SJ had been sitting tensely, frustrated at the general conversation, and couldn't hold back. Cristy is missing, and we need to find her, she said bluntly. Cristy? Alice asked.
Henrik's surviving daughter. She'd been staying at the orphanage and disappeared this morning,
the mayor said. And what is unusual about that? Alice asked, frowning.
It appears she has given herself a quest, seeking revenge,
the mayor replied. What? Alice exclaimed.
Here.
Mayor Maxwell held out the sheet of parchment for Alice. She studied the map for a few moments before looking up with a shocked expression. You think she will have gone to the Hobbs village?
SJ does, and I'm strongly inclined to support the theory. Grief can be hard to overcome without direction and guidance,
he replied. What do you wish me to do? Alice asked.
Could you have Rex and your others look for her towards the valley? They would normally ignore a gnoll travelling through the woods, but she is still so young and defenceless.
I can. I will call Rex now. It may take some time for him to get the message to the rest.
The sooner the better.
May I? Alice asked.
Please,
the mayor replied. Alice walked over to the window in the mayor's office where SJ had seen the druid's messenger bird land previously. Taking what SJ thought was a whistle from her pocket, she blew on it. No sound came out that she could hear, at least. I don't know how long it will take him to return. I will go and wait in my office, Alice said as she walked from the room.
There. We have done all we can for now. The familiars will be the best option to locate her,
the mayor said. What about getting her to return, though? SJ asked.
Once we locate her, we can send some guards to bring her back.
That could take hours, though.
Yes, it may. But what other option do we have? There is no guarantee that she stayed on the main path in the woods.
I can't just sit around here and wait, SJ said. I'm going to go and start heading towards the valley, on the off chance that she is still on the path.
I can't stop you from doing what you think is best. Just be careful. There have been reports of increasing activity in the woods over the past few days.
What activity?
Wolves. There's a suspicion that a dire wolf may have led a pack onto the plateau. There have been several sightings.
That is even more reason to be out there looking, SJ said in shock.
We still don't know if she has gone that way. I would wait until we get the reports back.
I'm not going to leave it on the off chance that she didn't go that way, SJ stated flatly, frustration building in her again. Standing, she walked to the tray and placed the mug down. Thank you for your help, Mayor.
Be careful,
he replied, with a genuine look of concern on his face. As she walked out of the barracks, SJ swore under her breath. Why are they not sending guards? She hissed.
I can see both sides, Dave replied. If there is a direwolf in the area, they need to be careful whatever they do.
And what about Cristy?
I know it's difficult to understand, but the mayor was right. We don't know if she was headed that way.
I'm not leaving it to chance, SJ said. She marched straight back to the inn and ignored the usual patrons she shared pleasantries with, proceeding instead upstairs to her wardrobe. She selected the few items she wanted to take before returning through the common area. Phyllis, a gnome whose mother Caris owned the Hoggling Arms, called to SJ as she walked out of the inn, but she did not respond. As she stalked through the town, she drew several looks with a scowl on her face. Why am I walking? She hissed, transforming into her miniature size and beginning to zip through the streets. Several townsfolk looked startled at her miniature form whistling by them. When she reached the edge of town, she flew straight out over the field where she had battled the hobs and into the forest. The path was well worn, and staying a few feet above it, she was making good time. It had been late afternoon when she had gone to the barracks, and by the time Alice had returned and spoken to them both, the evening was drawing in. SJ couldn't stop thinking how scared Cristy would be in the forest at night. She flew as fast as she could down the trail, hoping that the young gnoll had stayed on it. SJ had got lost as a small child in the Trafford Centre in Manchester, and remembered how she'd felt then, even with people around her, never mind being alone. Dave, who'd been quiet since she'd set off, said,
3 o'clock.
SJ glanced sideways and noticed a pair of glowing eyes in the trees off the side of the trail. She raised herself farther from the ground, ignoring whatever it was, and continued her journey.
What was it?
A wolf,
Dave said.
I haven't got time for them now.
No, but if you find Cristy, you will have to consider it when you return. If a direwolf is up here, they will have a pack with them.
And I will kill anything that gets in my way or dares to try to harm Cristy.
Valiant words, but until you know their levels, that may be easier said than done.
Anything, I said. I don't care who or what they are.
The intensity in SJ's voice startled even Dave.
Understood,
he replied sincerely. The trail twisted and turned through the forest, and at her current speed, she was covering it much faster than her initial visit to the town. The difference between her flying speed and her average walking speed was phenomenal. She had seen no signs of anything unusual, and plowed through the forest as fast as she could. Knowing how long Cristy had been gone, she thought she could easily have traveled most of the way, if not to the river by now. The light faded as she flew, but her improved vision allowed her to see still as she whipped down the trail. Nothing had come near her, and she thought nothing ground-based could, even if they wished to, at the heightened speed she moved. As she reached a break in the forest, recognizing a gnarled old tree she had passed around the lake, she slowed down. She knew, just up ahead, the forest ended and the river fell to the valley. As she neared, she could hear the running water cascading down the mountainside. Shuddering, as she reached the area where a raven had plucked her from the sky not so long ago, she landed for the first time since she'd set off. Her breathing was perfectly normal, and although her wing muscles ached a little from the long flight, they did not hamper her. Growing to her humanoid size, she stood looking down the river's edge towards the valley bottom. Far below, she could see speckles of orange and yellow, which were likely fires or lanterns from the hobgoblin village. After taking a moment to drink from her water skin and eat some of her rations, she shrank again to her miniature form before taking off. Staying on the left side of the river, she began to track it down much more slowly, keeping an eye out for any signs. Not knowing if or even how far exactly Cristy could have gone, she was worried that she may have passed her, especially if the gnoll had moved off the trail to find shelter as it had started to get dark. Her senses flared, and she stopped dead, spinning around in the air.
"There's something in the woods,"
she whispered. "Can't see anything," Dave replied. Moving up so that she was nearer the height of the branches of the trees that accompanied the river path, she edged towards them. She heard a voice as she neared.
"Fossil like this one. He has always had a thing for gnoll,"
a voice said.
"Little small, though,"
another replied.
"Placed on a sandwich with some fresh fish, I bet he would love it,"
the first voice replied, to a round of laughter from several others.
"That has to be Cristy they're talking about,"
SJ whispered.
"Possibly. I haven't seen anything yet,"
Dave said. Edging forward into the branches, SJ glimpsed a fire not too far ahead. She wove through the treetops until she came to the edge of a clearing. Sitting in the clearing was a group of 8 hobgoblins, and by the side of the largest one was a small sack. As SJ watched, she noticed the sack move. The hob next to it thumped it.
"Oh shit, don't move,"
it said. An audible groan came from the contents of the bag. None of the hobgoblins appeared to be dressed like magic users, and SJ took the chance to use identification. Hobgoblin Lead Scout, level 11, hit points 60, mana points 55, armor class 12, attacks pierce and slash, special hide. Hobgoblin Scout, level 8, hit points 45, mana points 45, armor class 9, attacks pierce and slash, special nil. 6 Hobgoblin Fighters, level 7, hit points 50, mana points 40, armor class 8, attacks stab and slash, special nil. There was no way she could take them on 8 versus 1, and with the levels they had, it didn't matter how anger-filled she now was. It would be a hopeless fight. Frustration built inside her as she looked at what she assumed was the small, helpless form of Cristy inside the sack. Turning back away from the makeshift camp they had set up, she moved back away towards the river. Under the sound of the rushing water, she now spoke to Dave.
"I need to do something,"
SJ whispered.
"What? You can't possibly be thinking of fighting that many alone."
"I have to do something, though."
"Wait until they're asleep, or at least some of them are. I'm assuming they'll have a guard posted."
"I know I'm an assassin, but I can't do enough damage in one hit to kill them, which means they could wake the others."
"If you slit a person's throat while they're sleeping, they're going to receive maximum damage plus critical as incapacitated."
"That's still asking a lot. As they bleed out, they could disturb the others."
"True. Although being awoken in the middle of the night with a friend bleeding out with a slit throat would scare them half to death."
"I will keep watching them and see what happens. If they do post a guard, I may be able to do something, or I may even get a chance to grab Cristy and run instead of facing them."
"A good plan. But there's no way you can do that in miniature form. You may escape, but those hobscouts would track Cristy easily, and there is one huge assumption that you are still making."
"What?"
"That it definitely is Cristy."
"It has to be. How many other small gnolls would you expect to find out here?"
"Oh, I agree that it is more than likely her, but it's still an assumption."
SJ didn't respond, and she tried to think of a way to free the gnoll, whether or not it was Cristy.
SJ?
"Yes?"
"I have an idea. A completely insane and stupid idea, but an idea."
"Go on."
"You know that wolf we passed back in the forest?"
SJ thought she knew where this was going, and wasn't happy with the direction.
"Yes."
"What if you drew them here?"
"How did I know you were going to say that?"
"If there is a direwolf, then there will be a pack, and a pack of wolves, even if lower level than the hobs, would cause mayhem."
"But how would I draw them here without being the prime bait myself?"
"I haven't quite thought about that part yet.
I'm just going to go back and watch them for now and see what they do.
Taking off from the branch she had landed on, she returned to the campfire and stopped on a high branch of a tree overlooking the clearing. Even with night vision, there was no way they would see her 6-inch-high form hidden in the canopy. The hobs had been cooking, and as she watched, they packed up. To her surprise, they kicked dirt over the fire, extinguishing it, and packed up the few belongings they had, and the highest-level scout picked up the sack and, without care, threw it over his shoulder.
Come on, let's go. We'll be back before the first light. The next patrol will already be on its way.
The hobs followed the group leader as he moved through the tree line, paralleling the river. SJ tracked them, keeping her distance from high in the canopy. The fading light gave her night vision an ethereal glow as it dimmed. They followed what must have been an animal track through the forest and eventually descended towards the valley floor. The slope was steep, and the trees looked as though they clung to the soil with only a few roots, giving the impression that they could topple over at any moment. Following the hobs still at a distance, she came to the edge of the forest. A sharply declining path wove down the remaining side, where scree had taken over from the trees. It even looked as though rough steps had been cut into parts of the path leading to the valley. SJ moved out and high above the hobs, following their continuing descent, with the leader at the front of the group of 8. There was nothing she could do.
Stop wriggling,
the lead scout growled as it deliberately jostled the sack on its back. SJ was feeling panic rise in her chest. She could not attack them, but she had to do something to stop them. Looking back up the steep slope, she saw an opportunity and flew towards it. An enormous boulder was perched precariously off the hob's path, but if she could get it to fall... She landed behind it, at least 100 feet above where the hobs were, before she grew to her full size and pushed her weight against the boulder. Gravity would do the rest, if only she could get it to move. Hoping this wasn't as stupid an idea as she thought it might be, she strained against the boulder. The scree it sat on shifted slightly, and she pushed again with all her strength. Again, it moved ever so slightly, scraping. The hobs were now directly below it. Leaning against it, bracing her feet against the valley side, she pushed again, grunting from the effort, and then it gave. The boulder crept at first, sliding on the scree side, and then it rolled as its mass pulled it downwards. As it picked up speed, it crashed into the loose scree that also fell, sliding like a stone avalanche under the persuasion of the boulder. The sound was horrendous, and SJ shrank to her miniature form and took off as it careened towards the party of hobs. Screams of panic erupted from them as they sprinted back or forward to get out of the way of the stone avalanche. The boulder reached them first, crashing into one of the hobs while it tried to scramble back to its feet from where it had slid off the trail. Its body was catapulted out from the valley's side, and it fell screaming down the rocky face and landed with a sickening crunch, then slid. In the meantime, the smaller rocks and scree had arrived, pelting the remaining hobs with hundreds of stone missiles. None of them were the size of the boulder, but the amount the single movement had set free was a sight to behold. The rock slide took out 3 and carried them farther down the valley's side. A thick cloud of dust had been kicked up with the passing of the stones, and SJ flew towards the leader, who still carried the sack. He had kept moving forward with one fighter, while the remaining 2 now stood on the other side of a 30-foot-wide, deadly scree field. The path had been obliterated by the falling rocks. They were calling to each other and down at their colleagues, only 2 of whom SJ heard weakly calling back.
Go get them,
the lead hob shouted. SJ watched as the one with the leader and the other 2 cautiously worked their way onto the loose stone and approached their fallen comrades. One of them slipped, sending a fresh cascade of rocks into the midst of those below and causing further shouts and screams. This was going to be the best chance SJ would have. Flying over to where the lead scout stood shouting orders, she silently landed and grew.
Chapter 9. Ooh, shiny. The lead scout had dropped the sack unceremoniously onto the ground where it wriggled. SJ reached full size as the scout screamed at his comrades below. Knowing this would not be an easy kill, and having to ensure she got the most from the surprise attack, SJ steadied herself, glancing over its armor-clad body to see where the gaps were. It was a split-second decision, but along with its open neck and head, its shoulders and arms were unprotected. It was waving and pointing down the slopes where the other hobs were. At that moment, she struck using the skills from her single-day training from Jurgen still fresh in her mind. She tensed her fists and, with 2 fast, clean punches, struck it in its neck and then upwards into its armpit. It shrieked in pain as its neck was pierced, but with the continuing chaos below and the rocks still rolling by in a lesser number, she didn't care. Her upward strike under its armpit also struck true, and she saw the tips of her blade pierce through its shoulder. Surprise attack. Your surprise attack has triggered a critical strike. SJ watched in astonishment as the hob's health plummeted. It had 60 hit points to start with, and, after both hits, now sat on 18. The criticality and surprise lent significant boosts over her basic damage capability. The hob spun towards her, its left arm not functioning properly as it hung limply at its side, the claws having severed something critical. She was no doctor, but she couldn't name what it may have been. Shock registered on its face.
You!
It hissed as a short sword appeared in its right hand, swinging towards her in a slashing motion. The slope was uneven, and she stepped back as the sword swung towards her, the hob's incapacitated arm flopping about. The speed with which the scout had reacted had taken her by surprise, and its blade cut into her abdomen as she stepped backwards, trying to maintain her balance. Grimacing from the cut she felt across her stomach, she stepped in as its arm continued its unbalanced slash at her. Stabbing out with her left, she jabbed into its right arm. The hob, without the use of its left arm, was very unsure on the scree, and it staggered and ended up moving out of the way of her punch. She followed with a front kick to the hob, bringing its sword arm back across as she did. The abdominal hit had removed 12 hit points, and her foot connected with the hob's stomach as the blade of its short sword connected with her outstretched leg. The hob staggered backwards farther, beginning to fall onto the scree, losing its sword as SJ also lost her balance, falling sideways and began to slide. The hob's eyes went wide as it flailed its good arm, trying to stay upright as SJ fell sideways, crashing hard onto the stones. She received another 11 damage, meaning the hob had almost reduced her to half hit points in 2 hits, neither of which had been clean strikes. She slid towards the hob, and as she did, she pivoted and brought her claws around to face it. The hob had slid backwards, now trying to right itself, scrambling at the rocks to gain purchase. She wasn't bothering, allowing the momentum of the slide to bring her in range again. Although she couldn't strike at it properly, she could hit its arm by leaning into the slope and swinging her claws around in a vicious stroke. With its left arm flopping uselessly at its side, and having dropped its sword as it had fallen, the hob couldn't defend itself, and she raked her claws across its right arm. It screamed in pain again, and this time it didn't stay crouched. As it came crashing down onto her upper body, she only just turned one of her hands upwards in time. Her claws penetrated its good arm. It was now half covering her as they both picked up speed over the rocky terrain. The hob screamed in anger and pain, both its arms virtually disabled. The abrasion damage and the weight of the hob on top of her pushed SJ against the harsh surface, taking her health down. SJ could only think of one thing, and rather than try to fight, she shrank.
"What are you doing?"
Dave screamed. She had noticed where her feet were compared to the hob, and as she shrank, she pried her blades free and was drawn away from under it. The hob was only on the top half of her body and wasn't able to grab her. She broke free from its weight. It stank awful, and its odor permeated her nostrils. The sliding scree looked huge in her miniature form, and the small pebbles were more like catapult ammunition. As soon as her body was free, she pushed herself up and jumped, beating her wings as fast as possible. SJ lifted from the rock surface in her miniature form, flying up and away from the continuing bombardment of stone and dust. The hob stared at her with pure anger as she rose, as it continued to slide. In an instant, she had taken off and escaped danger. The hob collided with a lone tree that clung onto the valley wall, letting out a wail as it bounced off the trunk. SJ watched its health being reduced as it disappeared to the other side of the tree and went out of sight. She flew after it before realizing the valley side became sheer, and as she gained sight, the hob disappeared over the cliff edge, screaming, before landing on its back on a rock ledge 30 feet below. It only had 5 hit points left now, and SJ would not let it survive. She flew straight down towards it, where it lay with its broken body struggling to move. SJ reached full size as her knee crashed into its stomach, slamming her claws into its chest. Its eyes opened in shock, agony, and disbelief as it lost its life. She panted heavily, as if she'd run a marathon, covered in grime and bleeding from injuries. The remaining hobs were still a fair distance away, and with the injuries several had sustained, they could not get near to where she now was quickly or easily. Curses were hurled at her as her display triggered. Congratulations! Hobgoblin Scout Level 11 killed. 120 XP awarded. She looted the corpse, shrank, and took off. 3 dry rations, 1 small water skin, 78 copper. Straight back up where their initial brawl had started, she found the sack still lying where it had been covered in a layer of dust from the rocks. In her humanoid form, she bent down, grabbed at the top of the bag, and using her claws, cut the top from it. The relief she felt on seeing the wide, terrified eyes of Cristy was immeasurable. "Are you okay to move? We need to get out of here," she said.
SJ?
The little gnoll replied in shock.
Yes.
"Can you move?"
Yes.
Cristy replied as she wiggled out of the remainder of the sack, trying to look around and get her bearings. 2 of the hobs were trying to edge their way back across the slope towards them, struggling on the loose surface.
"I will find us a route. We need to reach safer ground,"
SJ said, shrinking again. Switching between forms at will was unbelievably advantageous. She took off and looked back up the slope from where they'd come. The route looked terrible, but the ground looked sturdier and less loose than below. Also, with Cristy's much lither and nimble form, she would hopefully not struggle on the loose rocks to the same degree.
"Follow my instructions,"
SJ called from where she flew a few feet above the slope. Cristy looked at her with wide-eyed terror, then glanced back at the hobs who were still trying to fight their way up the slope to where she stood.
"Now, Cristy, move!"
Cristy moved. Following SJ's instructions, she picked her way up the rocky slope. A tree line began approximately 50 feet above where they were, and the ground leveled slightly, and the rocks gave way. SJ flew towards it, looking back. Even though Cristy was small, she still threw up the odd stone, toppled towards the hobgoblins, who were gaining ground on her position.
"Quicker!"
SJ called.
"I'm trying!"
Cristy cried, her small face fear-stricken. She had never expected what had happened to her, and she was terrified from being captured. The hobgoblins eventually made it back to the area where the lead scout had dropped Cristy. They were still 100 feet behind her now.
20 feet,
SJ called. Cristy continued to scramble until she eventually made the trees. The ground became firmer, allowing her to grip and proceed much faster. The tree coverage was still sparse compared to the forests at the top of the ridge, and didn't offer many areas to find cover or hide from the hobs that were angrily calling after them. SJ looked up ahead from her height, and in the moonlight that now filled the sky, and with her night vision, she saw what appeared to be a cave entrance. Calling down to Cristy, she directed her towards it. SJ flew ahead, and as she neared it, it only looked large enough to fit a small child into the entrance, or, in her case, a miniature fae. Cristy was approaching behind her as she landed by the small cave mouth.
In here,
SJ called to Cristy as she moved inside. When she moved out to the natural light, her assisted vision went, and she was soon in total darkness. Cursing, she stopped and called a torch from her inventory and her flint and steel before fumbling in the dark to light it. She heard Cristy panting behind her.
SJ!
Cristy called.
I'm in here. Come in. The hobs can't fit. It's dark.
Cristy called back nervously. SJ continued to strike the flint, creating sparks and lighting the tunnel for the briefest of moments.
What scares you more, the hobs or the dark?
SJ shouted back from where she struggled to light the torch.
Hobs.
SJ could hear the nervous tension in Cristy's breathless voice as she moved into the tunnel. The torch eventually lit, but its match-sized glow did little to improve her vision in the tunnel.
I don't know how long this tunnel is, but we need to keep going,
SJ said. Turning, SJ could see Cristy just a few feet behind her, and she walked forward again. The tunnel shrank slightly, and SJ worried it might get too small even for Cristy. She pushed on, though, and after a further 10 feet, it widened again, and the height increased to the point where SJ could no longer make out the tunnel ceiling in the light cast by the torch.
Can you reach the tunnel ceiling?
SJ asked.
No,
replied Cristy, who was now standing up in the tunnel. She was only about 2 feet tall, and SJ was unsure how high the ceiling was. Taking a chance, she crouched down and grew. As her size increased, so did the torch's brightness, and her eyes were met with the wonders inside the cavern they had entered. It wasn't huge, but SJ could see bright, silvery blue veins running through the rock's surface. The veins drew a cobweb of patterns, and SJ gawped in amazement at their beauty being reflected.
I wonder what this is,
SJ asked, more to herself. Little Cristy now stood by her side.
It's a mithril vein,
Dave replied with amazement in his voice.
and I do not know what it is doing here. Mithril is a high-level material and should be nowhere near this area. I doubt there are even any miners who would have the skills to mine it. Dwarven miners would go crazy if they knew this was here.
I don't know,
Cristy replied, standing open-mouthed and admiring the ore's beautiful reflections.
Sorry, Cristy, I didn't expect you to. I was talking aloud to myself. It's mesmerizing. It is very pretty,
Cristy replied. Standing in the chamber, SJ could hear the voices of two of the hobs. They must have made it to the cave and seen them enter.
I can't fit in there,
she heard one of them say angrily.
Try! You're smaller than me. You must be joking. You think the ogre will joke if we go back empty-handed? What do you mean, empty-handed? We weren't even meant to bring anything back. It was pure luck that the gnoll walked into us, and a rock slide wasn't our fault. Did you see her, though? It was the one who attacked the mage and has now killed Svert. The boss is gonna be fuming. Still not our fault. His temper won't see it that way. We need to get Cray and Cooley from the rocks. They're still trapped. Oh, I suppose.
Their voices trailed off as they moved farther from the mouth of the cave.
I think we should stay here for the night and head back in the morning,
SJ said.
She had brought a blanket,
which she grabbed from her inventory and handed to Cristy.
Here, take this.
Thank you,
Cristy said.
I'm sorry for getting you into trouble.
SJ didn't have the heart to be angry at Cristy for running off. She would speak to her about how stupid she'd been at some point, but not now. They still weren't safe yet. SJ took another torch from her inventory and lit it, placing it into the ground of the cavern so it bathed the area in light.
Wait here.
I will see how far this cavern goes back. SJ walked through the cavern, remembering the crate bar from the last cave she visited. She equipped her claws. After checking the entire area for other entrances, she discovered none, meaning the only way in or out was the way they had come. There is no other way out. In the morning, we'll head back out and up onto the ridge back to town, SJ said, as she turned to Cristy, who was sitting on the cavern floor, with her legs hunched up and the blanket over her. Taking her water skin from her inventory, SJ handed it to Cristy, who eagerly took a long pull before handing it back. SJ did the same and then put it away again. The cavern floor was quite smooth and had more of a sandy texture than rocky, and she settled herself down, lying on her back with her hands behind her head. Try to get some sleep, SJ said. Cristy didn't respond, but settled down. SJ was just drifting off when she felt Cristy move next to her. She instinctively put her arm out, and she rested her head on SJ's shoulder, cuddling into her side. SJ pulled the blanket around her small form to cover them both before laying as still as she could, listening to Cristy's breathing. As it slowed, she began to snore gently. Smiling, SJ stroked the small gnoll on her head and closed her eyes again. It wasn't long before sleep took her. Chapter 10. Homeward Bound. SJ removed her arm from around Cristy, not wishing to awaken her yet. Cristy made a soft grumbling sound before curling up in a tight ball. Leaning over, SJ placed the blanket over her tiny form. SJ stood and stretched, then grabbed and ignited another torch from her inventory, replacing last night's, which had almost burnt out. She moved quietly back towards the cave entrance. Shrinking down to her miniature form, she walked back along the tunnel until she saw the bright light of the morning sun at the cave's mouth. According to her display, it was only 7. As expected, she had fully healed overnight, and her dress was pristine again. She could feel a mild ache in her wing muscles, which must have been because of the speed she had flown when searching for Cristy.
Morning, Dave,
she whispered as she approached the entrance.
Morning,
he replied cheerily.
I need to get Cristy back to town.
Reaching the entrance, she dropped the torch, stood on it to extinguish it fully, and peered out of the cave mouth. She could hear nothing apart from the calls of early morning birds. In the warmth of the sun, SJ closed her eyes and rotated her shoulders a few times, helping to ease the stiffness in her back.
I wish I had brought my dryac with me,
SJ said.
Next time remember it then,
Dave replied, chuckling.
You think?
She crept from the mouth of the cave, not wishing to fly just yet. She grew to her full size. Picking her way down the valley's side, she reached the break where the trees gave way as the steepness increased and the ground became scree. The sight in the daylight put a whole new perspective on what the boulder she had released had caused. A clear path was running down the slope where the triggered rock slide had torn its way down the side. She could see below where the steps had been cut in, and that the path the hobgoblins had been using had been obliterated. There were no visible signs of anyone around, and peering into the distant valley, she could see smoke rising down at the village. It must have still been a couple of kilometers, if not farther, from where she now stood.
I can't believe they live so close to the town,
SJ said.
It is unusual, as I've said before, but with the sandbox's potential, it all makes sense. I am trying to discover if the town has implemented the same level starter cap, but my department friend has not replied since my last inquiry. I am unsure, but I may have got him into trouble.
I told you to be careful.
I was. The system can get a little grumpy.
You know, I'm still confused about who the system is and where it originates.
Ugh, no one knows. That has been a question since the first AI was born when Amatherean was created.
I wonder how it interacts with Earth, though.
Again, no one has any idea. It is like the term you use on Earth when you ask what the meaning of life is. It is just as apparent here. Why was I created?
What is my exact purpose? Is there anything else beyond this existence? The same questions with the same multiple answers, none of which anyone has ever managed to confirm or deny.
It starts to get philosophical and deep when you consider it all. The fact that there's a second chance at life from an accidental death means to me that maybe the system has control over Earth as well.
Would that not make it the god that many people of Earth believe in?
Perhaps, S.J. said, musing over the thought.
Several moments passed before S.J. spoke again.
Okay, let's get back to town and get Cristy safe.
Agreed, Dave said. Making her way back to the cave entrance, S.J. shrank again and walked inside, not worrying about lighting another torch. She edged her way along until the torch's light from the chamber became visible. Walking in, she grew again. Cristy's tiny form was still asleep under the blanket. S.J. bent down next to her, stroking her head.
Cristy, time to get up.
Cristy began to mumble,
Dad.
S.J.'s heart sank. She couldn't imagine what Cristy must have gone through, and still was.
Cristy, it's S.J. It's time to get up. We need to get back to town.
Cristy opened her eyes, sat up, and rubbed them with her small, balled-up fists. Blinking, she looked at S.J. bent down next to her.
Morning,
S.J. said, smiling.
Morning,
Cristy replied, yawning.
We need to get back to town and get you safe. Okay.
S.J. called some rations from her inventory and handed them to Cristy, who began eating ravenously. She did the same with the water skin. When she'd eaten too, S.J. put them away before packing the blanket away as well.
Come on, let's go. I'll check ahead as we move, okay?
Sure,
Cristy replied.
After collecting the torch, S.J. led them back up the tunnel, shrinking to her miniature form. The bright sun made them squint as they stepped from the cave mouth, the sun's warmth washing away Cristy's weariness.
I'm not sure of the route from here, so I will need to check,
S.J. said as she took off.
Wait here for a minute.
It was the first time S.J. had flown since yesterday, and she felt the difference. Her back muscles were achy, but she wouldn't let a little discomfort stop her. Moving higher and looking ahead, she found a path leading through the sparse trees, which looked easier to traverse until it reached the main forest line on the ridge. She returned to Cristy and began directing her where to go. It didn't take them too long before they'd managed to make it back up to the top on even ground. The forest in front of them was thick, the trees close together, and there was no sign of a path.
I think we just push through,
S.J. said, growing to her full size and forcing through the thick underbrush. Cristy followed close on her heels, and S.J. felt her reach out and take hold of the back of her dress. She didn't want to be separated. They continued through the brush for a while, before eventually coming up to an animal track, which S.J. turned and followed. Although it wasn't easy, she could roughly tell how they needed to go. The track wound through the trees, weaving in and out to the thick trunks. There were sounds of life all around, and on more than one occasion, S.J. stopped to check. Dave hadn't spoken, and she knew he would scan the area for them. It was strange how he had become her third eye after their initial meeting, but she knew deep down that she could trust Dave with her life. The realization that she was willing to place her life in the hands of another was something she had never experienced before. She had had close relationships, and at one time she'd been engaged, but never has she felt the same level of trust as she now did with an AI she had known for less time than any other relationship she'd been in. She couldn't explain the reasoning behind it. They had continued for nearly an hour when the trail came to a small pond area. There were tracks surrounding the pond in the soft earth, and it was seemingly frequented often. S.J. cautiously stepped out, but she could see nothing there. Working around the pond, they found another trail that continued into the forest, which, if her bearings were right, turned toward the west. Not being sure, she said,
I wish I had a map to confirm which direction we need to go.
Dave's voice replied, Don't worry, I will tell you if you're hitting off track. This area is still covered in fog of war, but based on the larger map, you aren't too far from the trail you originally came down. Just keep following this one.
We aren't lost, are we?
Cristy said nervously. No, SJ said, reassured by Dave's words.
We just need to keep going this way. It would just be easier with a map.
It took another 20 minutes to follow the new trail, with no signs of danger, and SJ's senses had not triggered once before they broke out onto the main trail. The trail was worn, and SJ recognized it straight away as it curved back to the northeast around the side of the lake towards the town.
Now we're on the path. It shouldn't take long,
SJ said, smiling down at Cristy, who had moved to her side and held her hand. At that instant, her senses were triggered. Dragging Cristy, she moved to the side of the trail and into some bushes at the base of a tree. Shh, she said. Cristy looked at her with terrified eyes. SJ placed her finger to her lips and indicated that Cristy should stay where she was, hidden in the thick bush. Then she shrank to her miniature form. Sneaking out to the edge, she took off, flying straight up into the branches directly above before coming to a rest. From this vantage point, she could see up and down the track.
See anything?
She whispered. Nothing. I guess you sensed something, Dave asked.
Yeah,
SJ said, still scanning the trail. Sitting silently, it was several moments before Dave spoke. Movement to the right, the far edge of the trail. There's something just off the trail in the tree line.
Damn,
SJ cursed. SJ intently watched the area David indicated and soon saw a very slight movement in the bushes.
I need Cristy off the ground,
SJ whispered, taking off and dropping back down. Cristy had been staring up at her virtually the whole time, and on reaching her, SJ whispered,
Can you climb the tree?
Cristy looked at the tree they were next to and held out her paws with a nervous grin, which had rather sharp-looking claws on their ends.
Good. Then climb up to the branch I was sitting on.
Cristy didn't respond, but began to reach and dig her claws into the tree's bark and climb. Thankfully, she hardly made a sound, and after a minute, she was 15 feet off the ground and crouched on the branch. SJ returned and landed next to her again, looking back onto the trail. That was when she heard talking.
If the path hadn't been destroyed, we would have been there by now.
The voice grumbled.
Stop complaining. You know we're due back in a couple of days. We need to keep reporting.
Another replied. SJ saw the group coming from the southern part of the trail. Something had triggered her senses on the northern side, and now on the south, she counted 5 hobgoblins. Looking at them, she triggered her identification skill. Hobgoblin Scout, level 10. Hit points 55, mana points 50, armor class 7, attacks, pierce and slash, special, hide. 4 Hobgoblin Archers, level 6, hit points 35, mana points 35, armor class 4, attacks, pierce and slash, special, nil. The party was weaker than the last group of hobs, and they were all lightly armored. They were only equipped with bracers and greaves, and there was no chest protection she could see. 2 of the 4 archers carried short bows, and 2 carried crossbows. The scout had what SJ thought was a longbow across its back. They all also carried either short swords or daggers on their belts. The party continued up the trail, nearly parallel to where SJ and Cristy were hidden on the branch, when the bushes exploded from the other side of the trail. The size of the beast that leapt out was significant. This was a monster compared to the gray wolf SJ had fought when she first arrived. Its fur was blue-black with a white mark between its shoulder blades. It stood almost 4 feet at its shoulder, and its maw was huge, yellowed fangs dripping with saliva as it landed on its first target. The poor hob it had chosen screamed as the giant wolf's jaws clamped down around its throat, violently ripping and then turning on another. The hobs, screaming and drawing their weapons, tried to defend themselves. That was when 4 more wolves appeared from where the monstrous one had come. SJ again triggered her skill. 3 of the wolves looked very similar to the one she had fought. The 4th was jet black, and its fur seemed to gleam in the sunlight bathing the trail. Direwolf, level 14. Hit points 105. Mana points 25. Armor class 21. Attacks, bite and claw. Special, howl. 3 Grey Wolves, level 6. Hit points 55. Mana points 0. Armor class 9. Attacks, bite and claw. Special, nil. Black Wolf, level 8. Hit points 70. Mana points 0. Armor class 11. Attacks, bite and claw. Special, nil. As the fight developed, the hobs dropped into a circle, their backs to each other, looking out at the beasts that were now prowling around them. The direwolf stood back from the other 4 and let out a howl. It was one of the most terrifying sounds SJ had ever heard, and the forest went silent in response. Even the hobs and wolves seemed to flinch. The wolves began attacking the hobs, moving in and back away again, trying to find an opening to strike cleanly. SJ was impressed by the hobs' organization as they held their ground steadfastly. The wolves were biding their time. Due to the risk of leaving themselves vulnerable to attack, the hobs refrained from launching an attack of their own. The circling, snapping, and slashing continued until one wolf made its first mistake. It had dived in towards a hob to snap at its arm and, on doing so, left itself open to be attacked on its flank. The hob next to its target swung with a short sword, catching it cleanly on its side. The wolf yelped as a large cut was opened and shrank away. The direwolf had seen enough and pounced. With no consideration of the other hobs, it wouldn't let its pack member be injured and plowed straight into the 4 of them as though they were bowling pins. The screams and chaos that ensued were absolute mayhem. Once the direwolf had scattered the other hobs, it made them targetable by the rest of the pack, and they reacted, snapping and biting at the hobs who tried to fight them off. The wolves had the advantage of 5 against 4, since the direwolf's initial target would never see another day, its corpse lying where it had initially been attacked. SJ watched as the wolves systematically used their advantage to attack the hobs and placed bites on them, wearing them down. The direwolf soon made a meal of the one he had plowed into. The struggle continued. 2 of the wolves were seriously injured, one lying on its side with a vicious abdominal wound, and another staggered, its front paw bleeding heavily. However, the second-to-last hobgoblin fell to the black wolf, and only the scout hobgoblin remained. Its chest had scratch marks on it, and SJ had seen it defend at least 2 attacks with its bracers, but there were no visible bite marks on them. The 2 remaining wolves and the direwolf now stalked towards it. It cursed and hissed, swinging its blade in front of itself wildly as it tried to get in a position to attack. It didn't take long. The scout was lucky enough to disable another wolf, but had opened its flank for the direwolf, who seized the opportunity and dived in, grabbing its outstretched arm, carrying its sword, and clamped down, then shook its head from side to side like a dog with a toy. The hobgoblin was jostled and thrown off balance, tripping. As it did, the other wolf dived in as well. SJ watched in horrified amazement. "That was brutal," Dave said. SJ didn't respond, still watching the display, when she realized that Cristy had moved.
"Where's Cristy?"
SJ whispered as she saw her nearly at the base of the tree. She hadn't paid her any attention, being too focused on the fight below. As the direwolf stepped back from the hob scout, it sat back on its haunches and howled. The forest again fell silent in its aftermath. SJ had hissed down at Cristy for her to stop, but the gnoll hadn't slowed, and she reached the ground and walked onto the path before SJ could even take off and get down there.
"No!"
SJ shouted,
no longer trying to hide where she was. The wolves turned at her cry, and the dire wolf tilted its head and looked in her direction. It growled, and a deep, unearthly sound left its throat. There was nothing SJ could do. She could not take on that dire wolf, especially with the other able-bodied wolves nearby. Cristy, showing no signs of fear, walked out onto the trail. One of the wolves snarled, baring its teeth, and stalked towards her. They were probably 30 feet from her and could be on her instantly at the speed at which they moved. SJ, panicking, took off and flew down to where she was.
Cristy, run! Climb a tree now!
She screamed, only inches from her ear. Cristy paid her no heed and stood there looking at the dire wolf, not taking her eyes off it. The snarling wolf came closer, snapped its jaws, and growled. The second wolf stopped, turned its head, and looked back. SJ was waiting for the pounce and could see the tension building in the dire wolf's haunches where it was still sitting after howling. It bolted. SJ screamed as the beastly creature hurtled towards where Cristy stood. SJ flew up and turned away, not wanting to watch Cristy get eaten. Chapter 11. Friends of the Forest. When SJ heard nothing, no scream, no cry, no growl, she turned back and looked down. The scene made her eyes pop as if they were going to fly from her face. The dire wolf stood directly before Cristy, where it had landed from its pounce. It hadn't attacked, and SJ heard Cristy giggle as she reached her hand to the underside of the giant wolf's head. The wolf allowed Cristy to stroke the side of its enormous head with her tiny, outstretched paw. Amazed, shocked, and awestruck, SJ had no words as the dire wolf lay down on the ground in front of Cristy. She walked to the side of it, continuing to stroke it. SJ lowered herself from where she hovered until she was nearly at the level of the wolves. One of the others growled towards her, saliva dripping from its mouth. SJ was ready to fly in an instant and watched it warily.
Cristy, what are you doing?
SJ said, her voice returning but filled with nervous wonder.
This is Patch,
Cristy replied.
Sorry?
SJ said, shock registering on her face.
Holy troll snot!
Dave exclaimed.
Patch,
Cristy repeated, stroking the wolf's head. The dire wolf tilted its head so Cristy could reach behind its ear more easily, and she began to scratch it. This made the dire wolf's rear leg twitch. The wolf was probably 6 times her size, if not more. It stood 4 feet at the shoulder, and its jaws looked like they were large enough to fit Cristy inside.
How do you know him? I assume it is a he,
SJ said.
I've known Patch since he was a pup. I used to feed him,
she said.
What?
Was all SJ could reply.
Patch was a cub when my dad saved him. A mountain bear had killed his mummy, and we found him suckling next to her. This was about 3 years ago. I went out with my dad when he was only collecting traps and not hunting, and that's when we found Patch. He's grown a lot since the last time I saw him, she said. The tiny form of the gnoll standing next to the monstrous dire wolf was unimaginable, and if SJ hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she never would have believed anyone telling her the story. Patch is your friend,
SJ said.
We're more than friends. We're family,
Cristy replied, a tear forming in her eye.
He's the only family I've left now.
Confused beyond all expectations, SJ just stood up and watched the continuing interaction. Once Patch was happy with his ear being scratched, he flopped his body onto its side and rolled so that she could then scratch his belly. This did not differ from the hundreds of interactions SJ had seen between friends of hers and their pet dogs.
I think he came to the ridge looking for me,
Cristy said.
Looking for you. My dad used to see him every couple of days. He lives on the far side of the lake with his pack. That was where Dad used to go trapping. We would take a boat over the lake. So, because your dad hasn't been over, Patch has come around looking for him. Yes, I think so.
Cristy looked at Patch, who was busy enjoying his belly rub, his tongue dangling from his mouth in pleasure.
Dad's dead,
Cristy said, tears filling her eyes, and she burst into tears. Patch reacted, turning his head, and SJ was sure he had understood every word being spoken. At the words from Cristy, he shot up again, sat back, tilted his head up to the sky, and howled. This howl was different. It was not like his previous victorious howl. It seemed to carry meaning and grief, then hit SJ like a train. The other wolves did the same. All of them could howl. The cacophony of noise was not fear-inducing, but tear-jerking. They were calling for a lost soul. SJ just knew it. They howled for several moments before Patch again stood and placed his head next to Cristy, and SJ saw a tear in the wolf's eye. It was not crying. It was just a single tear. SJ watched as Cristy looked at the beast's head and gently brushed it away with her tiny paw.
He won't attack you,
Cristy said, turning her tear-streaked face to look at SJ. SJ lowered herself to the ground, standing still in her miniature form. The remaining wolves didn't back away. None made a sound or moved towards her. Her senses told her to flee, but somehow she knew she was safe, and she grew to her humanoid size. Cristy ran over to her and flung her arms around her leg, a fresh round of sobs coming from her. SJ looked at the direwolf, who stood there looking back at her as she soothed Cristy and stroked her hair. This continued for several minutes, until, eventually, Cristy ran out of tears and hiccuping, looking up at SJ.
I miss him,
she said. Patch then walked over. No menace, no threat. He just walked over and nudged Cristy on her shoulder with his head. She released SJ's leg and looked at him again.
I know you miss him too,
Cristy said. Every day, something new is happening in your life that I have never seen before, Dave said, his voice betraying him with emotion and surprise.
We really should get back to town, Cristy, SJ said. We need to let them know you're safe. Can Patch come? Cristy asked. I'm not sure the town would allow him. I heard they had reports of a direwolf in the area already, so the guards will look for him in his pack. But his friends are injured.
For the first time, SJ fully took in the scene. The 5 hobs lay dead, and the 2 injured wolves were amongst them. One wolf looked in a bad way, and another one had walked over to it, nudging it and licking at the horrible-looking wound down its flank. Knowing that animals didn't fully heal naturally, SJ was unsure what to do. The doe she had saved previously and had met again still maintained a limp, and she doubted a wolf would be much good to the pack with an injury. I wonder if my potions will help, she said aloud deliberately for Dave's benefit. It may do, if you can get it to drink it. They are weak potions, though, Dave replied.
I'm going to see if this helps,
SJ said, calling one of her lesser potions to her hand. She uncorked the small vial and walked towards the wolf injured the worst, unable to stand with its deep flank injury. The black wolf beside it let out a warning growl as she stepped closer. SJ put her hand out in a placating gesture and moved forward. The direwolf let out a low growl of its own, and the black wolf looked at it and then took a step back. SJ bent down by the head of the grey wolf. The wound was oozing blood, and it looked deep. SJ placed her hand on the head of the wolf, who looked at her with sad eyes, their bright yellow as faded as the wolf itself. Gently lifting its head from the ground, she tipped a small amount of the potion onto its tongue. It licked instinctively, swallowing it. She repeated the process until the whole vial was empty. As she watched, she saw the wound begin to heal. The blood stopped flowing initially, and then the wound closed. The potion wasn't enough to heal it fully, but it would hopefully keep it alive at least. The other injured wolf could stand weakly, but could not put weight on its front leg and had to hop to move. SJ knew that both injured wolves would be unlikely to survive in the wild. Nature was cruel. Then the black wolf growled, turning, and its hackles rose as it looked down the trail to the north. The dire wolf growled, and the 3 uninjured wolves lined up facing the same way. SJ stood and looked down the trail. She couldn't see anything, but then she heard it. Footsteps running down the trail, multiple pairs. "I hope it's not more hobs," SJ said. "I don't think so," Dave said. The sound got louder, and then they came into view. Charging around the corner came a large orc. She recognized several other town guard members and the white-haired paladin who had healed her after the battle.
"Charge!"
Gary the orc screamed as he swung his axe in front of him. "Stop!" SJ screamed, running to get in front of the wolves who were all tensed and ready for the fight to come. SJ threw her arms out wide as Gary and the others stopped.
"SJ, what do you think you're doing? Get out of the way!"
Gary shouted. "No, they are friendly," SJ called back. There were only 20 feet between the groups now, and the 3 wolves stared at the guard force, who stared back in reply, all brandishing weapons.
"What do you mean, friendly?"
Gary said, confusion on his face. "The dire wolf is a friend of Cristy's," SJ said. At the mention of this, Patch turned to look at SJ, and Cristy, who had been standing behind him, walked to his side. All the guards stood with their mouths open in shock.
"He is my family,"
Cristy said as she stroked Patch on his foreleg.
"But they are wolves,"
Gary replied in shock.
"Please put your weapons down, and I will explain,"
SJ said. Gary looked around, taking in the scene of the recent fight, the hobgoblin corpses, and the fact that SJ and Cristy were standing amongst the wolves with no signs of aggression being shown. He lowered his axe. He glanced at the rest of the guard force and told them to stand down. The guard members lowered their weapons with uncertainty before eventually sheathing their swords. SJ then explained the history of Cristy and Patch to them. It didn't take long, and although the guards were as confused as she had been at the revelation, they accepted it, especially as the young gnoll stood stroking the huge direwolf as though it was her pet dog. SJ couldn't remember the paladin's name, so she approached him.
"I am sorry. Can you heal animals?"
she asked.
"I can heal anything that doesn't have an evil alignment,"
he responded.
"Could you please try to heal the wolves that are injured?"
The paladin looked over at Gary, who appeared to be in charge of the group, and then shrugged, nodding. As he walked towards the injured wolves, the others growled at him. SJ walked by his side.
"He is going to try to heal your friends," she said.
Stepping to the side, the wolves let them pass, and the paladin leaned over the wolf that SJ had given the potion to. Saying a few words, he placed his hand on its side. A bright flash of white occurred, and SJ watched in amazement as the wound closed and the color returned to the wolf's eyes.
"That's that one healed,"
the paladin said, turning to the one with an injured leg. It hopped backwards initially until it saw the one that had been on its side start to get back to its feet. It stopped and lowered its head towards the paladin. The paladin again placed his hand on the wolf, and another bright flash of white occurred as the wound on the wolf's foreleg healed.
"Thank you,"
SJ said to the paladin. He nodded in response.
"We got the message you were in the forest. Rex informed Alice this morning, and we set off straight away,"
Gary said, turning to look at SJ.
"With the recent wolf sightings, we thought we'd better come and check, which now seems unnecessary."
If you hadn't come, I doubt the 2 injured wolves would have survived, SJ said. Patch walked towards the paladin, who was still near the second wolf. On nearing, he dropped his head, as he had done towards Cristy. "I think he's saying thank you," SJ said, looking into the paladin's fear-filled eyes. The paladin stood weaponless, mere inches from the beast.
"That's okay,"
he replied, rather nervously. Patch turned back away, returning to Cristy's side. "Can I come back?" Cristy said.
"Back?"
Gary asked, looking at her.
Back to town,
she said.
"I don't think so. People would not be happy with a dire wolf near the town,"
Gary said.
They won't harm anyone.
"And how could you be sure? They're wolves."
Cristy's little face scrunched up in annoyance.
Patch is my family,
she shouted.
"Patch?"
Gary said with a confused look. Patch is the direwolf, SJ answered.
"Look, we need to get you back to the orphanage. Miss Madeline has been worried sick about you since you disappeared,"
Gary said.
I'm not going. Not unless Patch comes with me.
"He can't come back with you."
Well, I'll stay here with him then.
Cristy, SJ said.
What?
She said, huffing. Patch can walk back with us, but he just can't come into the town. I'm sure he can stay nearby, though, and as long as he and his pack don't attack any of the town, I'm sure they'll be fine in the woods. Gary looked at SJ.
"They can't be anywhere near town. I know we've healed them today, but the wolves are renowned for the damage they cause, and the hunters can earn a living off them."
Do the hunters hunt on this side of town? SJ asked. Gary stood and scratched his head for a moment, thinking.
"Well, no, because of the odd scouting parties, like this one lying dead around us."
Exactly, SJ said.
"What do you mean?"
Gary asked, frowning. Patch and his pack on this side of the town will act as another line of defense and deterrent against the hobs, especially the scouting parties. After briefly considering SJ's comments, Gary replied,
"I suppose it makes sense, but I can't give them permission to be near town. Only the mayor could do that."
Well, I suggest we get back to town and see the mayor then, SJ said, smiling at Gary. Gary frowned, looking at her and scratching his chin again.
"Sven, what do you think?"
he asked, directing the question to the paladin.
"I tend to lean towards what SJ just said. A pack of wolves on this side of town would act as a deterrent for the scout parties. It won't affect if they come to raid, but it could cause them issues at least," Sven said. Gary grumbled, mumbling under his breath before he spoke again.
"Okay, they can walk back with us, but must stay in the forest. They're not allowed to enter the fields leading to town. We can then see the mayor and get his opinion on it."
Are you okay with that? SJ asked Cristy. Cristy looked from Patch to SJ to Gary before replying,
I suppose.
"Good. Then let us get back. Jaslow, Bryn, can you check the orbs, please?"
Two of the accompanying guards moved to where the dead hobs lay and looted their corpses before picking them up and moving them into the tree line off the main track. Soon the only signs of any fracas were the marks on the ground and the darkened patches which had soaked up blood.
"Right, come on. It's a long way back yet. We need to get moving,"
Gary said. Cristy was whispering to Patch, and SJ could not hear what she said. A moment later, Patch lay on the ground,
and Cristy began climbing onto his back.
"What are you doing?" SJ asked.
Riding Patch,
Cristy replied, smiling as she sat with her legs over the direwolf's back. Patch stood again, lifting Cristy into the air and making her let out a shout of glee. Gary turned, and the party of guards followed him as they returned to town. That was until there was noise off to the right of the track. Stopping, they all turned and drew their weapons. In amazement, SJ watched as 5 more wolves appeared from the tree line. They were all smaller than the others, and 3 small cubs followed them. The leader of the wolves from the tree line, and the largest, was a brilliant white color, and it walked up to Patch and nudged his face.
It looks like Patch has a girlfriend,
Cristy said, smiling. Chapter 12. Monsters and Mithril. A couple of hours later, the group eventually reached the forest's edge. Cristy climbed down from Patch's back, and after talking to him for a while, she eventually left him standing with his pack while she continued with SJ and the rest back across the field to town. On the group's return, several townsfolk stopped and looked at SJ walking along, holding Cristy's small paw in her hand. The group walked straight to the barracks, several accompanying guards peeling off to the training grounds, and Gary, Sven, SJ, and Cristy entered. The usual orc sat at the desk, and SJ was unsure if he ever stopped working or slept.
"Is the mayor in?"
Gary asked, approaching the barrier.
Yes, he's in his office,
The old orc replied, glancing at SJ, then staring at Cristy.
"Thanks,"
Gary replied. Upstairs, they passed the table holding the model of the town. Cristy's eyes turned in amazement.
That looks amazing,
she said as she walked past, receiving a smile from a gnome busily making updates. It was a live model, and SJ didn't think they ever stopped working on it with all the required building adjustments.
"Mayor Maxwell,"
Gary said as he approached the mayor's open door. The mayor looked up from his desk and saw SJ walking with little Cristy. A broad grin appeared on his face.
"Thank Amathera. You're both okay,"
the mayor said. It was an interesting night, SJ said.
"Thank you, Gary, for escorting them back safely. I don't wish to take up any more of your time,"
the mayor said.
"There is something we need to discuss first,"
Gary replied.
"What's that?"
the mayor asked.
"We have ended up bringing some guests back with us." "Guests? What sort?" "The kind I'm not sure you'll be very happy about,"
Gary said, looking a little sheepish. The mayor stood from behind his desk.
"Don't tell me the hobs are behind you." No,
Gary replied quickly. The mayor sighed deeply.
"Oh, that's one good thing then. So, what guests are you referring to?"
SJ had been allowing Gary to talk, but jumped into the conversation.
Actually, Mayor, they are not guests. They are Cristy's family, she interjected.
"Family?"
the mayor replied, frowning.
Yes, it's a bit more complicated than you may imagine, so I would ask for your patience while I explain,
SJ said. SJ spent the next few minutes explaining what had happened to her and Cristy before eventually coming around to the fight between the wolves and the hobs. The mayor looked enthralled, listening to her tale and her battle description.
"That sounds quite intense,"
he said when she finished.
That's not the main part, SJ said. The main part is that the direwolf is Cristy's family.
"What?"
the mayor exclaimed, gasping at her comment. SJ even heard the gnome working on the miniature town gasp behind her. She thought he must have heard most of what got discussed in the mayor's office and must be trusted.
Yes, Patch is the name of the direwolf.
SJ then talked through how Cristy knew Patch and what had since happened.
So,
In conclusion, I believe that if they are allowed to stay at the forest edge outside of the town's border, they will help in 2 ways. They will prevent hob scout parties and allow Cristy to visit as she wishes. After the revelation, the mayor sat heavily in his chair, looking perplexed.
You want me to authorize a pack of wolves to live just outside town?
Yes, in the simplest terms, SJ said. The mayor scratched his thick beard, contemplating the news from SJ. Gary and Sven had just stood listening to SJ's tale, having already heard what had happened on their return, and now both stared at the mayor, awaiting his response. Cristy took it upon herself to let go of SJ's hand, where she'd been standing quietly as the grown-up spoke, and walked around the mayor's desk. She looked up at him. Smiling, he turned to look down at her.
Please,
Cristy said, her eyes wide like saucers. Her face had the power to warm even the coldest heart. The mayor looked at her momentarily, and SJ saw his demeanor change slightly.
Oh, Cristy, I'm not sure allowing a pack of wolves to live so close to town is a good idea. What if they start attacking the livestock or venture into town?
I promise they won't do any of that. They'll only do what Pat tells them. He's their leader,
Cristy replied. For Cristy's age, SJ was impressed with her communication ability.
Why don't you come and meet Patch?
Cristy said.
You want me to meet him?
The mayor replied, raising an eyebrow.
Yes, I think he would like you,
Cristy said, smiling. The mayor looked over at Gary and Sven, who just shrugged, and SJ smiled.
I suppose I could meet him,
the mayor replied.
Alice,
he called. Alice came walking through from the adjoining office. Yes, Mayor.
I assume you just heard all that was discussed.
I did.
What are your thoughts?
He asked.
As a druid, I have no problems with animals near town,
as long as they are not evilly aligned. I have no experience with direwolves, so I cannot advise. I know they are supposed to be highly intelligent creatures, and if their trust is gained, they will die for you.
Really?
The mayor replied, surprised. Yes, some druids seek them out because of their intelligence and undying loyalty. I have never met a druid who had one as a familiar, and I think this Patch would be too old now to attempt to bond with, but there is no harm in visiting him. The mayor looked again down at Cristy.
Okay, we will visit him. Depending upon how the visit goes, I will then decide.
Yay!
Cristy cheered, smiling at the mayor with the biggest grin she could muster.
You really will like him, I promise.
We will see,
he replied.
Come on then,
Cristy said, taking hold of the mayor's giant-sized hand. The mayor looked at her hand in his and smiled warmly at her again.
Okay, let's visit Patch.
An hour later, the group had returned to the barracks. Patch had been the perfect direwolf, if there were rules or manners for direwolves. There had been no growling or anything that may have caused any concern for the mayor, and he had decided before returning to the town that the wolf pack could stay on a trial basis for 2 weeks, and then, after that time, he would make a final decision. Cristy initially objected until SJ assured her that if Patch and his pack behaved, stayed away from the town, and didn't attack anyone, they should be fine. Cristy was still unhappy with the trial, but eventually succumbed to persuasion.
We need to get you back to the orphanage,
Gary said, as they all stood outside the barracks. Cristy turned and looked at SJ.
Do I have to? Can I not stay with you? I have no friends there.
SJ wanted to say yes to Cristy, but couldn't commit to full-time care. I always have to leave and go away, and I don't have a home. I stay at the inn.
You have a cottage,
Dave said. Cristy looked forlornly at SJ, and the gnoll's wide, small eyes made SJ's heart hurt.
Gary, could you tell Miss Madeline I will let Cristy stay with me tonight? SJ said.
Gary smiled at them both.
Of course,
he replied as he set off to the orphanage. Just as the mayor was about to head in, SJ remembered.
Oh, Mayor?
Yes?
I found something you may be interested in, SJ said.
Really? What have you found?
I believe that mithril is valuable.
Exceedingly. It is only found in the higher territories. Why?
I found some, SJ said.
You will do well when you sell it. I bet Zedge would be interested in using mithril bars.
No, you misunderstand me. I haven't found a bar of mithril. I have found a mithril vein.
What?
The mayor spluttered in amazement. Where we stopped last night, there is a cave with a mithril vein running through it. The reflected light it cast was beautiful.
You are serious, aren't you?
Yes, SJ said.
Has it not been claimed by anyone? Had it been mined?
No, it was only accessible by a small entrance. Cristy and I could fit through, but anyone or thing larger than Cristy could never access it.
How large was the area?
The mayor replied, unable to keep the excitement from his voice.
The cavern was probably 60 feet by 40 feet and 20 high. Running throughout the walls and ceiling were veins.
The mayor stood dumbfounded.
You realize how much that mine would be worth if there really is that much there?
I have an idea. Yes, SJ said,
lying. She did not know its value beyond what Dave had told her. She knew from games she had played back on Earth that mithril was always one of the higher value ores, renowned in dwarven and elven blacksmithing. When considering Amathera was a different world, it was amazing how stereotypical some aspects were in relation to Earth's fantasy worlds. The mayor's eyes were lit up at the thought of the mithril, and SJ could see him performing mental calculations.
A mithril vein here, so near to town, would bring in so much income. It would guarantee jobs and livelihoods for so many.
There is one problem.
What?
The mayor asked.
It is near the hobgoblin village. Not too close, but close enough that they could see a group near it, and it is not easily accessible either.
Damn. We need to confirm the area and see what we can do. Would you be willing to show Shelley where the mine is?
Who is Shelley? SJ asked.
Shelley is our mining lead. We mine our stone from the mountain to the west of town. She would be the best bit to confirm the details.
I can do that, but unless everyone is the size of Cristy or my miniature form, they won't be able to enter the cavern.
Shelley can mine through the stone in no time. I'm sure she can get to the cavern.
The area is near the route the hobs used to traverse from the valley's floor.
The mayor swore under his breath.
I must send a scouting party to check the cave's location. Would you be able to go with them?
SJ's display triggered. Quest. Escort the scouts. Show the scouts the cave's location and the hobgoblin village's locality. Rewards. 300 XP. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no?
Nice XP boost,
Dave said. SJ regarded the mayor for a few moments.
I can escort them to the cave and show them where it is. But what is in it for me?
The mayor's eyebrows raised at the comment.
What do you mean?
If I show you where the cave and the mithril vein are located, and you can mine it, then the town will make a significant amount of money from what you indicated. Therefore, I could just not show anyone, and then mine it myself.
You are no miner,
the mayor exclaimed.
Not yet, but I could be, SJ said.
The mayor stood looking back, his eyes narrowing before returning to their usual appearance.
Until we can verify the cavern's contents, we do not know how much it is worth.
And unless I show you where it is, you won't ever have any idea of what it is worth anyway, SJ said frankly.
Mithril is highly sought after,
Dave said.
The veins in the cavern were high volume. I do not know how much precisely they could mine, but based on the cavern's size and considering the structure of normal mithril veins and the width of the channels you found, I would expect there to be at least 8 tons, and that is not considering how wide the vein field might be.
SJ received no response as the mayor looked back.
What if I said there was nearly, if not over, 8 tons of mithril, not including how far the vein actually runs in the surrounding rock?
SJ said. The straight face the mayor had been attempting to keep was lost in the statement.
8 tons of mithril,
he gasped.
I would guess, if not more, considering the vein width. The only thing I can't be sure on is the depth and distance the field stretches, SJ added.
How do you know?
The mayor frowned.
I am a Legionnaire,
she said, smiling. The mayor stayed silent for a few moments.
If the vein is as large as you say...
The mayor paused as he completed some mental calculations.
How does 1% sound?
1% of what?
SJ asked.
Mined mithril sales,
the mayor replied.
Ask him if he means refined bars or raw ore,
Dave said.
Refined or raw ore? SJ asked.
I'm not sure we have anyone who can refine the ore,
the mayor answered.
I bet Zedge can,
Dave said. If Dave thought Killic's dwarven blacksmith was capable, then SJ agreed.
I'm sure Zedge can refine the ore, SJ said.
If we can refine it, I would agree to 1.5%,
the mayor said. SJ could tell he was used to negotiating contracts. There was no way he would give up on the potential profit the town could make from such a find. They were still standing outside the barracks, and Cristy still held SJ's hand as she spoke. At a tugging on her hand, SJ looked down.
What is it?
She asked.
I'm hungry,
Cristy said. SJ smiled at the gnoll. After what had happened over the last few hours with Patch and the pack, SJ had completely forgotten how young Cristy was.
I'm going to get Cristy some food. I will consider your offer and let you know. In the meantime, it should allow you to speak to Shelley and sort out a scouting party. The cave is not going anywhere, so there's no rush.
The mayor looked down at the tiny gnoll, who only just reached the height of his knee. He was so tall in comparison.
Where will you be?
He asked.
I am going to take Cristy back to the inn, SJ said. Come on, Cristy. Let's get something to eat.
Cristy grinned at SJ as her stomach let out a grumbling sound. Her little cheeks colored, which was a feat for her small, fur-covered face. Chuckling, SJ turned back to the mayor.
Speak soon, she said, smiling.
Chapter 13. An idea, perhaps? As SJ led Cristy back through town towards the inn, Dave talked.
Okay, the market value of mithril fluctuates, but if you consider some of the average prices and the fact that you don't have auction house access to sell ore or bars to other Legionnaires, then getting the town to do the work and taking a cut from the top is a great idea. I know the latest sale prices, although my data may be a little outdated as they change regularly. 1 kilogram of raw mithril ore sells for 3.1, and 1 kilogram refined is about 11.3. 8 tons of raw ore would be refined to about 4 tons of pure mithril, depending on the smithies and miners' skills. I have picked lower-end values to make my assumptions. 8 tons of raw ore at 3.1 equals 24,800. So, 1% is 248. 4 tons at 11.3 equates to 45,200, and 1.5% is 678. This all depends on demand and market prices. The vein's size will determine actual potential, but the profits could be much higher considering that 8 tons is the minimum expected haul. The income from the mine would boost the town's value and potential by a considerable degree. The larger cities fight over mithril mine rights. Several skirmishes and battles have been fought.
Silver?
SJ said.
Pardon?
Cristy asked, looking up at SJ.
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking aloud again,
she said, smiling. Looking at Cristy, she noticed how disheveled she looked in the clothes she had worn on her adventure.
We need to get you some new clothes, she said.
No, not silver. Gold, Dave replied. SJ gasped.
Are you okay?
Cristy asked.
Yes, sorry, I just remembered something, that's all. Let's go to the tailor's,
SJ said. Distracted from SJ's reaction, Cristy's face showed a broad grin, and SJ redirected them to Fizzlewick's. Fortunately, the shop was open. Fizzlewick carefully measured and confirmed sizes, then presented some lovely clothes for Cristy to try on. SJ smiled at the god disguised as a quarterling as he fussed over Cristy in his broken speech, making her feel she was royalty. By the time they left, SJ filled her tailoring inventory with 3 new outfits, with boots or shoes to match each. It only came to 65 coppers, which SJ was sure differed from what it should have cost. Thanking Fizzlewick, the pair continued their journey to the inn. Cristy's stomach had growled loudly as they finished at the shop, and she needed food. At the inn, the lunchtime crowd was in. Several patrons exchanged pleasantries as SJ walked to the bar, leading Cristy. Karis smiled broadly at them.
Hello again,
she said to Cristy.
Hello,
Cristy replied.
Hi, Karis. Cristy is going to be staying tonight, if that's okay?
SJ asked.
Of course. I'm going to clean up, but could I order 2 lunch specials? No problem. Would you like them in your room? That would be great, if you don't mind. Sure. I'll ask Phyllis to bring them up when they're done.
Leading Cristy upstairs to her room, SJ prioritized sorting a bath out for her while they waited for their food. Only minutes later, Phyllis knocked on the door carrying a tray.
Hi, Phyllis,
SJ said as she answered the door, stepping aside to let her in.
Hello, and you must be Cristy,
Phyllis said, smiling at the small gnoll.
Hi,
Cristy replied. Phyllis carried the fully loaded tray to the table and placed it down. The tray overflowed with delicious cuts of hogling, salad, and thick, unsliced bread, plus a small pot of butter. Floretta, the skeleton who ran the kitchen, was an amazing cook, and the food was beautifully laid out and looked divine. Also, for SJ's pleasure, there was a large, steaming pot of coffee. Floretta had even included a small milk jug and glass for Cristy.
Oh, this looks amazing, thank you. And thank you for the coffee.
SJ smiled, picking up the pot and pouring a large mug.
Our pleasure as always,
Phyllis replied.
How much? You can sort it later when you come down. Thanks,
SJ said. Phyllis left them to it, and they both sat down and wolfed down the food. I'm so jealous, Dave said sulkily, as SJ bit into a thick chunk of bread smothered in butter, deliberately smacking her lips to annoy him further. Cristy giggled at the sound, not knowing its true meaning. Once they'd eaten and SJ finished filling the bath, Cristy got in. SJ had filled it with the scented oils, and Cristy looked tiny in the large tub. Cristy stayed there, splashing and sighing for quite a while. Eventually, once cleaned and dry, which was no mean feat for a fur-covered gnoll, SJ learned, Cristy got dressed in a set of her new clothes. It comprised a pair of black baggy trousers, a matching baggy top, and black boots, similar to what SJ would have classed as combats back on Earth. It reminded SJ of a grunge style. She looked so cute. SJ couldn't stop smiling. It gave Cristy a look of attitude. Cristy loved the outfit and spun around, showing it off. The afternoon disappeared quickly, with SJ and Cristy playing various games that SJ remembered from Earth.
They stood looking out the window playing I Spy, which was Cristy's favorite, although she was terrible at it. SJ allowed her to win and kept giving up to make her feel better. She even sat with Cristy, drawing in her notebook from Phyllis, and taught Cristy how to write her letters more clearly. SJ had nipped downstairs briefly to return the tray and order some food for dinner, and it was only when Cristy yawned loudly that SJ realized how late it had got. Looking at her display, it was nearly 20, and the time passed quickly. She had spent days at friends' houses with their kids and forgotten how much fun it was to watch them as they learned something new and played. "I think it is time to get you to bed," SJ said, after Cristy's third successive yawn.
"I'm not tired,"
she said, yawning again.
"Yes, you are. Come on now, let's get you tucked in."
SJ took her through to the enormous bed and eventually settled her down.
"Can you tell me a story?"
Cristy asked sleepily.
"I could. Let me see what story I can tell you. She mused. "I think I will tell you about Cinderella."
"Who is Cinderella?"
"She was a poor, bullied sister who became a beautiful princess."
SJ began the story. She didn't get far before Cristy's breathing grew heavy and her eyes closed. Carefully getting up from the bed, SJ bent and kissed the small gnoll on her head, stroking her hair and pulling the blanket up to cover her.
"Night, Mummy,"
Cristy mumbled. On hearing the words, tears formed in SJ's eyes, and she stayed stroking Cristy's head until she snored lightly. Walking back out to the main room and sitting down, she dabbed the tears from her eyes. "You would make a wonderful mother one day," Dave said sincerely. SJ had never even considered the potential to have a relationship in Amathera, and the thought gave her a fresh round of emotions she had not considered since arriving.
"Do Legionnaires have relationships?" she asked quietly.
"Some do," Dave replied.
"I had never considered it."
"You may in time, but for now, we have priorities. Reaching level 10, upgrading your skill to level 6, and completing your tailoring quest," Dave said, before adding, "which you have neglected recently." SJ flushed a little, knowing she'd been putting off making the gloves. She'd read the recipe, but had not even attempted to make any yet.
"Well, I may as well start now. I can't go anywhere with Cristy sleeping here."
"Good idea, and we can also discuss mining and money," Dave cackled maniacally. SJ awoke the next morning with the small form of Cristy cuddled up to her side again. Slowly extricating herself, she climbed off the bed and went to the other room. "Morning," Dave said.
"Morning,"
SJ yawned, checking her display. It was only 6, and the sun was already high in the sky. "Are you ready for negotiations today?" Dave asked. As they had discussed the mining and potential income last night, they had agreed that the percentages offered for the mithril mine were too low. Dave explained all the aspects involved with mining, including labor, resource needs, smelting, etc. The list was quite substantial, but it was nothing that SJ wouldn't have expected. He then gave rough costs for everything and concluded that the town would profit at least 50% from the ore, never mind if it was smelted into bars. SJ would see the mayor today and request 5% and 7.5% accordingly for ore or bars. She had low expectations, but she wouldn't settle for the initial offer. It was time to use her charisma.
"Once I've dropped Cristy back off at the orphanage, I'll see the mayor again."
"Sounds like a plan. You're going to miss her," Dave said. They had spoken about it the previous evening, and SJ had thoroughly enjoyed yesterday with Cristy. Under different circumstances, she would have loved to have taken her on, acting as her guardian, but she couldn't justify it. Her life and future were uncertain, and it would be unfair to drag Cristy around everywhere. She had thought about the cottage and allowing Cristy to stay there, but was worried about her eating properly, even if she spoke to Charlotte, Brian, and Terence about it. It could be an option if they could supply food and look after her.
I need to speak to Husa and grab some chisels for Terence from the market,
SJ said, remembering that the stonemason was due to travel to the cottages soon. SJ got ready and then woke Cristy up. After eating breakfast downstairs, SJ took Cristy back to the orphanage. Madeline was thrilled to see Cristy, and SJ handed over Cristy's new outfits she had bought for her. Cristy promised not to leave town alone again, and SJ agreed to take her to see Patch in a few days. As she walked through town, SJ stopped at a shop selling tools and bought a set of chisels before locating Husa. He was busy building a new home on the western edge of the town, and SJ handed over the chisels, asking him if he could drop them off. After ensuring his team's progress on the new build, he agreed, then promised to be free in a day or so to go down.
Time to see the mayor,
SJ whispered.
I can't wait to see his face when you ask for the new amounts,
Dave giggled. The barracks were the usual hub of activity, and several townsfolk were busy talking at the various desks, which served different purposes for the township. SJ had read several of the desk plates, which listed the departments. There was virtually everything you would expect within any town hall. A large bugbear complained about refuse collection, and the Ratkin desk clerk scribbled down notes about his complaint. The normality of the town and how everything operated still amazed SJ. After waiting for her turn at the front desk, she was informed that the mayor was unavailable. He was apparently at a council meeting. SJ did not know they even had a town council, but it made sense, considering how everything was set up.
Do you know when it will finish?
SJ asked.
It depends. They can last an hour to several, depending upon the topics,
the orc replied.
Where do they meet?
Upstairs, the next floor up. It's not open to the public.
Okay. I will come back later then.
SJ was about to leave when she heard her name being called. Turning, she saw Alice coming down the stairs.
Alice,
SJ said as the druid approached.
Hi, SJ. Would you be willing to join me?
The mayor sent me to find you. Thankfully, you are here anyway. He would like you to address the council.
Me? Why?
SJ said, confused.
He would like you to explain what you found in the cave. He has made a statement, and the council questions its validity.
Validity?
Auric is the dwarven representative and oversees all dwarven issues in the town, but he doesn't believe a mithril vein can exist in this area. The mayor would like you to describe what you saw.
Okay, sure. As Alice led her up to the floor where the mayor's office was, SJ followed closely. However, instead of going inside, Alice took a turn down the corridor. SJ had never been there before, and another flight of stairs led upwards. They lacked the grandeur of the set leading to the first floor. At the top of the stairs, she was met with an enormous set of double doors. Alice knocked on the door, and they opened. She led SJ inside. 2 large orcs stood on either side of the door, and once she entered, the doors were closed again behind her. Representatives from each of the township's dominant races, 12 in total, sat around a huge oval table, and the mayor's colossal form sat at the head of the table.
That was quick, Alice, the mayor said. Thank you for coming, SJ.
With all eyes on her, SJ felt a little nervous.
I was coming to see you anyway, so it's fortunate.
Excellent. I've mentioned your discovery, but my esteemed colleague Auric would like to clarify what you found. Without further details, he is unwilling to release Shelley from her duties at the mine.
No problem,
SJ answered as Alice led her to a chair near the table's end. Slowly sitting, SJ felt even more nervous.
What would you like to know?
A large elderly dwarf sat on the left of the table. He had a long, thick grey beard that rested on the table, which wiggled when he spoke.
You say that you've discovered mithril?
I have, yes.
How do you know it is mithril?
Auric asked. SJ could not answer that it was her AI had told her, so, thinking on her feet, she came up with what she hoped was a plausible story. Being aware that the usual townsfolk also had the same leveling and skill progression systems, she used that for an answer. We are given certain information when we are reborn as Legionnaires. This includes the knowledge of base materials within Amatherean, SJ said, knowing that no one could confirm it unless another Legionnaire came to town, and as far as she was aware, no others had turned up since Darjay's and Malcolm's deaths.
I see. Can you explain what you saw exactly? The mayor did tell us, but can you please explain in your own words?
On entering the cavern under torchlight, the walls were covered in silvery blue veins of ore streaking across the walls and ceiling. The light reflecting from them was mesmerizing and beautiful.
Was it more silver or blue in colour?
Silver? Why? SJ said.
There are several ores that have a silvery blue colour, and many false claims of mithril have been made over the centuries.
Auric replied as he coughed. Picking up a tankard from the table, he took a drink before he continued.
These claims have led to many issues and conflicts, people fighting over an area only to discover that the claim is false.
Unless you have someone small enough to fit in the cave to confirm that it is mithril, which I am 100% sure it is, the only way you will reach it will require mining the entrance, which can't be done currently because of the proximity to the hobgoblins, SJ said. Everyone present murmured around the table, and SJ realized the mayor must not have mentioned the hobgoblins to them.
Calm down, everyone,
the mayor said. Several moments passed before quiet returned. Many faces were now etched with annoyance, and several even looked fearful.
We're not going to do anything until we have scouted the area properly and checked the chances of anything being discovered if we did proceed,
the mayor said.
Our problem is that we will not know for sure without widening the entrance. If it is mithril and we don't take this opportunity as a town, we would be stupid. We're all aware of the town's finances and that we can't continue to sustain the natural population growth without another source of income.
This revelation about the town's finances shocked SJ. She had believed that the town operated on a closed economy, but understood, with an increase in population, that it would become unsustainable. SJ sat thinking momentarily, and murmurs and conversations began from those around the table. Have you ever considered attacking the hobgoblins in their own village? SJ asked, raising her voice to be heard above the conversations. The comment caused immediate silence at the table, and all eyes, including the mayor's, turned back to her.
What are you suggesting?
Why do you keep waiting for the hobs to come and raid the town? I have seen how many are available to defend the town, and your numbers at least match or are greater than the hobs. So why wait for them to attack you? Why do you not attack them and clear them from the valley? SJ asked. A fresh round of muttering began around the table, and the mayor sat scratching his beard as he mused over the comment.
We have never attacked them because they would see us coming from such a distance. When we reach the village, they will know that we are coming and be set up to defend. This advantage could easily sway the outcome of a fight. Like how we block our roads with wagons, they could be ready for any assault. An assault on a heavily defended position is likely to suffer significant losses, as the hobs do every time they try to attack here.
Maybe there is something you can do to stop that, SJ said.
What would that be?
The mayor replied, frowning. I mentioned the path the hobs use to traverse the valley wall. It is a perfect place to perform an ambush, and if the hob army travels up the path, they cannot move quickly and will be spread out along the route. This would give you a tremendous advantage and allow you to pick them off.
How do you plan to prepare the townsfolk for such a situation? We cannot just sit out there waiting for them to march.
Can you not draw them into an attack? Another round of chattering started, and this time they didn't stop when the mayor requested silence. It took several minutes before quiet settled around the table again.
It is a thought, but I'm unsure how to draw them out to attack, the mayor eventually replied.
Well, we need to scout the location before we do anything drastic, SJ said. After a while, the conversation ended, and SJ confirmed she would meet a scouting party later that afternoon to return to the location. The reason was that as light faded, they would be less likely to be spotted. Upon leaving the meeting room, Dave immediately started talking about an idea to attract hobgoblins.
Are you insane?
SJ whispered as she made her way back down the stairs. Chapter 14. Insanity.
It makes perfect sense, Dave said defensively.
To you, maybe, SJ said as they left the barracks.
Well, it does. If you speak to Fran and see if Harrietta can help, we can get underway once we know.
This is madness you're talking about, and you are not the one who will be in danger.
True. Although neither will you initially.
Initially being my point exactly, SJ retorted.
Well, don't say I didn't try to give you some advice, Dave sulked.
I appreciate it. I honestly do. I just don't think it's feasible.
We will never know unless we at least try.
Look, I will speak to Fran, okay? See what she thinks.
Dave's plan was absolutely insane, considering the danger it might put her in. Although it could easily cause Borden and his hobgoblin followers to attack, she wouldn't even consider it until she had spoken to Fran. SJ had decided she would train for the rest of the morning and walked around the side of the barracks to the training ground. Lorna was nowhere to be seen, so she walked to the training circles and began practicing her kata. She had practiced her forms for half an hour when a friendly face appeared.
Hello, SJ,
Greb said as he approached. Hi, Greb, SJ said, smiling. The kobold was always friendly and happy whenever she saw him, and looking at him, you never would have thought he was so skilled in martial arts.
I see you are getting stuck on the last move,
he said. Am I? SJ questioned as she finished.
Yes, your poise is wrong. Here, let me assist. Take your stance 3 moves prior.
SJ stepped through the actions in her mind before getting to the point Greb had mentioned and took the pose. It was at the point of a straight punch, and she stood with her arm out as expected on completing the move.
Okay, hold the position. I'm going to touch you, he said.
Greb walked to her side and gently placed his clawed hands on her shoulder and wrist of her outstretched arm.
You are overstretching. See here,
he said, pulling her shoulder back to position it for her.
When you perform the last punch before the kick, imagine that your shoulder is frozen and doesn't move. Any slight movement will put you off balance for the sweep, and you'll end up overcompensating.
SJ could feel the difference. It was subtle, and as she tried to perform the final sweep motion followed by the last punch, she noticed the difference in the transition. Wow, that really made a difference. It's so much easier and more natural, SJ said, smiling.
Now, try doing it your normal speed. It takes a little getting used to, but you'll get the hang of it.
SJ restarted her kata again, and as she got to the last moves, she knew again that she had done it wrong, and cursed as she became unbalanced on the sweep. Ugh, she said, kicking at the sand. Greb chuckled.
It does take some more practice, that's all. Try again.
SJ worked through her kata a few times, slowly, ensuring she locked her shoulder until she was happy with her body position. Okay, here goes again, she said. Greb watched intently as she worked through the kata. It was 3 stages, transitioning from an initial defensive form to recreating 2 attacking forms. As she neared the last moves, she focused on her shoulder positioning and threw the punch before the sweep, locking her shoulder. The fluidity was perfect, and her sweep came naturally, followed by her last punch. Yes! She shouted, smiling as her display triggered. Congratulations! Kata level 6 achieved. You may now select your secondary skill. SJ shouted an even more elated yes and ran to Greb, hugging him. Greb was taken aback by her sudden action and stood with his arms by his sides. SJ released him.
Sorry,
she said, blushing.
I just leveled.
Oh,
Greb replied, smiling.
If it were just perfecting a form, I would train you more often if I got hugs like that.
SJ felt her cheeks go even hotter.
What choices do you have?
Greb asked.
SJ looked at him. Aren't all choices the same for everyone?
Not always with martial arts. We train in Amatherean, but there are other forms that some races use, and they have different skill options. You mentioned you had a defensive style initially, so you may have something related to that.
Oh, let me see,
SJ said, opening her skills sheet. Martial arts. Leg sweep. On successfully performing a sweeping kick, you can cause the target to lose balance, leaving them prone. Base attribute, dexterity. Counter, strength. Wheel kick. You can jump and perform 2 rotations before landing. No base attribute. Palm strike. Successfully inflicting a palm strike can incapacitate a target as you strike. Base attribute, strength. Counter, constitution. Clawed Avenger. When wearing claws, your damage is increased by +5 per level, up to a maximum of +50. No base attribute. Claws of the Storm. Chance to inflict lightning damage on an opponent. Successful strike may cause the victim to be incapacitated for 5 seconds per level, up to a maximum of 50 seconds. Base attribute Dexterity. Counter, Constitution. Improved Guard. You can block 1 attack, allowing an instant strike back. 2-minute cooldown. No base attribute. There are some nice skills for first-tier selections, Dave said.
Did you get anything interesting?
Greb asked.
I'm not sure what you would classify as interesting, SJ said.
Well, you've seen the kick I did in the sparring. That is my first-tier skill.
Greb smiled.
Is that called a wheel kick?
Yeah, that's the one. That's a superb skill to acquire. What else do you have to choose from?
Leg sweep, wheel kick, palm strike, clawed Avenger, claws of the storm, and improved guard.
2 claw skill offers. That's unusual. I guess they are your primary weapons?
Yes.
I don't know anything about those. All the other 4 are standard skill offerings for Amatherean. Since I don't use weapons, I had 6 skills dedicated purely to Amatherean.
Greb said.
Do you have a tier 2 skill yet?
SJ asked.
No. I'm not level 10 captor yet. I'm still only level 9. I get my second option then.
I assumed you were higher than that.
No. I don't train hard enough, personally. I know I've seen you here most days on and off, but I usually only train twice a week. If I wanted to advance to level 10, I would need to train more frequently. I'll get there one day.
Thank you for your help today. I can't believe I reached level 6.
It was my pleasure. It is nice to see someone as dedicated as you are. I should really follow your example.
Greb chuckled. Walking from the training ground, SJ was elated that she'd unlocked her next skill. Whispering to Dave, she returned to the inn to get food and asked him for his advice.
What should I select?
All are nice, but with your claws I would select one of those. The Claws of Storm is a high tier 1 skill, but is not very often given out as an option. Your problem is that is a percentage-based success, whereas Clawed Avenger is a basic damage bonus. If I were you, considering your class basis of being an assassin and wishing to inflict maximum damage from a surprise attack, I would select the latter,
Dave replied.
Would my dexterity base not mean my success rate would be improved with Claws of Storm?
Yes, but like our discussion about the subterfuge skills, your target impacts the basis. The Claws of Storm have a counter of Constitution. Take this into consideration against someone like Borden as an example. As an ogre, he will have an insanely high basic constitution. You can see that from his hit points when you identified him. Therefore, the chances of your skill ever activating would be virtually 0. Well, 1%, actually, as that is the lowest it can ever reach as a minimum to trigger a skill successfully.
I see what you mean. Its benefits would be good on lower or potentially equivalent levels, but not on others.
Not exactly. You'll have noticed that some creatures have higher hit points than standard races for equivalent levels. That means that their basic constitution is higher. So, if you fought even a level 8 ogre, the chances of your skill still triggering would be very low because of its high base at low skill levels. Higher skill levels can obviously help significantly, but it takes time to get the skills points needed.
Fair enough. Levels are not the only consideration.
Nope.
SJ took Dave's advice and selected Clawed Avenger. Congratulations. You have learned Clawed Avenger Level 1, plus 5 base damage to every attack. Smiling at the message, SJ opened her damage charts and added the adjustment bonus. It moved her claws to sit within the top 3% of her current weapon level. She looked at the Badger's Blade's details again. The Badger's Blade's base damage was 5 to 9, plus 3, then plus 7 for her dexterity adjustment, and then plus 5 for her new skill, before considering any potential target attributes and armor class. The plus 5 was a significant advantage, moving her to a minimum of 20 damage and supporting her ability to inflict damage against higher armor classes. SJ grabbed some lunch at the Hoggling Arms. It was still early enough before she'd been asked to go back to the barracks to meet the scouting party, so she decided to see Fran. Arriving sometime later, several mages were in the yard, and it looked like 2 of them were sparring with each other. She watched for a few minutes as they cast spells at each other. It was interesting to see what they cast, and both mages had a basic elemental attack and shields they could trigger. When Henrietta appeared beside SJ saying hello, she nearly had a heart attack. Squealing exceedingly loudly, she jumped, drawing the attention of one of the mages who was fighting. That meant he didn't see the streaking red fireball thrown at him, and his very loud and obscene outburst deafened SJ's scream of terror as his robes caught fire. A water mage began dousing him and putting them out. SJ's cheeks reddened with embarrassment, and she turned, heading inside to find Fran without acknowledging Henrietta.
Fran?
SJ said angrily when she saw her in the common room talking to another mage. Fran turned, noting the tone of SJ's voice.
What's wrong?
She asked, frowning deeply.
Henrietta just tried to kill me.
What?
She just appeared at my side saying hello.
Fran's frown turned into a smile.
Did she make you jump?
Jump?
I almost had a heart attack.
SJ huffed in response. Fran couldn't help but start laughing.
You get used to it eventually, she said, smiling. I will never get used to an apparition appearing out of nowhere. It's unnatural.
She is unnatural. She's undead, Fran chuckled.
Not funny, SJ said.
What do you need?
I wanted to catch up on certain things, SJ said cryptically.
Sure, give me 2 minutes. Go and help yourself to a coffee. There's a pot in my office. SJ turned and glared at Henrietta. If she had not already been dead, she probably would have been from SJ's look. Her face was thunderous. Storming to Fran's office, she walked in and helped herself to a coffee, then sat in a chair. Henrietta had again followed her and was stood on the far side of the room, watching her intently. SJ kept turning her head and looking in another direction, and within moments, Henrietta would appear in her eye line.
Please stop,
SJ said.
Why? Am I not beautiful still?
Henrietta replied. SJ turned and looked at her again. Henrietta had the typical beautiful features of a dryad and would have been beautiful in her previous life, but SJ could not see it as she was now. Not wishing to antagonize her, she said,
Yes, but it doesn't give you the right to scare people. I didn't mean to,
Henrietta replied defensively.
I was only saying hello. Next time, don't sneak up on someone and do it,
SJ snapped. Fran walked into the office and noticed the tension between them. "Are you two not friends now?" she said, smiling. "I'm not sure we ever will be," SJ responded. "I hope you will be," Fran said.
So do I,
Henrietta added. SJ turned and glared at Henrietta again. "What did you need?" Fran asked. "First, how did you get on at the Wandering Ogre?" SJ asked.
I need to go back. I think I found out who it may be, but I can't confirm yet,"
Henrietta responded. "Oh? Who?"
"I have my suspicions that it may be a halfling. There is one who has only recently been going there, and he has not been in the town long. In the conversations I overheard, he was asking a lot of questions about Fae and various other people from the town."
SJ remembered the halfling she'd spoken to the first time she had visited the Wandering Ogre and asked for directions. "He doesn't smoke a pipe, does he?"
"That is not an identifying trait for a halfling. Nearly all smoke pipes."
"I wasn't aware."
"I need another couple of nights watching before I should be able to confirm,"
Henrietta said. "That wasn't difficult. You both just had a civil conversation," Fran said. SJ said. "So, what else was there?" Fran asked. "I have an idea, and before you answer, hear me out fully, as it is a little insane." "Go on, do tell." Fran was now intrigued as she sat in her chair and leaned forward, resting on her elbows. "I've been speaking to the mayor, and I know you speak to him often." "I do." "Well, I want to try to guarantee a hobgoblin raid." "What?" Fran said, sitting back with a shocked look. "Let me explain. The route to the valley follows a very steep path cut into the valley's side. It is not accessible by more than 2 abreast at the most. I want to trigger Borden's group, so they move to attack the town, and as they proceed up the valley side, we can ambush them." "That doesn't sound too insane." "No, the insanity bit is how I trigger it, and that is where I need Henrietta's help." SJ turned to look at the apparition. Henrietta opened her eyes wide now.
"Mine?"
she said. "Yes. I wondered if you could scout the village and see where the ogre keeps his club."
"His club? Why would you want to know that?"
Henrietta said. "I know that it's magical." SJ noticed Fran nodding in agreement. "My plan is to sneak in there and steal it. If I can, we can virtually guarantee that the ogre will send the hobs to attack to get it back. That way, we'll lead them directly into a trap." Fran's shocked expression said it all. It took her a few moments to gather her thoughts before she said, "I have to agree, that is insane." "It is a little, but if it works, it could allow the town to drive the hobs from the village once and for all. If we can reduce their numbers enough, they can no longer raid the town." "It is very risky. We do not know what defenses the village has." "That is why I was hoping that Henrietta may help," SJ said, turning to look at Henrietta again. "With your ability, you should be able to sneak in and scout."
"I could. It is what I'm good at."
Henrietta smiled. "Are you willing to at least scout the village so that I can confirm the details before I present my idea to the town council?" SJ asked. Henrietta turned and looked at Fran. Fran shrugged before turning back to SJ. "As long as Henrietta is happy with doing it, I have no objections." "Henrietta?" Fran asked.
"It sounds fun,"
Henrietta said. "Thank you so much. When do you think you may do it?" SJ asked.
"I can head to the village any time. It is not as though I am time-bound,"
Henrietta replied. "I am traveling to the valley late this afternoon, and we will scout out a mine nearby. Would you like to accompany us?" SJ said.
"No, it's fine. I can head down there now and see what's what. Going somewhere new will be interesting. I haven't been out of town for a long time now,"
Henrietta said. "Amazing. I will see you later, then, if that is okay. SJ asked.
I'm sure I will find you easily enough later.
Just, please, don't scare me, SJ pleaded.
I promise to try not to scare you,
Harrietta said with a wicked smile. The statement did not inspire confidence in SJ, and as she left the academy, a sense of foreboding crept up on her. Returning to town, she called in at a vendor's stall, resupplied with rations and refilled her water skin, then headed to the barracks to meet the scouts she would escort to the cave. Chapter 15. What's a Borsey? The party that had been formed only comprised 4, and SJ was thrilled to see that she knew 2 of them, Greb and Gary.
It's great to see you 2 here,
SJ said as they stood in Captain Broadaxe's office in the barracks.
As soon as they heard you were heading to the valley to scout, they both volunteered,
the dwarven captain said.
Remember, all this is just a scouting trip. Do not interact in any way with the hobs. If you see any, if possible, hide up and stay out of their way. Only if it is a life or death situation are you to attack. We don't want them getting any ideas, as we rarely send scouting parties out.
Understood, sir, the 4 assembled guards said in unison.
SJ is leading the way, as she knows the cave's location. Gary, you are leading the overall party. Rex will follow you and return to Alice if there are any problems. Leaving now, we expect that you'll arrive just as it gets dark. Once the area is scouted, I need you to return straight away.
Yes, sir, they all replied. SJ was impressed with the 4 of them and their professional attitude. They left the captain's office, and Gary led them through a rear door to an area SJ had never seen. Walking down a short corridor, they arrived at a caged door.
What's this?
SJ asked.
The armory,
Gary said, smiling.
Oh, I didn't realize you had one.
Where do you think we get all the town's defense weapons from?
I thought you all owned your weapons.
We do, but we can also sign out other weapons as needed, and since this is a scouting mission, I want something quieter,
Gary replied as he knocked on the metal cage door. A halfling appeared, and climbing a small step, he opened the hatch in the door. There was a small metal shelf, and it reminded SJ of the police armories she had seen in American TV shows.
Hi, Gary. What do you need today?
The halfling asked.
Hi, Bowie,
he said, turning to SJ.
Have you ever fired a crossbow before?
No,
SJ said, shaking her head.
In that case, can I get 4 crossbows and bolts? Also, 5 cloaks, please.
Sure. Give me a few minutes,
the halfling replied, climbing back down and disappearing behind a wall. Several minutes passed, and SJ could hear a lot of grunting and groaning from within the room before he eventually returned, balancing the 4 crossbows, 4 sets of bolts, and 5 cloaks precariously. SJ did not know how he had even picked them up. He placed them on a table at the side of the door, and then climbed back up the step before leaning down and lifting them through. Each one he handed out, he made the recipient sign for. This took several more minutes, and once they were fully supplied, they all thanked him and left. Gary handed SJ a cloak as they left the barracks' main entrance.
Here, put this on.
It was a deep mottled green color and looked like the camouflage patterns she would have expected on military uniforms back on Earth.
thanks,
SJ said.
It will cover your dress, at least,
Gary replied, smiling. SJ took the cloak and pulled it on. It was made of thin, soft, fleece-like material that didn't hamper her movement. That goes well with your dress, Dave said. The party began towards the valley. SJ learned the names of the 2 others in the party, Joplin, a human rogue, and Rach, an elf ranger. Joplin had been a guard member for several years, and Rach had only recently joined after finishing training as a new ranger. As they made their way along the forest path, they heard the howl of a wolf. Joplin and Rach lifted their crossbows.
It's okay,
SJ said.
That will be one of the pack.
What's pack? Rach asked nervously. Have you not all been told? SJ asked.
I hadn't briefed 'em yet,
Gary said, coughing nervously.
We don't normally come out this side of town.
Ah, SJ said. Gary spent the next few minutes informing the other three about the pack of wolves that now lived between the town and the valley. Joplin's eyes widened in awe as he discovered the existence of a friendly wolf pack. Greb took it in his stride. The howl did not make him react. The more SJ got to know Greb, the more stoic she realized he was in nature. Even when training, he rarely showed emotions. It was getting dark as they neared the trail's end, and they slowed their approach, not wanting to walk into a hobgoblin scouting party. SJ had informed them the hobs seemed to be permanently out in the forest at the top of the ridge. Joplin scouted ahead as they approached, and the others followed him as he indicated they were all clear. SJ directed them down the river's edge until she reached the area she had cut into the forest where the hobs had been with Cristy. Now making her way through the underbrush, she found the small clearing and the animal trail the hobs had used. Unhindered, they reached the top of the steep slope where the steps began. It took SJ a few moments to gather her bearings, and then they began the more arduous and slower task of working through the tree line until they reached where SJ knew the cave mouth was. The gradient increased, leading them down the side of the slope into the thinning trees until they reached the entrance.
The village can be seen from here if you just move over through the trees there. It is clear in daylight, SJ said quietly.
Gary nodded and signaled to Greb, who made his way towards it. Gary looked at the cave mouth, but there was no way any of them in the party could ever squeeze through the tunnel. They then moved over to where Greb was crouched by a tree, looking out into the valley below.
You see the fresh rock side?
SJ whispered to Gary, the freshly disturbed stone clearly visible in the moon's bright light.
Yeah, I can also see the path you mentioned. That is not an easy climb to get up here.
I'm surprised you've never been out here before.
We haven't been required to for a long time now, and my rota is normally around town. I wouldn't usually be involved in scouting missions, but I had to volunteer when I heard we would escort you.
Gary smiled.
No one has ever scouted the hobs before?
It is normally left to the druids and their familiars, such as Rex.
I suppose it keeps people out of harm's way.
SJ couldn't fully appreciate the interaction between the druids and their familiars, and did not know if they could communicate in a way that allowed them to describe things they had seen. Looking down into the valley, they could see the fires and torchlights of the enclave. There were at least 24 patches of light in the now encompassing darkness. They stayed watching for a few minutes before Joplin whispered harshly as he pointed towards the left of the village.
Can you see that?
Their eyes panned left, and they saw a line of torches in the distance. Because of the ground's undulation, the lights were not easily noticeable as they appeared and disappeared again, but something was moving across the left side of the valley. It must have been of significant size, as the line grew as it got nearer. Turning back to look at the village, they watched as more torches were lit and shouting began.
What's happening?
Rach said quietly. Traveling across from the valley's floor, they could hear shouting. They were too far away to make out anything being said, but they could see a hive of activity in the village. Gary stared into the distance, his eyes scrunched, trying to work out what it was. At that point, the four of them all jumped out of their skins as a voice sounded just in front of them. Rach let out a squeal of surprise and clamped her hand to her mouth. She had pulled the trigger on her crossbow with a soft thunking sound, sending her bolt harmlessly down the valley side.
I will go look,
the voice said. Thankfully, there was too much commotion below for Rach's squeal to be heard. SJ gathered her wits before the others, looking around wide-eyed, wondering where the voice had come from, and spoke first.
Harrietta, what did I tell you about scaring people?
She hissed quietly.
Sorry,
Harrietta said as she appeared before them. Joplin scrambled backwards at the apparition's appearance. Rach and Gary both had eyes like saucers. Only Greb, who had still jumped, had regained his composure.
It's a good job they're making noise down there, or we may have been heard,
SJ said sharply.
I said sorry, Henrietta huffed. I thought you said you would check the village out already. I thought it easier just to accompany you. Have you been with us the whole time? Yes.
SJ rolled her eyes.
You could have at least let me know. You know now.
She smiled.
I'm going to find out what is going on. I'll be back soon.
The apparition disappeared again. Joplin turned and looked at SJ. His face was white as a sheet.
That was a talking ghost, right?
Yes, I thought you would know about her. She is Mistress Francisca's follower.
I did not know,
Joplin replied. The other three shook their heads, indicating they didn't know either.
I'm sorry. She was going to scout for me, but I didn't know she would be with us. I thought she'd gone ahead already.
Continuing shouts could be heard as the group watched from the cover of the sparse tree line. They watched as the line approaching from the left spread further into one long, extended line facing the village. The village now also had a line of torches that were facing them. There was still a substantial distance between them, and the left line worked forward until it stopped facing them. From seeing the area in daylight, SJ knew it was a huge open plain below in the valley, with little if no cover.
They look like battle lines,
Gary whispered.
Battle lines? Who'd be attacking the hobs?
Greb asked.
I do not know. I've seen formations like that before in my clan days. Suppose you look at how the torchlights are positioned on the left group, the spacing and how they stagger slightly. I think they're orcs,
Gary said.
Why would an orc clan be marching on a hob village?
SJ asked.
This is unheard of. There is no way that a battle should be forming near a starter town,
Dave said urgently.
This sandbox feature that has been implemented has amended the entire structure of the land. At no point in the history of Amathera have I ever known such a thing to occur. I need to do some digging. An orc clan will march on anything if it believes it has the right to,
Gary replied. SJ noticed a sneer on his face. She would have to ask him about his past. She had not known he had originated from a clan.
It is an orc clan, and they mean business. That is a full assault group, Dave said.
If they're just about to fight, this would be the prime time to take advantage and hit them, SJ said.
It would, but it would take time to get the guard here, never mind down into the valley.
Gary, should we send Rex back anyway to tell Alice?
Greb said. Gary looked at him, frowning momentarily, making his mind up before removing a small whistle from his pocket. It looked just like the one Alice had used in the office, and SJ heard no sound. Within moments, the form of Rex swooped down from above on the ridge. Gary removed a pencil and paper and scribbled a note. Folding it, he placed it into a small cylindrical tube on Rex's leg.
Go, Rex, as fast as you can,
Gary said. Without making a sound, Rex took off and flew back toward the town. The companions watched the proceedings below. The left line, which Gary had said was orcs, had stopped some distance from the hobgoblin line along the village edge. Nothing seemed to happen as the time passed. A shimmering began in front of the group, and Henrietta appeared down the valley before approaching. This time she gave them a chance to be aware she was there, and not all jump at her sudden appearance.
There is an orc army approaching. I managed to get near the ogre as he spoke to his mage. They have been at ends for months. The orcs believe this valley is theirs, but it is their first time marching on the hobgoblins. Flying the lines briefly, I'd say there are probably about 250 hobs and 150 orcs.
That seems slightly smaller than the last group that attacked the town, SJ said.
The ogre had sent a group off to go away with the female hobs and their young, and several male hobs accompanied them. They have just kept their main fighters behind.
Having never considered that there would be young down in the village, SJ gained a new perspective on the situation.
This will be interesting,
Dave said. As they watched, the beating of drums echoed through the valley.
Orc war drums,
Gary said.
Should we get closer?
Greb said.
No,
Gary replied.
we will wait. I doubt the clan will attack at night. They'll probably wait until daybreak, so we have hours. They'll keep the war drums going all night to disturb the hobs, to keep them awake and on edge. I was born with war drums beating and can sleep like a baby through them.
The night ticked by. None of them could take their eyes from the torchlight as they listened to the ominous sound of the drums beating. It was terrifying for SJ to imagine scenes from many old films back on Earth. Even though she had been a part of the raid on Killic, the fact that two bodies of beings were lined up against each other just waiting for that call to charge was nerve-wracking and fear-inducing, making her skin tingly with anticipation.
Whoever wins this fight will still be a problem for the town,
Gary said to SJ.
Why's that?
SJ asked.
Clans think they can take what they like. If they win here today, they'll attack the town soon enough. If the hobs win, at least they'll be weakened.
Eventually, the sun's first light appeared as its soft glow lit the sky. With the break of dawn, the drum beat upped its tempo. From their vantage point, they heard the cries and roars begin along the orcs' line. This was returned by the hobs, who began shouting and roaring back. SJ then noticed the huge, imposing form of Borden standing at the center of the mass of hobs. She could feel the nervous tension in the air, and was not even amongst the masses below. A small group of orcs separated in the center of their line, and a mounted orc stepped forward and in front of the line.
No,
Gary exclaimed.
It can't be.
Shock etched his face.
What?
Greb asked.
That is my old clan. I'd recognise that mount anywhere.
I can't tell what it is from here,
Greb replied.
It's a horrible thing. No one knows how we ever tamed it.
What is it? SJ asked.
A ballsy. They're foul beasts. Imagine a hoglin in a permanent frenzy, and you may be close. What confuses me is why they're here. I was born 2 territories away in a level 20 to 30 capped area. Many of those orcs will be much higher levels than the hobs they face, so they're not worried about having a smaller force.
I'm going to get closer, SJ said. Gary looked at her with a concerned look. Don't worry, I'll be miniature. SJ removed her cloak and shrank down.
Henrietta, are you still here? Yes,
the ethereal voice replied.
Will you join me?
SJ asked.
Of course,
Henrietta said with a happy lilt.
Be careful,
Greb said as SJ took off. She flew down the valley side, staying close to the ground in the early light of daybreak. SJ just hoped no one would see her. She tried to stay out of view of the 2 lines of combatants as much as possible, hoping they would all be otherwise engaged. It didn't take her long to reach the plains.
Henrietta? Yes?
Henrietta replied.
Sorry, I just wanted to check you were still with me. I would have said if I couldn't keep up with you. Good.
They were probably only a few hundred meters from the village now, and the sound of the war drums being struck echoed all around. Up by the ridge, it had sounded ominous, but nothing like being this close. She flitted through the grasses of the plain, finding the main path that the hobs had created over time, running to the base of the valley's side. Staying to its edge and low, she approached. The buildings were ramshackle. She could see they had not been maintained. The area was disgusting, with rubbish and filth everywhere. The hobs were not concerned about personal hygiene based on the state of the place. There was evidence of various animal skeletons lying around. Not seeing any movement on this side of the village, SJ flew to the nearest building. Pausing briefly at the entrance, which hung open, she peeked inside quickly, checking it was clear. The stench that hit her nostrils was horrendous, and she recoiled from it. The floor was littered with blankets, and it looked like over 20 hobs probably slept in it usually. Scattered on the floor were what SJ could only guess may have been some children's toys. She couldn't fathom living in these squalid conditions and could understand why they sought to take the town. The sun peaked above the mountainside, and the war drums stopped as the first full ray of morning light bathed the valley floor. SJ froze at the sudden silence. She whirled around and checked that nothing was near. All she could hear was the occasional sound of movement.
"They are meeting in the middle,"
Henrietta whispered.
"Where are you? Looking through the ceiling."
SJ looked up, and Henrietta's face smiled down at her before disappearing again up through the roof.
"I'm coming up,"
SJ whispered. Moving to the roof, SJ landed gently. She was so glad her wings were virtually silent. Cautiously, she moved forward in her miniature form until she reached a broken and decrepit chimney that looked like it might collapse at any moment. Peering around the stone side, she took in her first clear sight of the battle lines. With the morning light streaking between the lines as it continued to creep above the mountainside, the massive form Borden strode out towards the center, while from the far side, a huge orc stepped forward on the largest boar SJ had ever seen. The orc was massive, much larger than Gary, and Gary wasn't small, but the boar was monstrous. She wasn't surprised they could tell it was a mount from the tree line. It had 4 huge tusks protruding from its lower jaw and was at least the size of a large rhino back on Earth. It was covered in chainmail, and running down its snout was plate armor. A skull crest and red flail were painted on the front of the armor between its eyes. The huge orc pulled the mount to a halt, almost at eye level with Borden. The orc wore scale mail, from what SJ remembered of her gaming days, and carried a large, round shield painted a blood-red color with the same crest. In its other hand, it carried a vicious-looking flail, whose chains dangled down the side of his mount with 3 huge, spiked metal balls attached. Borden stood there in the attire he had worn at the township, minus his damaged breastplate after his battle with Siegfried. Skin trousers, bare feet, and now a bare upper body. His muscles, no longer hidden under a breastplate, were huge and rippled across his shoulders as he flexed. He held his huge club in a monstrous hand, bouncing the massive head in his open palm with a steady rhythm.
"What do you think you're doing, Borden?"
the orc called. The pair was still about 40 feet apart.
"You know you can't beat my clan."
Borden laughed, a deep, resounding sound. Chapter 16. Amatherean Standoff.
"Your clan is weak and pitiful. The elves ran you from your home, and now you try to muscle in where you are not wanted,"
Borden said. It was the first time SJ had heard the ogre talk in the common tongue, and it was a broken, unnatural sound.
"I have already told you I will not give up the valley. You're right. You are a scum of Amathera. You and your kind. No morals, no standards. Look at the state you have made of this village. I remember visiting here years ago. It was a beautiful area, and you and your group have devastated it since your arrival."
The words from the orc were more eloquent than SJ expected, and his reply sounded educated.
"The valley is ours, and soon the town will be ours. Your kind are not welcome here. You have been warned before about entering." It's not yours. It belongs to the orcs. We are the oldest race of Amathera. Whatever land we choose to reside in belongs to us by rights of age.
The orc called.
I will give you 10 minutes to start moving from the valley, Jabri, or it will be the last thing you ever do.
Borden threatened, growling deeply. The hobgoblin line cheered his comment. Jabri waited for silence to return before replying.
I will, therefore, offer you the same. 10 minutes to leave the village. You may head west over the mountains and find yourselves a new home.
At his response, the war drums began again. SJ hadn't seen the hobgoblin mage. She was so transfixed on the two leaders talking, but now remembering, she scanned for where Iratu was. Borden returned to his line, not worried he had turned his back on Jabri. The orc leader spat on the ground before turning his mount and trotting back.
Have you seen the mage?
SJ whispered.
No,
Henrietta whispered in response. It was still freaking SJ out she was talking to an invisible ghost who could easily be sat cross-legged just watching everything unfold without a care in the world.
I need to find him,
SJ said. As Borden returned to the hob ranks, SJ watched them part and allow him to go through. Many of the hobs were carrying crude spears and swords. The hobgoblin archers were spaced out along the line. Most of the orcs appeared to be wearing scale mail compared to the hobgoblins' leather armor, and several were bare-chested and had the clan emblem painted on their chests. They were all wearing war paint, whether stripes of red across their faces or markings on their clothing or armor. The force looked fierce and formidable. As the drums continued to beat and the hobs began shouting back, SJ worked toward the roof's edge. Borden walked towards a building and stooped to enter the doorway. An old, battered sign was hanging from a post at the door. A picture of a wolf's head could still be seen on it, amongst what looked like several axe strikes. The building must have been the village inn in its old life. Now decorating either side of the door were two animal skulls. SJ thought they might have been bears, although they looked much larger than any bear she had ever seen. Gathering her steel and looking at the lines of chanting, drumming enemies, she flew straight to the inn's roof. Assuming she was safe since no one called and her senses hadn't triggered, SJ landed on the roof and edged to where a chimney had once stood. It was now just open to the elements, and peering down, she saw the hunched form of Iratu and another hob. SJ could not see Borden from where she was positioned. Beneath the opening was a cauldron, and within, a putrid purple liquid formed thick bubbles before they burst, releasing small clouds of vapor. Borden spoke in the tongue she had heard on her last encounter with them. She didn't know what was said or the reply.
He asked if the poison was ready. Dave put in. The mage and rogue confirmed it was. They've cooked up something, not just poisonous, but alchemical between them.
SJ nodded, not knowing if Dave would even realize, but guessed he would. She needed to ask him about how he viewed the world. It had never really entered her mind before. She assumed it was like a third-person view, but would check when in a position to speak openly. She waited for Dave to interpret as the group spoke.
The rogue is going to start distributing it to the hobs. They've been cooking it up all night since they noticed the orcs' approach.
SJ was thinking about what she could do. Yes, the orcs were problematic, but compared to the hobs, they seemed civilized. She wished Gary was here so she could find out more about them. She thought through her options before removing a healing potion from her inventory. Steam was rising from the cauldron, and the mage and rogue were now off to one side, collecting some vials. SJ opened her own and poured the liquid into the cauldron without further consideration. The red liquid landed on the surface, seeming to float, before sinking slowly, dispersing in the mixture. The rogue returned to the cauldron and picked up a ladle resting against its side. The reaction began as he moved to scoop some of the cauldron's liquid. The already boiling liquid became more violent, the bubbles forming more rapidly on its surface. SJ stared down as more steam erupted from the cauldron and a thick mist rolled over its sides. It reminded SJ of the smoke in nightclubs she had visited when they flooded the dance floors. The rogue drew back and shouted something to the mage, who turned with a startled look on his face, and then it happened. The cauldron exploded. SJ pulled back from the hole in the roof just in time as a spout of purple liquid, light, and smoke erupted. Below her, she heard the scream of the rogue and mage. SJ moved to the flat edge, which was not visible from the assembled lines because of the roof shape, as the mage staggered out of the inn. The explosion had caused most to turn and look, including Borden, who had returned to the line. The mage coughed and spluttered as he escaped the vapors and mist that followed him out the door, his robes covered in the liquid, and he pulled them off as the material corroded. Oh, that was a mental thing to do. You realize you could have just blown the whole village up. Messing with alchemical reactions like that can be and is very dangerous. But man, did that look good shooting out of the hole in the roof like that. Dave chuckled.
I had to do something,
SJ whispered. Two hobs came running over to the mage to assist him, and he struck out at them and screamed in rage, continuing to remove his robes. Now that was foul language indeed. What had that kobold ever done wrong? Dave tutted. SJ could imagine what he had said. The mage's robes were ruined and now lay on the ground, and underneath his robes, he was wearing regular clothing, a pair of trousers and a loose-fitting shirt, with several marks on them where the liquid had eaten into them. The robes made him appear imposing, but he looked much scrawnier and less intimidating without them. In her last meeting with Erupts, she had struggled to damage him, and without his robes, she hoped it might be different. Borden called to him, and Erupts screamed back, pointing back into the inn. He just blamed the rogue, Dave giggled. The purple vapor and mist cleared, and as it did, the tempo of the war drums increased. Borden was facing the enemy line, waiting, tapping his club into his huge palm in time with the orc's drumbeat. Then, silence enveloped the lines, and the drums stopped all at once. It hung in the air for several moments as Borden cried out. The hobs chanted and took a step forward. As this happened, the drums began again, and the beat was much faster. SJ stared across at the orcs as cries erupted, and they banged their weapons against their shields in time with the drum beat. It was a sight to behold. The orcs stepped forward, and then a second step picked up speed. The hobs did the same. Borden began increasing his speed as he ran across the battlefield, aiming directly for Jabri on his mount. He screamed in rage. His club was held high above his head. Because of his size, he reached the center before anyone else, and 3 orcs moved to intercept him as he attempted to approach Jabri, whose mount was still standing stationary, awaiting an order to charge. One of the unfortunate orcs received the full power of Borden's club as he swung it like a polo player would from horseback, catapulting the orc backwards, and its helmet went flying. She wasn't sure if its head was still in it, as Borden plowed through the other 2, knocking them aside like bowling pins. Jabri still sat there, not moving, and it was only as Borden closed to within 30 feet that he moved. The Borsey went from stationary to a speed SJ struggled to keep track of, and the 2 powerful beasts met with a sound like thunder. As the 2 leaders clashed, the hobs and orcs reached each other. Some fired crossbows before dropping them and switching to melee weapons. Several bolts hit their marks, and a few staggered from initial wounds. Utter chaos had begun as a vicious melee got underway. As this happened, SJ looked down and saw the mage pick up his ruined robes. He screamed in anger at them before throwing them to the ground again. Looking out towards the battle, Erupts snarled and stepped into the gap between the buildings. Flourishing his hands, he conjured a red ball and released it with an angry scream. The fireball he had created flew across the field, taking an unsuspecting orc completely by surprise. It was hit square in its face, and it screamed, throwing its hands up and grasping its now blackened face as two of the hobs then pierced it with their spears. Orcs screamed, and hobgoblins cried as the violence ensued between the two sides. Borden was viciously striking at the mount of Jabri. He was not trying to hit the orc himself, but trying to disable his mount. The giant Borzy swung its huge head and tusks in defense. Jabri swung his flail, the metal-spiked balls having a significant reach on them, and they smashed into Borden's side. Although Borden staggered from the blow, he received no physical damage, and SJ was sure she noticed Jabber's eyes widen in realization. The mage must have cast his invulnerability spell on him already. The orcs would not stand a chance of winning if Borden remained invulnerable, and SJ knew what she had to do.
Henrietta?
SJ whispered.
Yes?
She said, right by SJ's ear.
Can you help me attack the mage? If you wish. What would you like me to do?
Have you not fought before?
Nope. Fran doesn't allow me to fight, and before I was turned into what I am now, I didn't know many combat spells. I know a few now, but they are not high level. Can you think of anything that can help? He normally has a shield, which takes time to break down. I can cast Dispel Magic and see if that helps. I only learned it the other day. Give me a minute to prepare. I'm heading down. Can you cast it, please? Sure, but I will be visible when I do. I can't do magic while hidden. Just cast it, then fly away. I don't want you getting hurt. Unless there is a cleric or paladin here, I very much doubt they have anything that can affect me. Okay, wait for me to grow.
SJ took off, flew to the other side, and dropped by the side of the wall. There was no way anyone was paying her any attention, not with the carnage unfolding on the plain. Erupts had his back to her, casting another fireball, screaming as he hurled it at two orcs. SJ equipped her claws and grew. Standing next to the building, she looked up and saw Henrietta appear as she closed her eyes and, with a flourish of her hands, cast a rainbow-colored stream of light at the mage. The light met with the shield surrounding Erupts and crackled over its surface. Erupts turned and looked up where the stream was coming from, screaming again and throwing a dark bolt at Henrietta. Henrietta didn't even flinch as the bolt passed through her harmlessly. The rainbow skittered across the shield's surface, making it visible, and as SJ watched, the shield broke down. As soon as it was open, she ran. Erupts didn't notice SJ off behind and to the side, and it was only when she reached him and triggered her identification skill that he noticed and turned. Erupts the Mad. Race, Hobgoblin Mage. Level, 18. Hit points, 71 of 105. Mana points, 185 of 270. Armor class, 10. Attacks, Magic. Special, Invulnerability. She noticed the reduced armor class and hit points from the damage she'd sustained from the cauldron blast just as her claws tore into Erupts, raking his side. The reduced armor class and surprise attack allowed her to hit easily. His health dropped by a further 21. SJ's heart leapt at the increase in damage. If she could land a few strikes, she could finish him. Erupts spun, screaming in rage, swinging his arm out violently. SJ was not expecting the blow, and it caught her across her face. She tasted blood in her mouth as her vision blurred for an instant. He may have looked weak, but he was still a level 18 mage compared to her level 7. Taking precautions, she stepped away and readied herself. The mage flashed his hands in action as a black bolt appeared. Just as SJ thought it would fly at her, a blue bolt of light struck the mage on his side, distracting him, and it fizzled out.
Get him, SJ!
Henrietta screamed from the roof where she now floated, clearly visible. Eruptu's hit points had not reduced from the blue bolt, but it had been enough to make him turn and glare at Henrietta, and that was the only opening SJ needed. Using her latest catiform, she attacked. The mage was fast, and on turning back, he blocked her strikes with his arms, parrying her forearms so as not to injure himself on the claws. The black dagger appeared in his hand again, and SJ knew it was poisonous. As he went to slash out at her, SJ dropped to a sweeping kick, bringing her shin around to impact the side of his ankle as the blade swept over where she had just been stood. Taking another step back immediately, she faced him again. As she watched, a second blade appeared in his other hand. SJ knew this was going to get dangerous. There were no healers nearby who could help her if she got poisoned. She still had the antidote from Gladys, but wasn't sure how strong a poison from the mage might be. Eruptu moved at her. It was obvious that, though a mage, he also practiced with blades as she fended off his attacks with her claws. She triggered her shroud skill to at least offset any damage received. Remembering the conversation with Jurgen as she did, she ensured not to overextend, allowing her blades to meet those of the daggers. Another flash of light, and this time an orange lance hit Eruptu. He groaned from the impact, but it again did little damage. Henrietta was trying to help in any way she could. SJ stepped in as a follow-up to the strike, and with Eruptu off balance, she plunged her claws into his abdomen. Again, they penetrated easily with his reduced armor class, and another 23 hit points fell. With the minor damage from the magic and her kick, he only had 22 remaining.
Get him!
Dave screamed in her head excitedly.
Watch it!
Dave and Henrietta cried in unison as a hob attacked her. She hadn't noticed the hob that had moved back to support Eruptu, and only when its mace caught her in the side did she realize a moment too late. Her senses were already heightened because of the fight, so she had not registered the new threat. Her health took a dive, reducing by a third. Thankfully, her shroud was still active, or it could have been much worse, and she staggered sideways from the blow. Wincing in pain, she turned to face her new threat as Eruptu stepped back from the melee. She didn't even bother identifying the hob. Filled with rage, she launched an attack. She moved with a speed and surety that she had never had before. Her moves felt natural and precise, her adrenaline pumping. The hob backed off, a look of fear in its eyes at her savageness. She slashed, jabbed, and kicked out at her new foe. It backed away, trying to keep its distance and use its mace to block her blows as best as possible. As it backed into the wall of the inn and had nowhere else to go, she hit home, piercing it in its chest and performing a claw strike straight across its face. Imagining it was one of the straw training dummies, she performed her repeated strikes. Its health dropped quickly, and SJ stepped back, panting as its body fell to the ground. She spun to look for Eruptu, who had disappeared from the side of the building.
Where is he?
SJ screamed.
He went left,
Henrietta called. SJ glanced at the ensuing battle. She could not tell who was winning, but she would not let Eruptu escape this time. She ran around the corner of the building, and her senses went into overdrive. She dived forward as, once again, her dragon blood saved her from certain death. The ball that passed her was not a fireball, but seemed to absorb the very light as it passed by.
That was an arcane death spell. It has a cooldown of 24 hours. He will have just used up his mana with that,
Dave said. The ball continued past where SJ had stood and out into the battlefield. 2 hobs and an orc were busy fighting when it struck them. The screams they let out pierced the whole battlefield sounds. Their bodies disintegrated as it ate into them. SJ stood and looked at Eruptu. His shoulders sagged, and she could tell the spell must have taken a lot out of him as she pounced. As she sprinted down the alley towards him, he moved his hands in a flourish again, and as another bolt began to form, The strain was clear on his face. Henrietta stepped in again, throwing another blue bolt at him, disturbing his cast and giving SJ the time to reach him. Leaping at him, she thrust both her sets of claws out as she jumped, punching them both forward and piercing him in his chest. Her momentum carried them forward, and Erupts toppled backwards as she landed on top of him, her claws buried deep into his skin. Staring at her with wide eyes of disbelief, the hobgoblin mage said one word in an accented common tongue. How? Chapter 17. Charge. As the life left Erupts' eyes, SJ's display triggered. She didn't even bother looting the corpse before shrinking and flying back up to the roof of the nearest building. Henrietta approached her from the other rooftop, vanishing as she did. SJ read her notifications. Congratulations. Erupts the Mad killed. 210 XP. Shared equals 105 XP awarded. Quest. Vengeance. Update. You have witnessed the heartache and torment caused by the evil that resides in Amatherean. You may seek vengeance on those guilty of crimes against the town. Kill Borden the Brandisher, 1000 XP. Kill Erupts the Mad, 700 XP. Complete. Prevent any further hobgoblin raids on Killic. Rewards, 1500 XP. Reputation with Killic. Usual level kill experience awards apply. Rewards, 700 XP, plus 140 XP bonus, equals 840 XP awarded. Congratulations on reaching level 8. You have been awarded the following: 5 hit points, 5 mana points, plus 1 dexterity, plus 2 free points to distribute as you wish. SJ opened her character sheet. Legionnaire 25007077. Name, SJ. Age, 27. Race, Fae. Class, Assassin. Alignment, Neutral Good. Level 8. Experience, 882 of 1200. Hit points, 62 of 62. 45 with a 1.38 multiplier. Mana points, 45 with a 1.2 multiplier. Armor class, 18. 10 plus 8. Attributes. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 18. Intelligence, 10. Wisdom, 10. Constitution, 12. Charisma, 11. Skills. Racial. Night vision. You have improved vision in poor light conditions. Flight. When in miniature Fae form, you can learn to fly. Flying is not available in humanoid form. Shapeshift. You have the ability to switch between Fae forms. Class. Martial arts. Kata level 6. Clawed Avenger level 1. Subterfuge. Identification level 6. 10 of 100 to reach level 7. Shroud level 1. Profession. Tailor level 3. Symbiosis. Dragon sense. Your senses, touch, hearing, smell, and sight, are heightened. Precognition. Foreknowledge due to increased perception will allow you to evade a killing blow. 24-hour cooldown. Divine lightning. Your blood is combined with that of a blue dragon, increasing healing speed while out of combat. Malware. Waiver. Sandboxed. Inventory, 10 slots, 10 special. Followers, 3. In one interaction, she had almost increased 2 levels. If she could kill Borden, she'd be well on her way to level 10.
That was amazing! Well done!
Henrietta said. SJ didn't even flinch this time.
Thanks for the support. I couldn't have taken him out without your help.
SJ quickly added 2 free points to her constitution, increasing her health by the base increase it gave, adding a further 50%. Her health increased to 71 from its base of 45 at level 8, and she could understand how Borden could easily have the hit points he had, considering his potential constitution and the multipliers. Though she didn't know if the bonuses were race-specific. Looking at the continuing battle, she noticed that the numbers on both sides had decreased. Bodies lay everywhere, and it didn't appear either side had dedicated healers available. This meant they were seriously limited in their capabilities. Looking out to the main showpiece, Borden and Jabri continued their individual fight. SJ could see blood flowing down the side of Borden, meaning that his invulnerability had been broken. The Borzy appeared to be struggling as Borden continued to beat on it. SJ watched as Jabri swung his flail out again at Borden. Borden caught the strike on his club, and the flail chains wrapped around it. Tugging violently, Jabri was dragged from his mount as he fought to keep a hold of his weapon. As Jabri slipped off his mount and fell to the ground, the Borzy took advantage, now more agile without its rider. It almost instantly charged from only 10 feet away, and it smashed into Borden's legs. Borden's cry was heard across the battlefield as its tusks gouged deeply. Borden ripped his club back, dragging the flail from Jabri's hand, and with the flail still tangled around his club, he swung it violently at the Borzy. It caught the Borzy on the side of its head, and it staggered from the blow. Jabri had sprung back to his feet, and his diminutive form compared to Borden now appeared with a two-handed sword. He was still considerably taller than others on the field, which Borden made look like mice in comparison. The ogre defended himself using his club as a shield, deflecting Jabri's vicious blows. It was actually better for Jabri now that he was unmounted, as Borden had to defend against two sides. As the battle continued, they exchanged blows, the occasional one finding their way through each defensive move. The Borzy had bagged off again and went to charge again. Borden gripped his club with two hands, swung it down like a sledgehammer, and smashed it on the top of the Borzy's head with his considerable strength. SJ winced at the blow and saw the Borzy drop on its front legs. It struggled to stand, and Jabri let out an unearthly scream as he lunged forward, plunging his two-handed sword straight into Borden's abdomen. The ogre bellowed in rage, and SJ saw his form change. Borden was bleeding from various wounds he had taken, and the sword now plunged into him sent him into a frenzy. Gripping the blade in his free hand, he pulled it back out as Jabri tried to push it deeper. Watching in amazement, SJ watched Borden's skin color change. His gray tones went red, and it wasn't because of the blood that covered him, as he triggered his rage skill. Borden swung his club at Jabri again as the Borzy struggled to get back to its feet, staggering sideways and falling on its side. SJ had completely forgotten throughout the events to trigger her identification skill, but did now, focusing on the three in battle. Borzy mount. Level 25. Hit points 64 of 298. Mana points 0. Attacks gore. Special charge. Jabri Zyquist. Level 27. Hit points 143 of 335. Mana points 55. Armor class 34. Attacks flail, stab, and slash. Special thick skin. Borden the Brandisher. Level 23. Hit points 211 of 480. Mana points 55. Armor class 28. Attacks bash and charge. Special rage. SJ's jaw dropped in awe as she read the remaining hit points. Each was under half its starting value, and the Borzy was at less than a quarter. She was also astounded at Jabri's level, a level 27 orc so close to the town. As they continued to fight, she looked across the battlefield and again triggered her skill, readying herself for the flood of information she'd be hit with. As her display triggered, she closed her eyes, allowing the sensation to pass, before opening them again. 63 orc warriors, levels 9 through 17. 9 orc berserkers, levels 11 through 18. 93 hobgoblin fighters, levels 6 through 13. 4 hobgoblin berserkers, levels 8 through 15. 19 hobgoblin archers, levels 6 through 11. Congratulations, you have reached identification level 7. She checked her skills quickly. Subterfuge, identification level 7, 98 of 200 to reach level 8. Shroud, level 1. Both armies were reduced by half or more, and the battle had raged for a while. "Look left," Dave said. SJ looked left. Her sense hadn't triggered, and as she wasn't in active combat at the moment, her health was replenishing with the influence of the dragon blood. Across towards the valley side, she saw them approaching. The mixture of colors and varying beings meant one thing. The town guard had arrived. They had descended the valley side, which meant they moved slowly over the steps and the rock slide that had restricted it. But they were on their way, and currently unnoticed by those fighting already.
Yes,
SJ said excitedly.
Yes?
Harrietta said questioningly.
The guards are coming,
SJ said.
Oh,
Harrietta replied. Not going to chance her luck until the others arrived, SJ stayed on the rooftop of the building. She'd been considering attacking a few stragglers nearer the back, but her health had not recovered fully yet, and she was only a level 8. As the fight continued, the guard arrived at the valley floor. SJ watched them wait to form into a group before proceeding towards the village.
I'm going to tell them Rotu is dead,
SJ said, taking off and flying straight over towards them as they approached. No one was looking at her or paying her attention. The combatants were too busy in their fights for survival. At the front of the group, Mayor Maxwell led with Captain Broadaxe and Lorna at his sides. As SJ approached, the mayor and Lorna both transformed. Though SJ had seen the mayor's other form, she'd never seen Lorna in her tigress form, and the size of the tiger alongside the massive bear was a vision of wonder. As the guards got within 100 meters, they began to run. SJ reached the mayor, flying by his side as he lumbered forward at a considerable speed for his size.
Rotu is dead,
SJ called. The mayor didn't reply, but acknowledged her statement with a nod of his head. A guard member blew a horn, and its blaring supported the guards' battle cries as they sprinted towards the fight. Many of the orc drums had been silenced by now, and the horn cut across the battlefield, making several heads turn and look at the town's forces as they arrived. As they got within 50 meters of the orcs and hobgoblins, a barrage of bolts and arrows flew, beginning their parabolic flight towards their targets. As they rained down on those fighting, fresh cries of pain could be heard as several were struck. The town guard must have comprised nearly 120. SJ saw several amongst the group that she knew, but also several who were not regular guards from what she could see. Lorna cut right and aimed her run at a hob and an orc fighting. Neither expected the flash of orange and black that tore into them. Lorna slashed with her claws and bit with her fangs. Captain Broadaxe wheeled to the left, and a group of guards followed. "Attack!" he screamed as they reached 20 meters from the main group. The mages from the town stopped, keeping their distance from the combatants. The first spells flew towards the combined enemy forces. The mayor continued towards Borden, knocking an orc flying as he ignored its weak attempted swing, and SJ stayed with him as the others joined the melee. As the mayor roared, SJ flew upwards above the battleground, and the mayor threw himself at the ogre. He careered into Borden back, and SJ was not even sure the ogre knew he was there. His rage had taken over any form of sanity the ogre may have had as he continued to fight Jabri, who was valiantly trying to defend himself, dual-wielding 2 short swords after having dropped his 2-handed sword. SJ saw Hob and Orc fighting to one side, and she dropped to the ground as she grew to her full size. The adrenaline coursed through her as she entered the fray. Her claws were still equipped, and she flew at the hobgoblin closest to her. The hob shrieked as her claws pierced its side, and the orc it had been fighting took advantage, swinging its sword across its enemy's throat. The hob silenced and fell to the ground. SJ pulled back, shrinking again. She sprinted away and took off again before the orc could compose itself to attack her. Picking areas that allowed for easy entry and exit from the fight, she repeated the same process several times. She was lucky to escape being struck a few times. Her sudden appearance as she grew and then shrank took most of her opponents off guard, and she triggered her shroud skill when she could. It was on the 5th attempt of the same tactic that she was hit. As she landed, a hob threw an axe and smashed into her shoulder, sending her staggering off balance and rolling to the floor. Thankfully, its blade had not struck her, but the force of the strike was enough to reduce her by 10 hit points. Wincing from the pain in her shoulder, she sprang back to her feet. Now equipped with a sword, the hob ran at her as she rose. Throwing her blades up in defense, she parried the strike. The hob was in a wild frenzy and swung at her backwards and forwards with a slashing motion. She backed away, parrying what she could. Its attack was so ferocious that she couldn't even consider finding an opening to strike back. That was when she heard the roar, and an orc ran towards her. Seeing the orc in her peripheral vision, she tried to step out of its way as it swung its sword. "Duck!" it screamed. "Now!" screamed Dave. SJ instinctively did as she was told, and the orc's blade swung over her where she'd been and connected across the chest of the hob. The hob was thrown backwards from the blow, and the orc stepped over it and plunged its blade into the hob's chest. That was the moment SJ realized it was Gary. Another orc ran towards them, and Gary shouted,
"Oh, great! You're mine!"
and screamed as he charged at the orc. SJ looked around, shrinking again and taking off. As she flew over the battlefield, she scanned the unfolding situation. The orcs and hobs' numbers were dropping rapidly now the town had arrived. As she saw the flashes of white from healers, the mages bombarded the enemy with spells. The entire area was bathed in a myriad of colors from the spells. It was absolute mayhem from where she now flew 50 feet above the battle as the three forces battled each other. Many of those SJ now classed as friends were heavily involved in the battle. SJ watched as Captain Broadaxe severed an orc's legs from under it with his great axe and, wearing his shining armor, strode casually with his axe over his shoulder towards his next target. SJ spotted Lithonian, mace and shield in hand, combating two orcs simultaneously, parrying and striking them, wearing them down. Gary fought Hargett. Fran was casting spells from a safer distance. SJ could see the flash of Zedge's warhammer appear above the mass of bodies he was fighting. Lorna fought with a hob, having switched back to her humanoid form, and now performing her martial arts skills for all to see. She was lethal and precise. SJ looked at Borden. His health was down to a quarter now, and Jabri was not far behind him, limping from a wound he had received to his leg. SJ had never identified the mayor, so she did not know what health he had remaining, but he had a nasty cut on his side. The three monstrous foes stood in a triangle, staring at each other as a brief standoff took place before Borden roared and swung for Jabri. Jabri ducked, and as he did, the mayor swiped at Borden's leg, tearing a fresh stripe of claw marks across his calf. It was a brutal display of strength and stamina. No foe should be able to withstand the damage that both Borden and Jabri had and still were. The Borzy was lying on its side. Still, it wasn't dead, as SJ could see its chest moving, but it was immobile. SJ spotted Rach as an orc loomed over her. She'd been knocked to the ground, and she held a short sword in front of her body to protect herself. SJ swooped down towards them. The orc brought its sword down, and Rach blocked it, holding the flat of her blade and its hilt as it pulled back to strike at her again. The next strike went for her head, and again she blocked it, but her palm slipped from the blade's handle, and she struggled to move it back up in time as the orc went to strike again. SJ was still in the air when she transformed, and, plummeting the final few feet, she crashed into the orc's side. It was not pretty, but it had the desired effect, sending the orc sprawling and SJ alike onto the ground. The wind knocked out of her. She had taken damage from the impact against the orc's solid form and could not position her claws to strike it. It grunted as it went to stand up and, seeing SJ the closest, swung at her, missing wildly. Following that, the orc tried to attack Rach, but she swiftly defended herself by plunging her short sword into its midriff. It froze with its arms in the air, with a look of confusion on its face, before it toppled over.
"Oh, thanks," Rach said, gasping and standing up.
SJ climbed to her feet and shrank again, nodding in response. Her breathing was labored from where she'd just winded herself. Taking off, she began controlling her breathing until it returned to normal. She was looking for weak areas to strike or people who needed support. Most of the fights seemed to go favorably for the town, with the orc and hob numbers decreasing every minute. Glancing back at the leaders, she watched as Borden hit Jabbery in his face, sending him sprawling, blood and spit flying from his mouth like a boxer. He fell to one knee, and Borden swung his club towards the mayor. One of his huge paws was lifted to block the blow. It wasn't enough, and the club smashed into his foreleg. The mayor let out a deafening roar of pain, collapsing to the ground, not able to support his body. SJ reacted. Swooping down, she flew behind Borden, anger flaring at seeing the mayor injured. Borden stood 12 feet tall, and landing to attack would be pointless, as she could not strike him easily apart from his legs, so she repeated what she had done for Rach. This time, as she transformed, she ensured she held her claws out perfectly before her, falling at an angle and speeding towards his back. Borden didn't see her coming, as he wasn't expecting anything to attack from the air, and she crashed into his solid form. He only took a slight step from the impact, but her claws dug in deeply, penetrating his muscular form. The impact felt like hitting a cliff face, and she had seriously dazed herself. She now dangled by her claws protruding from his back. Borden hissed and screamed, beginning to spin and jostle SJ. With breaths coming in gasps and her head reeling from the impact, she found herself in a helpless state. She was flung about like a rag doll until one, then the second claw came free, and she flopped to the ground. Falling squarely onto her face, she then rolled onto her back, overwhelmed by weakness, her body battered and bruised. Reduced to a mere quarter of her health by the assault and the fall, she found herself unable to move. Lying prone, her senses spun out of control in the face of imminent danger. With her precognition ability spent and lacking the energy or awareness to evade, she could only watch as Borden's colossal club descended upon her.
"See you soon,"
Dave's sad words rang in her groggy mind. Dave watched on in dismay as the club swung towards SJ. If he had a heart, he knew it would have been breaking at this moment. He was just finishing his weekly report as the scene unfolded before him. Legionnaire Weekly Status Updates. Legionnaire number 25007077. Reporting Administrator GF87UJ43LVQ18IO. Legionnaire level 8. Consonant, Axonelrawam. Location, Territory 8-TF4W. Nearest settlement, Killic. Report findings. At the time of the report, Legionnaire 25007077, known as SJ, had continued to develop and grow her reputation across the starter territory. She's been selflessly committed to protecting the town and its inhabitants. At no point has she sought recompense, only performing what she believed was right. As of this moment, she is being killed. Thankfully, she'll be ready to return to the White Room for reassignment because of her unique status of not being under the terms and conditions. I'm unsure what the mental impact will be on her during this second reincarnation, so
I will monitor her progress carefully.
Personal recommendations.
I would normally advise that, because of the unique factors surrounding this territory, it would be a suitable location for her to be reborn into again. The issue with this is the fact that she will have lost all her standing within the local populace as part of the process. Because of this, I would suggest that she is reincarnated in a differing starter zone to prevent unnecessary confusion for the local populace of Killic, many of whom are her friends.
It was strange for Dave to be writing about a future recommendation for a respawn location. The single life of other Legionnaires who were reincarnated in Amatherean never afforded them the unique opportunity that SJ would be presented with. He had really been enjoying his time with SJ and Killic. It was much more fun than any other Legionnaire he had worked with, but he wasn't looking forward to going through the basics again. It seemed to be a time-wasting exercise when she would know what she needed to do. He didn't know how long the system would take to perform the reincarnation. It could be instant, or might take days or weeks. He might have to get in touch with Maria and talk to her. She'd been a little off with him recently. He'd been seeing her for a while now, and their relationship had seemed to get quite serious at one point. She'd been talking about them creating an AI together, but over the past few weeks, she seemed distracted by the new project she was working on. Dave didn't know the details precisely. Apparently, it was top secret, and the system had completely restricted her from discussing it. The problem was that whenever he spoke to her now, she always spoke about one particular subject. Tom. He supposed he was just as bad as he always sent her regular updates about how SJ was doing. It was strange how his data files seemed to have aligned with SJ, and he was even thinking about speaking to her about Maria and seeking advice. This was definitely the strongest alignment he had ever felt. He was even beginning to suspect that, due to how close they were becoming, he was interpreting her neutral transmissions and understanding her thoughts before she even spoke to him. He hit send on his report, sighing deeply, anger filling him as he considered what she must be going through as she died. In all his years, he had never felt this way before about another Legionnaire. She really had become his best friend, and he had feelings for her. Not those feelings, but the feelings of someone you cared for and respected deeply. Sadness seeped into every bite of his data, and the club's movement appeared in slow motion as it fell.
"See you soon,"
he said. Chapter 18. Legionnaire. Darren sat in the office of Master Fortune. The man was nasty, horrible, and manipulative. The problem was that he was by far the best alchemist in Asterfall, and had agreed to take Darren on as his apprentice. Darren did not know why he had taken him on. He had been drunk in the Bugbears when he had met Master Fortune and started talking. The Bugbears was one of the less reputable inns in Asterfall. It catered to a particular type of clientele. Darren had stumbled into it one of his first nights there, after he had jumped in a wagon from the last town he'd been staying at. The repetitive quests had got boring, and he needed something new to do after reaching level 20. He had fallen in love with Asterfall since arriving. He rented a room above the bar, and had been spending his coin recently frequenting downstairs too often. Asterfall had been the closest city, as well as the unnamed capital of the southern region, and was an amazing city compared to the village he had started in. He had spent the first few days walking the streets and discovering more about the place. On the surface, Asterfall was a beautiful city, with pristine stone buildings beautifully sculpted. Most of the population had seemed friendly enough, but as with any city, there was always an undertone that he had yet to work out entirely. He had found the Bugbears by chance, and the lively music and singing had drawn him inside. Since he had been there was always something going on, and the clientele varied. He had been in several of the inns since his arrival to get food, and although the Bugbears wasn't the best by far, its atmosphere had attracted him most. They regularly had live music, whether a local bard or sometimes even groups. It was a hive of activity, and never a dull moment. The occasional fight broke out, But he had seen that in all the inns he had visited. It was a culture shock from the serenity of the starting village to be amongst such a packed and diverse population again. He had originally hailed from Bristol, and the bugbears reminded him of many student bars he frequented. He had been on Amatherean now for 16 months, ever since he'd been struck by lightning where he'd been performing and woke up in the White Room naked. The strange voice that had spoken to him at the time had been robotic and monotone, and thankfully, it rarely spoke. Only infrequently did it say anything related to the stages he had reached as he had developed. He had chosen to become a half-elf, and was content with how he looked. After choosing Ranger as his class, it took him weeks to learn how to fire his shortbow, having never tried archery before. When he leveled, he had invested all his earned points into his dexterity, making him quite proficient. The elven trainer he had worked under had been an expert, and his skills had improved once he had grasped the basics well enough. He had spent the first few weeks hunting, shooting anything that would allow him to earn experience and grow more. Rabbits, squirrels, hoglings, wolves, you name it, he had hunted it. The quests he had completed had become very dull, and he had repeated several just to earn the experience needed to level as quickly as possible. The village had been quaint and picturesque. It was set in a forest, which had always reminded Darren of New Forest in the south of England, where his parents had always taken them on holiday. When he had reached level 10, he moved from the village to one of the close towns, and that is when everything changed. He was no longer considered something special, but more a nuisance by many. He had tried to earn a reputation as best as he could, and had struggled with many. Outside of the village, everyone seemed to have their own agenda, and to many, he was just another being. He had also realized that many outside of starter areas didn't trust Legionnaires, and they shunned him. Level 20 had allowed him to pick his second profession. His primary profession had been as a tanner, which aligned with his ranger class, given the number of skins he had collected. One thing he had struggled with since his arrival was the ability to heal well. His constitution was still low, and he usually stayed at a distance when fighting if he was able. He rarely used his short sword in combat, and his weapon proficiency in its use was much lower than that of his bow. The problem was that recovering from any injuries took time. Yes, as a Legionnaire he healed over time, but his constitution was now impacting him, and he would soon have to sacrifice improving his dexterity and start adding points to it. This led him to choose his secondary profession, alchemy. With alchemy as his choice, he would at least be able to make healing potions. He had initially been buying them, but the prices were ridiculous and had become too costly. He'd been spending his coin a little too freely since arriving in Astrafall and needed to pick up some work soon, having spent too many nights drinking in the bugbears. That was when luck had fallen in his lap. Master Fortune had appeared in the bugbears one evening and, by chance, ended up sitting at his table. They had spent the evening talking freely over ale, and Master Fortune eventually offered Darren the opportunity to become his apprentice. Darren had jumped at the chance. Master Fortune worked for the Chancellor and was highly esteemed in Astrafall. Darren had only been working for the alchemist for a couple of weeks, and this morning, Master Fortune had called him to his office to see him.
"Yes, Master," Darren had said.
"Ah, Darren, good. Take a seat."
Now Darren sat in one of the plush, ostentatious chairs by Master Fortune's desk.
"What do you need?"
Darren asked.
"I have a task for you. I have some components that must be transferred to one of the starter towns to a Master Rui."
"Could a courier not just deliver them?"
Darren asked, frowning.
"No, unfortunately not. They're alchemical and are rather time-sensitive, and can't be mixed until you arrive at the destination, as the potion loses its strength very quickly. I was hoping you might be up for the task. I've written a set of instructions, and the small chest contains the components. You would be required to mix them the night before you deliver them to Master Rui. Are you up for the challenge?"
Darren's display triggered. Quest. Alchemical expression. Master Fortune has asked that you travel to Killic to deliver Master Rui a new alchemical mix to cure his ailments. Rewards. 4,000 XP. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no?
That's a nice reward for a courier quest,
Darren said.
We all know how hard it gets to level as we grow. We will help with quests when we can.
Master Fortune smiled. His smile contained no warmth. Darren accepted the quest. Picking the sheet of paper up from the desk, he read the instructions. On arrival, the components are to be mixed. Because of their nature and sensitivity, you must mix them at midnight. Their unique properties will not react and combine otherwise. Once mixed, the potion must be delivered for consumption within 12 hours. The Santine, yellow liquid, must be mixed with the Pleris, brown liquid. Pour the Santine into the Pleris and stir rapidly for 15 seconds to trigger the reaction. Once triggered, you will see the color change and may leave it to diffuse fully. Once the liquid clears, you must apply the stopper, which may take several minutes.
The instructions are precise,
Darren said.
Yes, this is something very new that we've been working on recently. It has taken some of the best alchemists in Asterfall to confirm the process, allowing it to succeed.
Why does the potion have such a restricted timescale on it?
Because of its mixture requirements, its consumption requirements are also limited. After it is mixed, if it is to work, it must be consumed within 12 hours. I have already forewarned Master Rui that someone will bring the delivery, so he expects it 5 days from now. The journey to Killic will take you 4 days by wagon. On arrival, as I say, you are booked into the Hogling Arms. You are to mix the contents at midnight, and then deliver them the morning of the 5th day.
It sounds easy enough. I'm not sure why it needs to be me. I'd been hoping to reach level 3 in alchemy in the next few days, and this will knock me back, but I won't turn down the easy experience.
Since he had reached level 20, his experience needs had increased substantially, and the thought of 4,000 XP for doing nothing was too good an option to refuse.
You will have plenty of time to catch up on your alchemical studies on your return, and Master Rui is a dear old friend of mine.
Master Fortune smiled again.
No problem, Master. I'll head off in the morning. He said he's expecting my arrival.
Not yours, specifically, but I promised him he would receive it in 5 days. He has been very ill recently, and this will hopefully assist with his return to full health.
Master Fortune picked up a small pouch from his desk drawer and handed it over to Darren.
For expenses.
Darren dropped it into his inventory before replying.
Thanks. I'll get going then.
He stood, collected the chest in his inventory, and placed the instructions in his pocket.
Good luck, and I will see you on your return,
Master Fortune said as he left his office. Darren smiled to himself as he headed out of the Asterfall Council chambers. He had counted the contents of the pouch as he left, and it contained 15 silver. That was a vast sum to pay expenses, but he wasn't complaining. 9 days away, all expenses paid. He really had landed on his feet this time. He headed back to the Bugbears to grab his gear before setting off. Chapter 19. Second Chance. The three-way battle continued, with the orcs, hobgoblins, and town guard fighting in a violent and frenzied melee. Only the guards had any magic users, and their spells continued to light up the battlefield with their colorful displays. SJ had tried to attack Borden, and although the attack was successful, the aftermath was less than desired. Lying in her battered state, she was amazed by how fast her mind worked as the club came hurtling down at her. She reflected on what she had achieved during this first outing to Amathera, the friends she had made, the progress, the challenges she had overcome. It had been a wonderful experience, and she only hoped her next would be the same. Closing her eyes, she waited for the end. The roar that erupted across the battlefield was ear-splitting as the mayor flung his body forward, even with the pain he must have felt from Borden's blows. His colossal head smashed into the ogre at the last moment, forcing Borden's strike wide of its target. Even the faintest graze of the club as it thudded into the ground at her side reduced her health further, leaving her with only 3 hit points and a health icon on her display flashing wildly. But it was nothing compared to what it would have done if the club had struck her fully. The ogre roared with a ferocity that betrayed his annoyance at his blow being deflected and turned on the mayor, hammering his club onto his exposed side. The mayor lay prone now, not moving, only the shallow rise and fall of his chest showing life remained. SJ could no longer see what was happening. Her mind was so foggy from crashing into Borden from her aerial assault.
Move!
Dave shouted.
Get up now, you useless piece of kobold dung!
Dave's words screamed inside her mind. Slowly, with uncertainty, SJ rolled onto her hands and knees and crawled away. A hand grabbed her under her arm, drawing her to her feet. Stumbling, she saw Sven, the paladin who had healed her, and the wolves. His white hair and beard were covered with red stains. She felt a wash of energy rush into her body and saw a bright flash as his healing embraced her. SJ's health increased rapidly, and the healing stopped when she reached about 3/4 of her maximum.
Come on, move away now,
Sven said, urging her to get a distance from the battling monsters.
Thank you,
SJ coughed, trying to control her breathing. She shrank to her miniature size and took off. The mayor lay on his side now, injured and helpless. Jabri was continuing his struggle against Borden. In his enraged state, the ogre seemed unstoppable. Jabri backed away, avoiding the ogre's powerful and wild swings. A hobgoblin who'd been at odds with a guard stepped too close as Borden swung, and he caught it, sending it sailing through the air like a batter hitting a baseball. The movement of Jabri drawing Borden away allowed Sven to reach the mayor. With both hands on him, a brilliant light, brighter than any she had seen, erupted from his hands. His body shuddered violently as the energy poured through him. The mayor stood again. Although in a weakened state, there was still hope. As the pulse of light faded, Sven collapsed to his knees. Sven was spent, and SJ swooped down as she grew, this time supporting him as she helped him away from the battle.
You saved the mayor,
SJ said as she helped him.
Thank you. That took everything I had left,
Sven panted. The numbers decreased as more hobs and orcs fell to the guard or each other. SJ glanced around, moving from the immediate combat until she allowed Sven to drop to the ground. Sitting, he called a blue potion from his inventory and drank.
It will take me a while to recover,
he said, smiling at her.
Don't do anything else, stupid. I saw what you did to Borden.
He laughed weakly. SJ didn't respond again, shrinking and taking off. Surveying the continuing battle, she identified targets and again continued her dive-bombing attacks, making sure that her feet were on the ground before reaching full size, not wanting to repeat her 2 flawed aerial assaults. A sniff resounded in her mind.
I honestly thought you were gone. The way the mayor sacrificed his own safety was amazing. I've never seen an Amatherean do that for a Legionnaire before.
He was amazing,
SJ said. She currently hovered above the field again. The number of active fighters was dwindling because of injury, death, or exhaustion taking over. The fight had been all-consuming of both time and energy. Turning, SJ looked at Borden again. Jabri and the mayor, despite their injuries, continued to fight with determination. They were working together, making the ogre switch from one to the next as they closed in on him, clawing, snapping, or slashing with blades. Borden's health drained as he continued to swing his massive club in response. The ogre's skin color had changed back to its original gray, losing the red hue it had taken. The rage skill must have faded. Standing on his hind legs, the mayor threw himself at the ogre's back. His jaws clamped onto the top of his shoulder, tearing into his flesh. Borden let out a scream of agony, reaching his hand up, trying to paw the mayor's huge maw from his throat. It was in vain, though, as the mayor was not letting go. Borden fell to his knees, and as he did, Jabri attacked, thrusting both his blades deep into the ogre's chest. Borden's massive form fell forward, crashing to the broken and bloodied ground. The mayor stood over his dead body and roared in victory. He turned to look at Jabri, who now leaned on his knee, gasping. The remaining hobgoblins who witnessed their leader fall began to run, both the orcs and guards cutting them down as they did. Several broke from the field and began heading to the west. The orcs and guards continued to fight until Jabri's cry brought gradual silence.
Stop!
He called. That has to be one of the most epic battles I have witnessed, Dave said. SJ didn't reply as she landed near the mayor, who was talking to Jabri.
If you leave now and promise not to return, I will allow your remaining forces to go freely. If you ever return here or take up arms near the town again, you will break this oath.
SJ had missed part of the conversation as it concluded on her arrival. As SJ watched, the mayor transformed into his large human form. He was only a little shorter than Jabri and walked forward, offering his hand. Jabri looked at him before they grasped each other's forearms.
I swear by the gods, this oath will not be broken,
Jabri uttered. Their giant forms were bathed in a blue light.
An oath of agreement. I haven't witnessed one of those for a very long time,
Dave said.
What does it mean?
SJ whispered.
Jabri has agreed to the mayor's terms and will leave the valley. His forces are reduced by too many, and he knows he can't beat the guard with what he has remaining.
SJ could see only 40 orcs still standing. Many were wounded, but if the battle had continued, with the size of the remaining guard force still being near 100, they would not have survived. Captain Broadaxe strode to the pair, his great axe casually resting on his shoulder.
Jabri,
the dwarf said as he stopped beside the mayor.
Valentine.
The orc nodded at him respectfully.
I had heard rumours you were here, but now I see it is true. I can see what this town may have.
SJ had never known Captain Broadaxe's first name before now.
Ha! It has been a long time since we last met,
Valentine said.
You know each other?
The mayor asked, a little surprised.
We fought alongside each other once down the Gnoll Rising,
Valentine replied.
I see,
the mayor replied.
I'll give you time to tend to your wounded and bury your dead as you wish, but I expect you to leave the valley within the week.
It will not take long to confirm our fallen,
Jabri replied.
Then good. Let us not get in each other's way. I will remove our injured and dead and leave a small force to observe,
the mayor said.
Understood,
Jabri replied. He turned to a large orc standing nearby and spoke to him in a guttural language SJ had never heard. The orc shouted orders to the remaining orcs, and they all placed their weapons away and began the thankless and painful task of working through those on the field. Jurgen shouted to the guard to do the same. SJ had never witnessed a true battle before. At close hand, many took out healing potions, handing them around, while the clerics, including Lithonian, moved across the field, drinking their blue mana potions and healing those injured. SJ could see Lithonian bend down next to a member of the guard who she had seen in town frequently. Lithonian rolled his hand over his eyes. Unfortunately, some would not be returning to the town. Jabbery moved off and talked to a berserker orc, and the mayor turned and addressed SJ.
Without your support today, the town would again have lost many, he said.
I only did what I could to help,
SJ said, feeling she didn't deserve praise. She had fought no braver than others in the town.
You killed the mage. We would not have taken Borden if that mage had still been alive when we arrived, even with Jabbery's help.
I only did what I thought best to do.
And again, it has meaning. You are a very strange Legionnaire, SJ. Never have I met one who sacrifices themselves for those of Amathera as willingly as you do.
I'm sure many have. Maybe you just haven't met them.
Nope, never to the degree you have, and I think I know why.
Dave chirped in her ear.
You are selfless because you care. You have made friends and have people you care about, whether you see it or not. Your interactions and commitment to others, such as Cristy, are unheard of within Legionnaires.
SJ didn't respond to Dave and stood a little dumbfounded. She had considered none of Dave's comments. She was just doing what she'd always done in her life, helping and supporting those around her when she could.
Maybe they have. I have yet to meet one, though, the mayor said.
He looked across the field at the carnage the battle had left behind.
Lorna,
he called.
Yes, Mayor,
Lorna replied.
Send scouts after the escaped hobs. I want to make sure they leave the valley completely. If we find signs of them stopping in the valley, we'll send a patrol after them.
Yes, Mayor,
she said as she moved off and began speaking to a few guards. SJ's display triggered. Congratulations. Your selfless acts to support the town of Killic have increased your reputation to revered. SJ stood open-mouthed, shock registered on her face. She had just jumped 3 levels of reputation in one go.
Wow,
Dave chirped. The mayor turned away to talk to Ballantyne, and SJ searched for Gary. She eventually found him tending to another orc who had a nasty-looking gash across his abdomen.
I'm sure one of them will heal you eventually, once they've finished tending to ours,
Gary said.
I hope so,
the orc replied.
Gary,
SJ called as she neared.
SJ,
he said, grinning.
Thank you for saving me,
SJ said.
Saving you? I'm sure you would have gotten the upper hand eventually,
he replied.
I'm not so sure,
she said. Looking at the orc on the ground, she noticed the garb and red stripes of Jabbery's clan.
Oh, SJ, meet my elder brother, Gruick,
Gary said.
Oh,
SJ said.
Gruick, this is SJ, our local Fae saviour,
Gary said.
I am no saviour,
she retorted.
You have just received revered status with the town. That doesn't happen without reason.
You know that?
Confusion etched her face.
We all receive updates when members' statuses change. How do you think traders adjust prices without knowing people's status?
This comment threw SJ.
So, everyone knows I am revered with the town now?
Yes, all those who've taken the oath.
What oath?
As you saw between Jabbery and the mayor, all those who work for the town have taken an oath to be citizens. We're held to it, unless we leave the territory. If you do, then it resets. Many have done so over the years, then returned and never taken it again, but many still do and have. It is not mandatory, but does have perks with discounts.
This was another additional consideration, and SJ was not in the mood to fully understand it.
There is so much I don't know.
SJ shook her head.
There is still a lot to learn, Dave agreed. You will over time. What you have done in this town since you joined is beyond any starter town's expectations, and what is happening here is not normal, as we've discussed before. Oaths and allegiances are something that would not normally be considered at your level, and it would normally be unlikely that you would ever even know about them, or need to know about them. I have never known Legionnaires to take oaths unless to a guild charter as part of their membership process, and that is only once you reach level 20.
SJ looked down at Gary's brother.
I hope they heal you soon,
she said as she turned to walk away. She would have to question Gary about his brother and his previous life, but she needed some space for now. All this was a little much for her, now that her adrenaline had withdrawn. Shrinking, she took off and flew over the village to the far side of the river. She needed some time to think. Walking through the tall grasses, breathing deeply, SJ tried to calm her mind, which was still racing from the battle. She could hear the occasional cry or call for help as another wounded person was discovered.
"Are you okay?"
Dave asked.
I'm not sure. I've never witnessed anything like that before, and did not expect ever to be involved in such a battle. The raid on the town was nothing compared to the violence today.
It is not something I would expect you to witness at such a low level, but what you have achieved will go into the AI archives.
What?
When I file my report.
Your report?
Yes, I've said before that we must feed back to the system. There is a weekly report that I must submit. Yours have been interesting to write and submit so far. Much better than many boring and mundane ones I've had in the past.
We seriously need to talk much more about Amatherean at some point.
Yes, although most of the bits are not relevant until you progress further.
SJ sat heavily in the grass.
I think you need to go through your notifications, Dave said.
SJ sighed. She'd been ignoring anything that flashed on her display, and when she looked, she saw there were many. As she read through them, her excitement grew. Quest. Vengeance. Complete. You have sought vengeance against the evil surrounding Killic. Kill Borden the Brandisher. 1000 XP. Complete. Kill Iratu the Mad. 700 XP. Complete. Prevent any further hobgoblin raids on Killic. Rewards. 1500 XP. Reputation with Killic. Usual level kill experience awards apply. Complete. Rewards. 2500 XP plus 50% equals 3750 XP awarded. Combined XP for assisting with multiple targets, 640 XP awarded. SJ was astonished. She had earned 4,390 XP in total. Congratulations on reaching level 9. You have been awarded the following: 5 hit points, 5 mana points, plus 1 dexterity, plus 2 free points to distribute as you wish. Congratulations, you have reached Clawed Avenger level 2, earned through the rigors of combat. Congratulations on reaching level 10. You have been awarded the following: 5 hit points, 5 mana points, plus 1 dexterity, plus 2 free points to distribute as you wish. On reaching level 10, you also have 1 skill point to distribute. Congratulations, navigation has been unlocked. Upon reaching level 10, you achieved your first growth target in Amatherean. You may select one of the following rewards. Not applicable. Not applicable. Not applicable. Congratulations on reaching level 11. You have been awarded the following: 5 hit points, 5 mana points, plus 1 dexterity, plus 2 free points to distribute as you wish. On reaching level 11, you also have 1 skill point to distribute.
Level 11!
SJ exclaimed. Chapter 20. Sandboxes and Sandcastles.
I did not realize that the Clawed Avenger could level through combat,
SJ said, surprised.
Yes, all skills can improve with time, as does your Kotza with training. You have used your claws very efficiently today with your hit-and-run tactics, Dave said.
I don't know what this N/A part is, and why I haven't been given anything for reaching level 10.
I do not know. In the beginning, there is no information pertaining to what it means, as it's not usually offered.
Could you raise a ticket again?
Give me a few minutes. I can't guarantee response times. You know how long it took them last time.
SJ had 6 stat points and 2 skill points she could allocate. Opening her character sheet, she decided on what to increase. Her dexterity naturally increased with her levels. She added 2 to Constitution and Charisma, and then 1 to Wisdom and Intelligence. The decisions were based on her understanding of the skills she'd been offered, what the main attribute bonuses aligned to, and that the counter for some of her skills was Wisdom and Intelligence. Thinking logically, she didn't want to fall foul of someone with her own skill base. Legionnaire 25007077. Name: SJ. Age: 27. Race: Fae. Class: Assassin. Alignment: Neutral good. Level 11. Experience: 322 of 3000. Hit points: 100 of 100. 55 with a 1.81 multiplier. Mana points: 67 of 67. 55 with a 1.22 multiplier. Armor class: 21. 10 plus 11. Attributes: Strength: 10. Dexterity: 21. Intelligence: 11. Wisdom: 11. Constitution: 16. Charisma: 13. Skills: Racial: Night vision. You have improved vision in poor light conditions. Flight: when in miniature Fae form, you can learn to fly. Flying is not available in humanoid form. Shapeshift: you have the ability to switch between Fae forms. Class: Martial Arts. Kata level 6. Clawed Avenger level 3. Subterfuge. Identification level 7. 98 of 200 to level 8. Shroud level 2. Profession: Tailor level 3. Symbiosis. Dragon sense. Your senses, touch, hearing, smell, and sight are heightened. Precognition. Foreknowledge due to increased perception will allow you to evade a killing blow. 24-hour cooldown. Divine lightning. Your blood is combined with that of a blue dragon, increasing healing speed while out of combat. Malware. Waiver. Sandboxed. Inventory: 10 slots, 10 special. Followers: 3.
Excellent choices. I am pleasantly surprised, Dave said sarcastically. Rolling her eyes at his comment, SJ checked out her damage ratings. With her increased dexterity and skill progression in her Clawed Avenger to level 3, she did an additional 26 damage per strike above the base weapon damage, gaining +1 for each dexterity above 10, and +15 for the Clawed Avenger. The significant damage increase would help with any surprise attacks she performed. Smiling broadly, SJ lay back in the grasses for a few minutes, letting herself digest the sudden growth.
Now I'm above level 10. I guess I'll need to move on soon,
SJ said. There may be a slight problem, Dave said shyly.
What problem?
SJ asked, frowning, concerned at his reply. I'm not sure yet, but the sandbox the system uses is a little strange in handling the growth changes. The more I've dug into it, the more I realize that you were placed here because the area was already being sandboxed as a precautionary measure.
What do you mean? The system went against its promise of no repercussions, then?
No, it hasn't. That's the thing. It was already trialing it, but I believe it deliberately placed you here so you aren't sandboxed. You've just been placed in the sandbox, which may be in your favor or against. Normally, once you reach level 10, you just jump in a wagon and move to the next territory, or the nearest larger town or city, and hey, presto, carry on questing and growing. The problem is, with what the system seems to have activated, this is not necessary.
Not necessary? Why? Have I been trapped here?
No.
It's even stranger than that. Open your map feature.
SJ did as Dave said, and her vision was flooded with a new screen. Most of it was blacked out, which she assumed was the fog of war. Near the bottom left of the page was a tiny area with color. Focusing on it, she could zoom in. As she did, she saw more detail, which marked territory borders in a faint outline and broad open areas, which she guessed must be the seas or oceans that separated the continents. They contained respective numbers, which she believed were level-based for gaining experience. As she zoomed in further, she eventually reached where she could read Killic. "So, what am I looking for?" SJ asked.
Can you see the territory boundary?
"Yes, it stretches quite far by its looks."
As soon as you reached level 10, it adjusted.
"What do you mean, adjusted?"
The territory has expanded to accommodate the surrounding territories, which were basically suitable for level 10 to 20 Legionnaires and Amathereans.
That's good then, isn't it?
It is. Yes and no. This means that borders gradually increase as you gain levels. I don't think this has anything to do with you being an anomaly. It is more about what the system was testing. I can't be certain, but I think it had hoped either Malcolm or Darje would reach level 10 to trigger it previously.
So, why is it possibly not a good thing then?
You have already seen that some beings in the area are at much higher levels than I told you to expect.
Yes.
Well, it has now increased the level variance even further. You can't see it on your map, but the territory borders are now open to all beings up to and including level 40.
But Bob came here at level 88.
Bob is not classed as a normal being. He also had no intention of doing anything. I'm pretty sure if he had tried to cause problems, the system would have prevented it. When I talk about beings, I'm talking about those that may be problematic to the territory or the area. We'd already seen Jabri come from a 20 to 30 area to take the village. This means that others can do the same, all the way up to level 40. It increases the chance of higher-level monsters, creatures, or beings entering the area. The territory to the left contains some violent races. There are savage gnoll tribes in the desert region further south, wyverns, ogre clans, draconian hordes, etc. With this now being open to many, they may start to come and investigate.
The system is allowing everything to become amalgamated, then?
It looks like it may do that. That means we may end up with all territories open and no restrictions. Many tribes or groups may wish to come to a region, and a town like Killic becomes a nice prize for some, particularly now that Mithril has been identified in the region. The whole resource balance has been adjusted as well.
I am at a loss. Can you not see what the system has planned as an administrator?
No. Since the emergency patch, I've lost the same access since my coding has been adjusted. I'm still trying to break through the layering they added. Now I cannot interrogate the details, and I keep getting 500 errors.
500 errors? What are those?
That is the issue. Nobody knows what they are. I've been speaking to other AIs that have lost their Legionnaires since, and they've been experiencing the same. There are several starter towns on this continent alone, and they're all apparently undergoing the same phased transition.
Why would higher levels come here, though? It's not as if they can level from the surroundings.
Imagine being restricted to never being able to leave an area, or only ever increasing in difficulty through territory progression, and then suddenly the floodgates are opened. Some territories fight for survival against other tribes or creatures daily. Suddenly having the freedom to move and settle in a new territory like here, there is the potential that a weaker clan from a higher region may move here to escape their usual issues, which may not be good for the town. Killic and the surrounding area would normally be untouched or inaccessible to them.
I thought you said that Amatherians could level normally. Can't they just progress as needed?
They can, but many, like Lorna, Zedge, Gary or Lethonian, for example, would have originally been from nearby higher-level territories and moved here for safety or peace. As I say, some other territories are not as pleasant or organised as here. it is also much more dangerous and difficult for Amathereans to level, as they don't get the same bonuses Legionnaires do. Their growth is massively restricted, like their restricted healing and regeneration ability. Otherwise, in time, everything would need to be a level 100 plus territory.
That means the town is at threat, then, and maybe even more so than before,
SJ asked with concern. Potentially. I don't think many will come, but there is a chance they will over time. Then, once one arrives, others are likely to follow. I think this is what happened with Borden and Jabri. I think Borden came here to find an easier home to live in, and Jabri followed, seeing the benefits. Anything or anyone can normally cross territory boundaries, but the system normally prevents actions from being performed by higher-level beings. Otherwise, a level 100 could enter the lower territories and slaughter everyone.
I need to speak to the mayor and let him know.
I'm sure he will work it out for himself, once he looks at the details.
I'll speak to him.
The revelations from Dave were concerning. SJ was torn. Rather than supporting Killic, she may have just painted a target on its back.
I'm going to find the mayor,
SJ said resolutely. SJ found him quickly, but he was too busy supporting and directing the cleanup operation to speak. It took several hours for the battle scene to be cleared of the dead hobgoblins, who were laid on a pyre before the mage set them alight. The 12 who had fallen from the town were to be taken back, and stretchers were made to carry them home. The fact that so few had been lost in the battle was a testament to the healers and the wonders they did. SJ found Sven and thanked him again for saving her. He looked disheveled and still drained from the spell he had cast to save the mayor. By the time the procession returned to town, it was late afternoon. The guard force that had remained behind was awaiting their return, and calls erupted as they were seen coming from the forest. The townsfolk lined the streets, and several ran out into the field to meet their loved ones, or, sometimes, the deceased. It was a mixed emotional journey for all those involved. They had stopped before entering the town's main road, and the mayor addressed the crowd, making them aware of what had occurred, and that the Hobbs were no longer a threat, with the death of Borden and his tribe being ousted from the village. The orcs were discussed, but relief swept the gathering with the confirmation of the oath that Jabri, their leader, had taken. SJ was still unaware, but oaths seemed to hold significant power. The mayor wanted SJ to come to the barracks and meet with the council immediately, as they would gather to discuss the next steps, but she kindly refused. She was exhausted and needed to eat, bathe, and sleep. Lorna had remained at the village with a group of 10 to watch the orcs. Jabri had agreed that he would bury the orcs away from the village, as they didn't believe in cremation. Opening the inn door, SJ was met with the faces of those she had got to know and recognize, even if not as friends, at least as acquaintances. Phyllis saw her and came running over, flinging her arms around her. Her 4-foot-tall frame looked more like that of a child.
"Oh, thank you,"
Phyllis said. SJ just looked down wearily, not having the energy to reply. Phyllis stepped away and, grabbing her hand, dragged her over to a chair by the bar. SJ didn't resist, and she sat down heavily.
"Food. You need food. Floretta, please get SJ the best meal you can. Energy boosting, preferably. She looks terrible,"
Phyllis yelled into the kitchen.
"Will do,"
Floretta replied. Karis noticed SJ as she returned from the cellar with Bert and came straight over to her. The inn's troll bouncer always made an impressive sight.
"SJ, are you okay? You look terrible,"
Karis said. "Thanks," SJ said, laughing.
"Sorry, I just mean you look exhausted and your face looks drawn. The aftermath of the battle is a little draining, that's all."
SJ smiled weakly.
"I have something that may help. Wait here,"
Karis said as she disappeared behind the bar back down to the cellar. A few minutes later, she returned, carrying a bottle and a glass.
"Here,"
she said, removing a cork with a loud pop and pouring a fizzy yellow liquid into the glass.
"I really don't want any alcohol,"
SJ protested as she handed it to her. It isn't alcohol, Karis said, smiling. SJ took the glass, which smelt of lavender and honey infused together. Drink it, Karis urged her. SJ raised the glass and sipped the liquid. It tasted sweet, like honey, but the bitterness of lemon hit her taste buds. What is this? SJ asked, pulling her face at the taste. Something special, Karis chuckled. Drink up. SJ knocked back the rest of the small glass, scrunching her nose at the bitter aftertaste it left. It was nothing like its initial smell or taste. As she sat there, she could feel the liquid travel into her stomach, and it was the strangest sensation in the world. It felt as though every inch of her insides was being infused. Her muscles tingled, and her skin felt alive, as though something was crawling all over. She couldn't figure out whether it was a pleasant sensation. When it reached her head, it felt as though her hair was standing on end, and she lifted her hand to check it wasn't. As the sensation subsided, her body felt alive. The weariness in her muscles had gone, the tiredness from her mind cleared, and her eyes were wide as though she'd just awoken from the best night's sleep ever, feeling rested and refreshed. Oh, what was that? SJ said in amazement. It's rejuvenatus. It's a very old and secret recipe that has been passed down between the brewers in my family for generations. How do you think Phyllis and I keep this place running all day and night between the two of us? She said, laughing. Her laugh was light-hearted and bright, making SJ smile warmly. The weariness of battle seemed to have been pushed back from the front of her mind, and she felt as though she could fight again at a moment's notice. That is amazing, SJ said. If you ever need a little pick-me-up, let me know. I rarely share it, but with your status change, I believe you deserve some. Karis smiled fondly at her. SJ had forgotten about her revered status and wondered if that was why so many had smiled at her when she walked back through the town. It was strange to consider the way the reputational gains worked. Floretta came from the kitchen area carrying a large tray of food and placed it down on the table in front of SJ. It was a full spread of cut meats, salad, and thick sliced bread with butter. Her mouth watered at the sight. Oh, thank you, Floretta. This looks lovely, SJ said.
No, thank you for what you did today,
she said, smiling. It was still strange to see skeletons smile. SJ spent the next 30 minutes giving a rendition of the battle to Phyllis and Karis, who both oohed and awed. Phyllis asked many questions, and Karis eventually ushered her off, telling her to let SJ rest now. Karis told SJ that although the brew revitalized you, she still needed to rest, otherwise the effects would eventually reverse if you relied on it too much. SJ eventually headed upstairs to her room. On entering, she was amazed to find that her bath had been drawn and a giant bunch of freshly picked flowers sat on the table. A small card with a painting of the waterfall from the mountain was resting against it. Turning it over, there was one word. Thanks. SJ knew it was from Phyllis, as she had seen a similar painting in her room when she'd been given the pencil and notebook. SJ felt refreshed, but a nice tired, not the drained she had felt. She undressed and climbed into the bath. The scent of the oils and the warmth of the bath made her feel sleepy. She rested her head on the rear of the large tub and closed her eyes. It had been an unusual day.
Chapter 21. Future Remembrance.
Wake up, lazy, Dave said.
What do I have to?
SJ groaned, rolling over in her bed. The festivities of the night before had a resounding effect inside her head. Yes, we have things to do and people to see, and you must sew some more gloves. You aren't even at level 5 tailoring yet, and still need to open your dress starter bonuses. You really are being lazy, you know, Dave said.
Lazy?
I was in a huge battle yesterday, got kept up until all hours this morning, and now you want me up and sewing? Never mind everything else you just mentioned.
There we go. You're awake now, aren't you? Dave said happily. May as well get up now. And wow, do you snore badly after you drink?
I don't,
SJ said. And you know because no one has ever mentioned it to you before now?
No, never.
Maybe they didn't want to hurt your feelings. You nearly woke the whole town up at one point.
By this point, SJ was sitting upright in bed, her head throbbing, and she did not want to argue with Dave so early. Grumpily, she climbed from the bed and walked through to wash her face and clean her teeth. Her mouth felt terrible this morning. She needed to speak to Zedge when she saw him next, because one of the last things she could remember was drinking some of his dwarven brandy.
My head, she moaned. You did put it away last night, Dave said. It's quite impressive, really. Well, until you fell asleep in your chair and Bert carried you back upstairs to your room.
SJ realized she was fully clothed still. After having her bath and a sleep, she woke up early in the evening and went down to the bar where the crowds had already gathered, as they had after the raid, and the feast had begun. It had been an emotional evening. The drinks had begun and the music had started. There was one thing the town knew how to do well: celebrate the lives of those who were lost. The funerals for the dead were going to be this afternoon, and she had promised she would be in attendance. But before then, she had things to do. Feeling a little more refreshed, she made her way downstairs. The tables were all back to normal after the previous evening. SJ smiled at Karis and then frowned deeply. As SJ walked to the bar, Karis shook her head.
Here,
she said, placing a small glass of yellow liquid on the bar.
You look like you need it again.
She tutted and returned to grab the coffee pot. SJ downed the liquid, again pulling her face, but within moments, the throbbing disappeared, and she felt right as rain.
Thanks,
SJ said sheepishly.
I hope I didn't cause a scene last night. I drank a little too much.
Woohoo! No, Karis said, laughing.
Once you fell asleep in your chair, I asked Bert to carry you upstairs. Apparently you were very polite to him, saying how grateful you were, and he was your knight in shining armor.
SJ's cheeks flushed in embarrassment.
Did I?
She exclaimed.
Bert has dealt with much more than being given a compliment before. I think you made his night.
Sorry. Karis placed a large mug of coffee on the bar, and SJ picked it up, savoring the smell.
Oh, I remember the mayor asked me to remind you that the meeting is at 10 today at the barracks, and he asked for you to be there. Okay, thanks.
SJ checked her display. It was only 8:30, so she had time.
I will grab breakfast, please, if that's okay.
Sure, Karis said as she walked to the kitchen. After eating, SJ headed over to the meadow. She hadn't been in a few days and enjoyed spending some time doing her katas before walking over to the barracks. As she walked through the town, most people passed pleasantries with her, and compared to the initial arrival when she had walked through unnoticed, everyone now seemed to smile politely or nod their heads in recognition. At the barracks, she was ushered upstairs by the usual old orc at the desk. The mayor was sitting in his office, and she walked through to see him.
Morning, Mayor,
she said.
I really wish you would call me Siegfried. You don't work for the town,
he replied, smiling at her.
Siegfried, how are you this morning?
She asked.
I'll be happier when today is over and we properly say goodbye to our friends. How's your head?
SJ blushed.
Fine, thanks. Karis fixed me up with something to help.
Ah, yes. I've had some of that myself before. It was wonderful stuff. I've told her she should sell it, but she won't.
I bet she would make a lot of money if she did. Drink until you drop, then top up and go again. I can't believe how well it makes you feel.
Ah,
Siegfried chuckled.
Anyway, we need to talk. You mentioned yesterday that you had things to discuss.
Yes, I do,
SJ said, and she relayed the details she was now aware of from her map opening. Siegfried listened intently, and looked at his own maps and those he had drawn, marking out the new border areas.
This is concerning,
Siegfried said. I know, and I think I may have triggered it.
You are the system. We all live under its remit. If it is changing things, then we must adapt.
How? Many in the town are at low levels.
Yes, but now they can level higher with the open borders. We can train and increase beyond our previous limits, and still have our town as our central point without moving territories to progress. I am the level I am because I moved here from other territories and had given up the chase on leveling further. If the system changes the rules, then we must adjust. Amatherean is not an easy land for many to live in.
I have heard that, and I thought many didn't want to level beyond the territory boundaries.
Some won't, but with the expansion of the borders, many will have little choice. Some will pursue basic progression without forcing themselves to level through training as the level cap has risen. Others will take the opportunity that is presented.
How will you go about it?
I will add it to the agenda for the meeting today.
As the mayor finished speaking, an announcement from the mages filled the building.
Today's service will be held outside in the church's grounds to say goodbye to our fallen heroes at 1400 hours. Please be prompt.
SJ sat silently after the message finished. The fact that they would bury 12 of the town today was a horrendous thought. I am so sorry for the town's losses, she eventually said.
You have nothing to be sorry for. The conflict had been happening for months. If anything, you emphasized dealing with it once and for all. That alone will hopefully save many future lives.
It doesn't feel like it. It only feels as though things have got worse since I arrived.
No, they've improved. Let me explain. You were present in the meeting when I mentioned the town's finances and its ability to sustain its continuing growth. If you had not discovered the potential mithril, I'm not sure what we were going to do. We rarely receive Legionnaires, and considering what you have described, I'm not surprised, as I think the system is only allowing a few to experience the changes.
SJ was amazed at the mayor's understanding of the system.
Oric still won't believe that vein is really mithril until he sees it, stubborn old goat that he is. But I believe it. It'll provide the income to allow us to expand, and to improve the current living conditions for some of the town's members. I'm sure you have noticed that not everywhere is as well off as other areas. We have tried our best to provide for all, but it has been challenging.
The information the mayor shared eased SJ's mind slightly, but she still felt foreboding uncertainty about the changes.
The priority after today will be to confirm the mine,
Siegfried continued.
Then we can start to plan and implement the next steps. It'll take time, but I plan to expand our borders to the village in the valley. That would mean it would become our first line of defense against intruders entering the area. It'll also allow us to use the natural defenses of the valley wall. We wish we'd done this sooner, but no one ever expected Borden to arrive in the village, and by the time he did, it was too late. The main benefit will be ensuring better defences to our west, as some territories in that direction are quite severe. The northern route running through the crags to Astrafall is a much calmer area, and I wouldn't expect many issues, but again, I think I'll consider pushing out to the crags to provide a border guard. Then, once the village and the crags are fully secured, we can expand within those areas, develop new buildings, and even build a mine, and bring in outside facilities to allow for growth. The mine will make money, but several invest in mining operations, especially within the dwarven factions. This would be long-term, though, and not something that would be done until everything was established. We would not want to advertise the mine until we have protective measures.
The considerations that the mayor had already taken impressed SJ. She had never been one for town building in games, preferring the crafting side and personal growth instead. It sounds like you have everything worked out already.
Not everything, and there will be a lot of hurdles along the way. Expanding the town's borders will take time because of the requirements. Financially, we'll be tied until we can start to sell the mithril.
Could I not help with that?
How would you be able to help?
Siegfried asked, tilting his head.
If you didn't want to have the town's name associated with the mithril, I could trade on the town's behalf. I'm sure I'm likely to draw less attention as a Legionnaire, no?
Perhaps, but any one of our levels suddenly starting to sell or trade in mithril would cause questions, whatever happens. The lowest level territories mithril is normally found in are above level 50.
I'm sure something can be planned. Also, when you have time, I wanted to speak to you about the potential percentage earnings from the mine.
Of course. But we now must go upstairs to the meeting. If you'll accompany me,
Siegfried said, standing. SJ stood and followed the mayor upstairs to the council meeting chamber. The same representatives were there, along with a few SJ had not seen before. One was a female dwarf who wore a leather apron. She looked out of place compared to the others who sat in what SJ would deem smart attire. SJ stood next to the dwarf. "Hi," she said, smiling.
"Hello, you were the one who's had me dragged from the mine," she said.
"Oh, you must be Shelley. Hi, I'm SJ. SJ held out her hand, and Shelley took it. Her hand was like a vice as she smiled at her. SJ flexed her hand on letting go to return its feeling.
"I still don't know why I'm here,"
Shelley said.
"I was told Auric wanted me to be present. We're supposed to start a new tunnel today, which will be delayed now."
"Hopefully, you will be pleasantly surprised," SJ said. As the mayor took his place at the top of the table, the conversations died off until they all turned to listen to him.
Thank you all for coming today. We don't have long, as we all still require to be ready for this afternoon's farewell to our fallen.
Several around the table nodded, and one of the elven representatives wiped a tear from his eye.
I have a few issues to address, and then some new information to cover, which was not on the agenda. First, I would like to thank SJ for what she has done for the town since her arrival.
SJ's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as everyone around the table turned to look at her, smiling, and several clapped in appreciation. She had never felt so embarrassed before.
Thank you,"
she stammered.
Now, the next point. Auric, I see you brought Shelley today. Would you like to explain why she's here?
Auric grumbled into his beard as Shelley whispered under her breath,
"Brought me. I was ordered to be here, or he'd find a new lead at the mine. Miserable old goat he is."
SJ had to stifle a laugh at her comment.
Yes, Shelley will investigate this preposterous proposition that mithril is in the area,
Auric said. Shelley's mouth dropped open. "What?" she said, much louder than she meant, and it was her time to turn beetroot red as everyone turned to look at her.
"Sorry,"
she blurted. Auric glared across the table at her where she stood. Siegfried continued, since it appeared that was all Auric would say on the matter.
You haven't briefed Shelley, I see. SJ here believes that there is a mithril vein towards the West Valley. We know the cave's location, but require it to be excavated to confirm that it is mithril. Because of this, Shelley, we'll require your assistance to open the tunnel and check. I assume that'll be okay,
Siegfried said, looking at Auric, who again grumbled and didn't reply. Shelley couldn't help herself.
"You really think we have a mithril vein?"
she said, her eyes still wide in amazement, turning to SJ.
"Yes, it is mithril,"
SJ said, smiling.
"This is the news any dwarf dreams of. Where is the location? I need to check,"
Shelley said excitedly.
There is enough time, Shelley, do not worry,
the mayor replied, chuckling at her enthusiasm.
I remember when you used to be like that, Auric,
he finished, as several around the table chuckled and Auric's frown deepened. The meeting continued, and many other aspects were discussed before they reached the topic of expansion. As soon as it was mentioned, some gasped and looked concerned, while others looked excited at the opportunities it might bring. SJ didn't speak again while she stood listening and taking in the discussions. As her display showed her it was approaching 13, the mayor stood.
Dear all, Thank you for attending, but we must close for now. We can continue tomorrow if necessary.
Several muttered it was necessary, and Siegfried confirmed they would reconvene again at 10 the next day. SJ left the room, with Shelley chattering away at her, trying to get the details of the mine and what she had seen. She explained everything she knew so far as they walked out of the barracks. Shelley was thrilled with the information and couldn't wait to investigate. Shelley was apparently staying at the inn while in town, as she usually lived at the mine. Apparently, they had accommodation there, as the mine had been there for many years. As they returned to the inn, SJ made her excuses and went upstairs to freshen up before attending the service. When SJ arrived, the churchyard was beautiful. The altar and pews had been brought outside, and the volunteers must have spent all morning preparing for the service. The surrounding grounds were perfect. The grass looked as though it had been freshly mown. Not a blade of grass appeared out of place. SJ wondered how they did such things so efficiently until she noticed a dryad standing by a flower pot.
Earth magic,
Dave said. SJ watched in amazement as flowers sprouted from the pot. Picking it up, the dryad handed it to the old gnome SJ recognized as the lead chorister, who placed it by the altar. SJ had arrived quite early, but just before the service was due to start, it appeared that the whole town was present. She noticed Karis, Phyllis, and Bert standing at the back and politely nodded to them. They nodded back in acknowledgement, and not long after, the service began. Thankfully, SJ was not at the front this time, as she had been with Cristy, and didn't feel as exposed. The service was again a poignant and moving affair. Stories of heroism were given about those who had fallen, immortalizing them in the memories of those in attendance. Eventually, they moved over to the graveyard to lay the fallen to rest. It lasted 3 hours, filled with the heartfelt renditions offered by so many. It was the largest single tragedy the town had ever suffered. All those in attendance felt the sorrow. Once the funerals were concluded, everyone made their way back to the inn. The town square had been transformed. Tables and chairs were all laid outside, and the indoors were wide open, extending how many the inn could hold. SJ found Karis inside, busying away as the crowds arrived.
"Do you need a hand today?"
she asked. Karis turned and grinned at her.
"That'd be great if you're able. Have you even poured tankards before?"
Karis asked.
"Yes,"
SJ said. During her university days, she used to bartend to earn extra money to cover her living expenses, and she soon felt at home working behind the bar as the crowds picked up. The bard, whose name she still didn't know, performed from a small stage set up outside. The sun shone brightly, and his renditions brought tears and joy as the afternoon became the evening. By the time the crowds eventually cleared the inn, it was past midnight.
"Thanks for your help today,"
Karis said, smiling at SJ.
"It was a worthy cause,"
SJ said, then went upstairs to bed. It had been an emotionally draining day, and SJ now felt exhausted. It didn't take her long to fall into a deep sleep. Chapter 22. What Mana? It had been several days since the funerals of the fallen, and slowly, the town had returned to normal. The vendors were all out as usual, their bright stalls and wares on display, as SJ walked through the square heading to the training ground. Lorna had returned to town the previous day, confirming that Jabri and his remaining clan members had all left the valley. A scout detail had been left at the village, and there was a cleanup operation in progress to clear out all the signs of the hobgoblin's presence. The mayor decreed the village would be flattened, and new structures would be built once it was purged. The damage and filth from their occupancy could never be cleaned from the buildings. A building crew and several mages had been assigned to undertake the work and begin the rebuilding process. They were also informed to consider planning for a wall to be built to encompass the path leading up towards the town from the valley floor. The valley only had 3 easily accessible routes into it. The west side, where the hobgoblins and orcs had returned through, the path to the ridge where the town was situated, and a southern tunnel network, which apparently led through to the far side of the mountains and was not usually traveled. On the far side of the mountains was the border to the desert territory that they had mentioned, and with the potential movement of tribes or similar, Siegfried wished to ensure that the tunnel was guarded and secured. The amount of work that the town now had to complete was significant. Over the past few days, SJ had been working on her tailoring and had finished the last pair of gloves. She was so excited to complete the quest that she had scared Dave half to death when she screamed, and her display triggered, congratulating her. Congratulations! Tailoring Apprentice Level 4 completed. Quest: Tailoring Apprentice Level 5. Learn the secrets of enchantments. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no? Enchantments, SJ said. Ah, yes. Now you have learned the basics, the next stage in understanding how enchantment slots work. You will have to see Fizzlewick, and he can explain it to you. But as you increase further now, you can start to add slots to your items. It's a long process and very tricky, but it must be completed early. The number of slots you can add to an item depends on your ranking. As an apprentice rank, you may only add 1, and then at each successive rank, it increases by a further 1.
I thought an enchanter, not a tailor, would complete that, SJ asked.
The enchantments are, but if the item is not produced with the available slots, how do you believe they are enchanted? Otherwise, enchanters could randomly enchant an item with hundreds of differing enchantments, if not specific to the professions.
Once I reach master, as an example, could I add 5 slots to items?
Yes. That is another reason your dress is unique. It'll eventually have 7 slots available on it since a Grand Master created it.
It currently doesn't have any, though.
No, and I don't think it will open until you finish the training needed for Apprentice Level 5. I think it may also be the same for all your other eventual slots for the dress.
So, to get all 7 slots, I would need to be Grand Master myself, then?
Yes, I believe this will be the case, Dave said. Exciting, isn't it?
It has taken me so long to make the gloves, never mind reaching skilled or journeyman status within the profession.
Tailoring is difficult, but you have more of a purpose to succeed and progress than most ever do. Your dress alone should be enough to give you focus.
It does, and I want to. But there are so many other things that I also need to do. My claws and kotsa training are going well, but it all takes so long to level.
You could always consider completing more quests.
I'll have to, yes. I can't stay at level 11 forever.
You will have plenty of opportunities, my YLF.
SJ chuckled at Dave's endearment, which she hadn't called her in a while. How was your coding doing?
Meh. I managed to get through 2 further layers, but this next one is a right doozy. It's very complex.
I'm sure you'll get it sorted soon.
I'm not sure about soon, but I have my quest to complete, as you do yours.
Ha! SJ laughed. What experience and rewards do you get?
Oh, I will decide nearer the time, although I'm at least considering giving myself an official title.
The inane and senseless conversations that Dave and SJ frequently had made her feel like they had known each other for years. They were so comfortable talking. Right, I need to go and find Fizzlewick then, SJ said, standing and stretching.
She'd been hunched over at the table sewing the gloves for too long again. Oh, I just had a response to the quest query about reaching level 10.
What have they said?
It was apparently a feature that the system decided to implement when it did its original planning phase. Then, since it commenced, it never implemented the feature.
Then why was I told?
Why do you think?
Because of the waiver, SJ answered.
Yup. It appeared for you due to you waiving the terms and conditions. The system was apparently a little upset when the admin team discussed it, as they thought it had been removed.
What's the outcome then?
Since you were offered a quest with no reward and still had a target, they're agreeing to a one-time offer, Dave said excitedly.
Don't leave me in suspense. What is the offer?
They will give you one of two choices. The first is the ability to increase one of your attributes by 3 points permanently. The other will permanently increase one of your skills by 1 rank.
That's great, SJ said excitedly. What should I do? Let's see.
SJ reviewed her character sheet. The points were a nice addition to either option.
I am going to add it to my shroud skill. If I get that to level 3, that gives me 90 seconds of reduced damage, which would make a tremendous difference. And since I already get additional attribute points, they're not as necessary.
A very sensible option, Dave agreed. SJ updated her skill. Subterfuge. Identification, level 7. 98 of 200 to level 8. Shroud, level 3.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, let's see Fizzlewick.
SJ smiled. As SJ walked by the barracks, she spotted Shelley jumping up and down, very animated. She and Auric, the grumpy old dwarf, were standing with another dwarf SJ did not recognize.
Morning,
SJ said as she walked near.
SJ,
Shelley said, turning with a huge grin on her face.
Hi, Shelley.
She smiled back.
We broke through last night.
She beamed, unable to stop her enthusiasm.
So, you've confirmed it then? That's why I'm here now.
These are council matters, not for general discussion,
Auric interjected.
And I am placing a vote to have SJ added to the council,
the mayor said as he walked out from the barracks. SJ's jaw nearly hit the floor. Why on Amathera would he be considering adding her to the council? She was of no importance.
Reputation can bring benefits beyond experience bonuses,
Dave said, obviously understanding SJ's expression.
I heard what you said, Shelley. That is excellent news. When do you think we may start operations?
Zigford asked.
A lot of prep work is needed first. Mithril is difficult to mine. My uncle has messaged his cousin, who's travelling here from Asterfall to help with operations.
Nevik,
the mayor replied, a little shocked.
Yes,
Shelley replied.
Oh, I haven't seen Nevik in several years. It'll be nice to see the old goat again.
Zigford smiled.
He should be arriving later today, I believe,
Shelley replied.
When he arrives, please ask him to stop by.
I will, Mayor.
Now, Auric, we have a meeting to attend, and since you are here, SJ, I would also like you to join us.
I was going to the tailor's,
SJ said, still shocked by Zigford's comment.
Fine then. Can you join us later once you're finished? I have a few things I wish to discuss with you. I'll be casting the vote this morning, and hoped you'd be in attendance.
Not understanding why he would even want her to be part of the council, SJ didn't respond.
Look, I know it may be a bit of a shock to you, but with the changes we have discussed, I think it would benefit us all to have someone of your stature and potential on our side. I know you may not understand, but I'm sure you will in time.
Zigford had invited SJ to take part in recent discussions because of her revered status and the importance of the Mithril mine, but she had never expected to be considered an integral part of the town to such a degree.
I will call in as soon as I'm done there, SJ said.
When she arrived at Fizzlewick's, the shop door was open and the wagon was parked out the front. Several large crates were being loaded into the back of it. Fizzlewick's quarterling persona stood by the doorway, calling instructions.
Elful, everything is ordered neatly,
he said to the two ratkin moving the boxes.
Morning,
SJ called. Fizzlewick smiled and winked at her.
You look busy.
Order it, Manta.
If you're too busy, I can call back later.
No, go in, be done.
Thanks,
SJ said, smiling as she swerved around the ratkin, walking out the door with another crate of goods. SJ stepped into the back room, pushing the beads to one side. She could hear a clunk and sliding sound as she did, and the two looms she had seen before were busy weaving cloth. One was producing a bright blue material, and the other a golden material. SJ watched the looms perform their tasks. Having visited old cotton mills back on Earth and learning how the looms worked, it was amazing to see them automated, the mechanisms moving under their own duress. It had to be magical. There was no other way to perform the actions without manual intervention. She heard the bell tinkle as the store door closed, and moments later, Fizzlewick walked through in his human form.
Hello, SJ. I see you reached level 4, and now need to learn enchantments,
he said, smiling.
Yes.
Excellent. Then please, follow me.
What are you making?
SJ asked, looking at the looms again.
I have just shipped the first part of an order, and this material is for the second half. I could just conjure it up, but I love the process and time involved with making the materials, and it's much more pleasing.
That is a large order.
Ah, yes. It is the new uniform for the Asterfall City Guard. The newly appointed Chancellor there wished to change it to his house colours.
Chancellor?
Yes, a Chancellor rules Asterfall. All cities have chancellors or someone similar to oversee the day-to-day running of things.
How often do they change?
Not very, unless there's been a dispute or similar situation that causes them to. Asterfall's new chancellor was only recently appointed after the untimely death of his predecessor.
Oh.
Yes. Chancellor Alaki of the Dryad Enclave died several months ago, and only recently did the new Chancellor Santic of the Kobold Council take over.
I didn't realize that the political landscape was so varied. I assumed the cities were all run by lords or similar.
No. Most cities have pledged an oath to the Emperor, but several don't, and class themselves as freeholders. Asterfall is one of these. It has a very diverse population. Some cities are more racially bound in comparison. There are also the race capitals and territories to consider.
So, how does a kobold become a chancellor?
I've never met Santic personally, but I've heard he's very charming. He can convince many, and has previously influenced the outcome of several high-value contracts between Asterfall and some larger cities.
SJ followed Fizzlewick downstairs, and as normal, he called 2 large, comfy armchairs for them to sit in.
Let's get to it, then. Apprentice Level 5 training is not like your normal training for tailoring. It is all about state of mind.
Please explain.
Adding enchantment slots to clothing items requires a combination of factors. One is the item quality. If the item quality is not good enough, then it doesn't matter how much time and effort you spend. It will never work. Second, it is your mental state. For enchantment slots to be successfully added, you must be in a tranquil meditation as you complete the task. If you aren't, then again, it will fail.
I used to practice meditation back home, SJ said.
Hopefully then you will have an advantage. Many Amathereans do not know what meditation is, unless they're in one of certain classes, such as monks, clerics, or paladins.
Don't mages meditate as well?
No. A mage's mind is like a chaotic whirlpool. Very few mages can successfully meditate on enchantment slots.
So, what must I do?
Fizzlewick explained the meditation process required to enchant materials. The requirements did not differ from her other meditation sessions when she practiced yoga back on Earth.
Sit comfortably, relax, close your eyes and control your breathing. You need to be calm and at peace with your thoughts. Once you're done, you need to picture or imagine the materials you're working with. Hold the material you wish to enchant, and slowly push your mana into it.
Mana? I've never used anything that requires mana before. How will I know if I'm doing it right?
You will feel it. Once your mana starts to flow, your pool will drop. Enchantment slots can be applied to any material with the correct tailoring levels. The material must absorb 50 mana for every slot you wish to create, and at the apprentice level you may only create one enchantment slot. If you break from the meditation or stop pushing the mana into the material at any point, it will fail, and you will have to start over.
I need some cloth to practice with. Fizzlewick summoned a bundle of cloth, which appeared on the small table.
I warn you, it is not as easy as it may sound. The speed at which you release your mana will determine success. Too quick or too slow, and it will fail. Eventually, you'll be able to find it and feel its flow.
SJ placed the bundle on her lap, holding it. Sitting upright in the chair, she relaxed. She went through the steps she'd completed many times before and felt her body relax and her breathing slow. Once she felt at peace, she focused on her mana. And nothing happened. Not knowing what it would even feel like didn't help. What is it supposed to feel like? SJ asked.
It's hard to explain, but I suppose if you've ever felt a lurching sensation in your stomach, then it's along those lines, or at least it is for me.
Now that SJ had a vague idea of what she might experience, she tried again, but nothing. She repeated the same exercises several more times before cursing. Why is it not working?
As I said, it takes time. Your basic state seems fine, but you are not relaxed because you continually think about the mana. You need to allow it to flow naturally.
How, though?
I would spend some time practicing. I can't really explain how you feel when you do it, apart from the sensation I get, as I do not know myself.
How do you add slots, then?
Ha! I am a god.
Dave, any ideas?
Nope. No idea how it feels, or how it's supposed to feel, so I can't explain. Sorry.
Dave replied. This is stupid. SJ put the cloth back down on the table.
It will happen. You just have to find your own path to release your mana. Learning the technique normally takes no more than a year.
A year? SJ exclaimed.
Yes. Usually, for the first time, beings take about a year to succeed.
I am stuck as a level 4 tailor until I can do this, SJ said with annoyance. After a while longer, SJ gave up. This is impossible.
As I've explained, you're not clearing your mind fully. Keep practicing, and it will happen soon enough, I am sure.
SJ checked her display. Given the time she had spent trying to manipulate her mana, it had been over 2 hours since she arrived at the tailor shop. I must go. I promised I would see the mayor and town council.
Please, do as you need. I will be here when you are ready. I may just add that it'll be nice to stay here for a while. There are some lovely members of the township.
Stay here for a while? SJ asked, frowning.
Well, yes. Now the borders have changed. There is no rush to move on so soon, and I am enjoying my time here.
Fizzlewick replied, smiling. You are enjoying yourself?
Oh, yes. I enjoy doing the mundane daily tasks of a shopkeeper. It is quite therapeutic. and it is a pleasant change from being involved in continual political scandals.
SJ remembered the story about the naked emperor, but couldn't fathom any level of interaction with individuals so high in position. She was astounded by how she'd been treated so far in the town, and that the mayor wished her to join the council filled her with trepidation.
Thank you for teaching me, Fizzlewick. I'll be back as soon as I complete the quest.
No problem at all, and enjoy your new position.
The god winked. SJ opened her eyes in amazement. She knew Fizzlewick was a god, but he seemed to know every little detail about what was happening to her each time they spoke. Leaving the shop, she made her way back to the barracks.
I wish I could understand the mana flow better,
she huffed back on the street. Speak to Fran when you get a chance. I'm sure she can assist and explain it better than I ever could. I know what it relates to, but wouldn't know how it feels or what you need to do to utilize it. Mages are taught about mana flow from the start. It is their initial skill, and they must learn it before they can even start to learn spells.
I will once I finish at the barracks. I also need to see Cristy. I promised I would take her to see Patch.
I like Cristy, Dave said cheerily. It was strange how Dave always seemed happier when Cristy was around, and SJ thought he might have paternal feelings towards her.
You are always much nicer when Cristy is around,
SJ said. What do you mean, much nicer? I am always nice. Really? SJ said, as she arrived at the barracks entrance. Chapter 23. Council. SJ went straight upstairs and, seeing that the mayor wasn't in his office, continued to the council chamber. When she knocked on the door, one of the burly orc guards opened it and ushered her inside. The table was in a heated discussion, and SJ stood quietly by the entrance, not wishing to interrupt the proceedings.
I have told you already.
A large ent was speaking.
We can't allow the valley to remain undefended. We need to expand our reach, as the mayor stated. Without the expansion, we'll be open to worse threats than the orcs or hobgoblins in the future.
SJ had not seen him before, and he was an imposing figure. He had a thick-barreled chest, or maybe trunk? SJ was unsure how to describe his anatomy, which had at least 4 branch-like arms that animatedly followed his current conversation, supporting his argument.
We do not have a large enough force,
a goblin SJ recognized as a regular member replied.
It will stretch the guard too thin to cover the expansion. Without recruitment and increasing our size, expanding would be pointless.
The arguments carried on, with one aspect or another being considered, accepted, or rejected, all around the table. SJ was amazed at the level of chaos that unfolded. I don't suppose they normally have much to talk about apart from the most recent garbage collection, Dave said. It's quite entertaining, though. After several more minutes, the mayor had obviously had enough, as his voice cut over those sitting around him.
Silence!
He called. Slowly, the discussions lessened until quiet fell in the chamber.
Thank you. It seems we are currently at an impasse over how to proceed for the betterment of the town. Considering this, I propose that all parties here today write their thoughts and expectations and deliver them for consideration at our next meeting. We will not confirm the outcomes today. Once we have everyone's thoughts, I will ask for them to be transcribed for distribution and confirmation before voting on the proposals I presented today. At the start, I knew this would be an emotive conversation, so please consider your audience when you give feedback.
Several around the table nodded in agreement with the mayor's words, but SJ noticed a few didn't and still carried scowls on their faces. Seeing the lack of coherence was surprising. Every previous interaction showed they were a civilized and agreeable council, but this was obviously not the case in certain aspects.
SJ,
Siegfried said, smiling.
Please, come and join me.
The sudden address startled SJ, who slowly proceeded to Siegfried's seat at the head of the table.
Now all. I have one final agenda item before we part for today,
he said, pausing and looking around at all the faces of those present.
I have an unusual proposal to make, and it has never to my knowledge been done before, but with the changes we're seeing across the land, with the amendment of territory boundaries and various other considerations around our town growth potential.
Again he paused, awaiting appreciative nods of acknowledgement.
I am proposing we add a new member to our council.
SJ watched Auric roll his eyes, while others frowned, looking confused and shocked. The council already comprised representatives from all the town's dominant races.
Who are you referring to?
A gnome asked.
I thought that would be obvious by her presence here today,
Siegfried replied. There were several audible gasps, and immediate chatter began again. SJ heard one comment over any other, making her scowl in frustration.
You want a fae on the council?
Now this will be interesting,
Dave said.
Fae are known for their problems, as I explained in the past, and I think for some, even though you've done nothing to support those expectations, several will hold a grudge. In relation to Legionnaires, they're seen in various positions across Amatherean, and there have been some over the years who have risen to rule, but these are infrequent. Many do not wish to be involved in the political landscape and what it entails, preferring to just fight and grow. Your inclusion within a council at a starter town would be considered another unique opportunity. Calm down,
Siegfried stated, before the complete chaos of before could ensue. Silence gradually returned to the table.
This is a proposition only, and will be voted on as per standard. But I believe with SJ's abilities, she may become a very useful member of the town in the future, and her experiences that we do not know may very well support our development. I can understand some of your reactions to including a fae, but you all know Mistress Francisca, and what she has previously done to support the town, and I believe that SJ here is of the same mould.
SJ stood a little shocked, not fully appreciating or understanding what he was referring to.
I think he means as your class grows. I think he's already considering what you may bring to them as a future option, not just your interaction so far,
Dave said.
That's very clever of him.
SJ couldn't respond, but had so many questions she wanted to ask. She hadn't expected to be thrown into it without being able to discuss the proposal first.
Again, with this information I have given, please consider the proposal. The details are not yet discussed nor confirmed, and I didn't wish to throw this on you without allowing you to think it through, as I know this will be amending the way we'll have worked before within the council. I propose we reconvene in 3 days, giving everyone enough time to discuss the expansion and additional member proposals and present any thoughts. With that, I bring the meeting to a close today.
Council members stood and filed out of the chamber, while the Ent moved to confer with Siegfried. SJ felt out of place, and rather than just standing there, she left. She also needed to speak to Siegfried and find out what he really wanted from her. Walking downstairs, she went through his office area, where Alice was having a discussion with the gnomes who oversaw the model updates.
So you want a new model?
One of the gnomes asked.
Yes, we will require one that allows for boundary expansion, but still require this one to be maintained,
Alice said.
And where are we going to start building this one? Also, we would require further help.
I understand. The mayor proposes that the new model be built in the council chambers, so it can be discussed and planned directly.
What level of detail?
Enough to show elevations and locations, so that the lay of the land can be seen from it. I believe he also asked for primary structures, such as walls and such.
This'll be an interesting project. I have not created landscapes for many a year now, but I would rather enjoy them.
That is fantastic news. Who else do you need to help you?
A young ratkin has recently shown interest in my creations and started to tinker. I think I could use him for basic construction. He doesn't have the skill to complete the finer detailed work, but can at least commence it.
That's wonderful. Could you speak to him today?
Of course. He usually works at the stables, but I believe he's wasted there.
SJ wondered if he meant little Stuart. She knew he worked at the stables and collected bell pops for Floretta, but this job could be better in the long run, as it would support his family. Are you referring to little Stuart? SJ asked.
Yes, that's him,
the gnome replied. SJ smiled at the thought of the young ratkin working with the gnome. Zigford walked into the room behind SJ. I think we need to talk, she said.
We do indeed. Please.
He indicated with his hand. SJ walked into his office and took a seat. Before the mayor sat down, he closed his office doors. It was the first time she had seen the door closed, and silence enveloped the room.
Now we have some peace without interruptions.
Zigford smiled. It would have been nice to discuss your proposition before you announced it to the council, SJ said.
I understand. I'm sure you feel a little uncertain and maybe a little shocked by it.
I am, yes.
It is simple, really. You are a Legionnaire. You also have a specific class and will eventually have specific skills from what I've been made aware of,
he replied, smiling knowingly.
Amatherean is not the place you may believe it to be so far, and even today you will have noticed a different side to the council that you won't have seen before.
SJ couldn't argue and nodded in agreement.
I believe, and it is for selfish reasons, I'm not going to lie, that if we can get you to join the council now, as the borders expand and the diplomatic issues arise, you can be a very useful tool.
I'm just a tool, then?
No, not in that manner, but we all must have a purpose to play, and you bring a different aspect to our town we have never had before. Your outlook, commitment, selfless acts. You fight for what you believe in, and I believe you will continue to do so. If you fight for Killic, then Killic will be a much stronger and better place for it in the future.
You do wish to use me as a tool, then? SJ said defensively, folding her arms. She was not happy with being considered a pawn to be used. She'd always been frustrated with how senior management at her firm back on Earth had used people beneath them for their own benefit.
No, please don't misunderstand my proposition. I believe that you'll bring influence and continuity to the council.
How will I achieve that? I do not even know the members.
But you would in time. You have a very persuasive nature.
Persuasive? SJ frowned.
Yes. The way you interact with people gets them to open up to you. I've heard from many you've spoken to, and they hold you in high esteem.
I don't even know that many townsfolk.
You'd be surprised what helping at the inn does for someone in this town. It is its hub, after all.
I've only helped on a couple of occasions.
Yes, I know. That is my point. If you can influence so many by doing so little, what do you think you can achieve in the longer term?
SJ had never considered her interactions with people that way. Her ethos had always been to be friendly and kind, even back on Earth, unless someone went against her, and then the claws came out. On Amatherean, that now had a completely new meaning. I am not sure I like being in the spotlight to that degree, SJ said uncertainly.
It's a great opportunity,
Dave said.
Consider how it will allow you to get involved in the long term. You wouldn't be in the light so much,
Zigford said.
You would be a racial representative, as we have for all the other races in town. It is just unheard of for a Fae to be a town or city council member. Many see your race choice as problematic, but thankfully, you and Mistress Francisca have brought an increasingly improved view of Fae.
I need to think about it, SJ said, still not happy about the racial biases that many had shown, especially the reaction in the chamber.
Please do.
It would be appreciated if you could confirm as soon as you can. I ask that you consider the long-term goals of the town.
Thanking Siegfried for his time, SJ got up and left his office. As she went downstairs, she was met with a wide-eyed ratkin she recognized. Little Stuart was being shown into the barracks by the gnome who'd been speaking to Alice. He was covered in bits of hay from, presumably, the stables. SJ smiled as she walked from the barracks, hoping that this might be the break that little Stuart needed for his family. Time to take Cristy to see Patch, SJ said. Walking across the field with Cristy, SJ was surprised to see a line of carts heading past them back towards town. It was the most traffic she'd ever seen, particularly on this side of town. Recognizing Shelley sat by the driver of one cart, she waved. "How is it going?" SJ called over the clatter of hooves and squeaking wheels as she and Cristy stood off to the side, allowing them to pass.
Good! We should be able to start in a few more days. We're just finishing the entrance and past to it,
Shelley called. "I'll have to come and look soon," SJ called back.
"Please do."
Shelley smiled broadly as the cart trundled past. As soon as they entered the forest path, Cristy called out. It didn't take long for there to be a howl in response, and several minutes later, the gigantic form of Patch came bounding from the forest straight up to Cristy. Seeing the pair interact was like watching an owner and their pet dog. Patch, rolling on his back, allowed Cristy to scratch and rub it for him. The playful interaction continued for a while, until another howl broke the silence. Patch stood back on his feet and snarled, looking into the forest.
"What is it?"
Cristy asked. SJ was worried about the behavior Patch had just shown. Patch turned and looked at Cristy before turning back, and he disappeared into the forest. "Something isn't right?" SJ asked, concern etched on her face.
"We should go check,"
Cristy said. "We don't know where he's gone or what it is, and I don't want you in danger."
"I'm a big gnoll now."
SJ smiled. "You are indeed very brave. But unless we know what is going on, I'm not willing to take you towards danger. You experienced enough when you were kidnapped."
"Kidnapped?"
Cristy said, frowning. "The Hobbs took you. Stay here and I'll check. If it's safe, I'll come and get you. Okay?" Cristy huffed.
"I suppose."
SJ shrank to her miniature form, taking off. The path that Patch had left in his wake as he bounded through the underbrush was easy to follow, and she didn't have to fly very far before reaching a clearing. The clearing was not very large, and a small mound was off to one end. Standing in its opening was the white wolf she had seen previously. There was no sign of Patch or the others. "That must be their den," Dave said. "It looks like it," SJ said. "But where have they gone?" That was when she heard the howls deeper into the forest. At this end of the ridged valley she'd never ventured into, it took her a while to pinpoint the location of the howl. As she neared, she could hear snarling and growling. The forest had thinned as she ventured farther, and she was surprised that it opened into a flat plain that appeared to fall off a cliff. Stood in a line facing out from the forest were the wolves, Patch and the four she had originally seen in the woods. The creature that stood before them SJ had never seen the likes of before. Resembling a combination of an armadillo and a mole, it stood nearly 5 feet tall, with its back appearing plated. Flying above, SJ observed the creature's front feet, which were supported by some very large, seriously sharp-looking claws and large-looking incisors. It stood facing down the wolves, snarling at it.
"It's a rock gobbler. They can dig through solid stone with those claws, and this one looks hungry, upset, and large," Dave said.
SJ triggered her identification skill. Rock Gobbler, level 13. Hit points 180 of 180. Mana points 0. Armor class 35. Attacks bite and claw. Special, Coil.
It has a lot of hit points for a level 13, and that armor class is crazy,
SJ said. You won't be able to hit it easily. Their armor plates are very strong, and if they use their special, you may as well walk away and leave it.
What does it do?
It triples its armor class when it's in its bald form. The things become virtually untouchable, even lower-level rock gobblers. Your chance to even scratch its scales would be virtually nothing.
The wolves are unlikely to damage it either, then.
If it coils, they won't touch it, nor could you. Wolves, though, are pack hunters, and against single prey, they'll surround it and work together. The problem is, they are low level, and even Patch will struggle to damage it as a direwolf. SJ watched as the standoff continued. The rock gobbler snarled, but didn't close in, and neither did the wolves. Slowly, the wolves spread out to form a semicircle. The creature turned its head, tracking them. It hissed and snarled again, and took a step backwards. SJ noticed a large hole in the ground a couple 100 feet from where it was.
It must have dug through,
she said. Seems like it, Dave remarked. It'll need dealing with. They have a specific favorite rock they like to devour.
They actually eat rock?
SJ asked, amazed. Yes. They can break down anything. Their stomach is so acidic, and they particularly like the taste of mithril. They're a common pest in mithril mines, although this one is pretty large. SJ's display triggered. Quest. Save the mine. You have discovered that a rock gobbler has appeared in the area. If this creature is not killed, the prosperity of Killic and your future income will be threatened. Rewards, 320 XP. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no? Chapter 24. Gobbler. That's great! You said you wanted to do some more quests, Dave said cheerily.
Not against something like this. I doubt I can even get through its armor, and I know the wolves won't, considering their low levels. Any advice?
Don't get hit by the claws.
Really? That is all?
SJ said sarcastically. Well, you can allow yourself to be hit if you wish, but I really wouldn't advise it, Dave replied flippantly.
Any helpful advice would be appreciated.
They are slow and their eyesight is very poor, so you should have enough notification of an attack. A wolf sprang towards its left side, and as it did, the rock gobbler snapped its jaws towards it. On doing so, another wolf on the right moved in to snap at it. The rock gobbler moved its front leg to strike, and SJ noticed how slow it was compared to most things she had fought so far. The wolf easily dodged its attempted bite and claw attack as the other snapped at its side. The wolf that struck it didn't do any damage. It remained at full health.
This is not going to be fun,
SJ said as she flew behind the creature. The armor plating seemed to come down and cover virtually all its body, as though it wore a scale shirt. Where its stubby tail joined its body, it looked as though it had less armor plating. SJ lowered slowly, with the bulk of the creature between herself and its head. She had not flown low, and doubted it had even perceived her as a threat. Landing, she grew, equipping her claws and approaching the rear of it, then stabbed into the gap in its armor. SJ had not been expecting its reaction to the attack, and it jumped forward as if launched from a cannon. Patch bounded out of the way as it landed where he had been, some 30 feet away. She had penetrated its body, but only did 8 points of damage.
"Ooh, that thing can move,"
SJ said in surprise. Its legs, although short, are ridiculously strong as it pushes against stone when burrowing, and don't even bother trying to attack its head. It may not look armored, but it's harder than steel. This was going to be a long fight. As the wolves continued to snap at it, holding its attention, SJ continued to shrink and grow, performing attacks at its rear. It could not twist, and she could imagine it performing a 10-point turn on a road in the UK. It was so inflexible with its sideways movement. It was designed for one job only, to dig and move forward to its next source of food. With its stubby legs, it was slow, and it lumbered forward, trying to strike at any wolves that came in front of it, occasionally launching to attack. After almost 10 minutes of fighting, it was still over 100 hit points remaining.
Oh, this is ridiculous. There must be something that can damage it more easily,
SJ said as she flew to its rear again. Only if you have a lightning or fire spell or similar, Dave replied.
SJ!
The small form of Cristy had appeared at the edge of the forest, crying her name.
Cristy, stay back!
SJ called on seeing the small gnoll. Cristy mustn't have heard her response as she wandered farther from the tree line, staring at the creature the wolves continued to fight.
Cristy!
SJ bellowed, trying to be heard above the snarling, growling, and hissing of the creatures. Still, she didn't respond, and SJ flew straight towards her.
Get back in the tree line now!
She screamed at the small gnoll as she neared her. Cristy looked at her with shock on her face. It was the first time SJ had ever said anything with anger in her voice, and it had obviously had impact. After standing for a moment looking at her, Cristy turned and ran, tears running down her cheeks. SJ screamed in frustration. She hadn't meant to shout at Cristy. She just didn't want her getting hurt by the ridiculously armored creature.
I need to go follow her. I can't have her running off.
The wolves will keep it busy, Dave said. SJ followed Cristy and could hear as she ran through the brush of the forest on all fours. She was quick, and SJ struggled to keep up even flying, having to dart in and around the trees. Eventually, Cristy slowed, and SJ caught up with her. Cristy came to a stop and curled up in a ball at the base of an immense tree, sobbing. SJ landed gently and grew.
Cristy,
she said softly. Cristy didn't look at her and buried her head into her arms, further covering her face. The dress she'd been wearing was all torn and tattered from being caught in the brush.
Cristy, I am sorry. I didn't mean to shout at you. I was scared you might get hurt, that was all.
Cristy sobbed as she responded.
I thought you were my friend. I am your friend. You know I am. That creature could have hurt you if you'd got any closer than you did. I just wanted to help. I was worried when you had been gone so long.
She turned to look at SJ. Streaks covered her little face, and her eyes glistened. SJ could feel a tear in her own eye.
I know you did, and I'm sorry I didn't come back straight away. I was helping the wolves. That creature is too heavily armored. It isn't like attacking a hogling or a hobgoblin.
SJ bent down next to her and held her arms out, and Cristy moved over until SJ could envelop her in a hug, stroking her head gently.
I'm sorry.
Cristy continued to sob, and SJ felt terrible. After a minute, the sobbing lessened, and Cristy pushed away to look at her.
I need to go back and check on the wolves, but I don't know where they are now,
SJ said, looking around, lost after chasing Cristy.
I can lead you. I can smell them,
Cristy replied, her little face wide-eyed.
Only if you promise to stay in the trees and not go into the open, whatever happens,
SJ said.
I promise. Come on then, show me which way.
Cristy moved back through the trees. It took them much longer walking back than the mad dash Cristy had made, and SJ could hear the fighting was still going on when they returned.
Now, stay here, please,
SJ said.
I will,
Cristy replied, nodding her head. SJ shrank and flew back onto the plain. The rock gobbler had only lost a further 2 hit points in all the time she'd been gone. The wolves were flagging, their movements less fluid,
and the beast almost hit one of the grey wolves, which only narrowly bounded from its path.
I need to do something different,
SJ hissed. I have an idea, Dave said.
What idea?
SJ said hopefully. You need to try to lead it away from the woods towards the cliff's edge.
And do what?
Make it launch at you and over the side. Their vision is poor. It won't know where it is. You've seen how far it can jump when it tries to attack, so you can try to get positioned so it jumps too far.
It won't go for me when I'm small.
No, that's the problem. Dave chuckled nervously. The cliff's edge was probably a couple 100 feet from where they fought, and SJ began the slow process of trying to make it turn around to face her. The creature was worse than a heavy goods vehicle, and SJ got into a routine of landing and growing in front of it, and running as it tried to launch its attack. It jumped nearly 30 feet each time, and eventually, after several minutes, it faced towards the cliff. Now lead it straight, Dave said. 2 of the wolves had moved back from the fray, heavily panting, and SJ believed they must have been exhausted. She didn't have the luxury to be tired. She needed to get rid of this thing. Landing 50 feet from its front, she grew again and called at it and screamed to get its attention. The wolves were also now on the same side of the creature as SJ, giving it 4 creatures to choose from to attack. It leapt towards a wolf, thankfully still moving closer to the cliff edge. The wolf this time was not fast enough, and one of the gobbler's enormous claws caught it on its flank. The wolf yelped in pain as it crashed to the ground, unable to land properly, and whimpered. SJ rushed forward and struck at the face of the gobbler in anger. The gobbler's head turned as she did, knocking into her, and sent her sprawling sideways. It felt like being hit by a sledgehammer, and this close, its teeth looked like huge razor blades. SJ had swept her claws down the side of its face to no effect. SJ backpedaled, realizing how stupid she had been getting so close. Considering this thing ate rocks, why she had even thought about going near its head, she did not know. Dave had warned her how hard it was. She had drawn its attention, and as she moved backwards, she noticed the tension in its limbs. The unsightly beast was like a coiled spring being released when it jumped, an instant movement. SJ turned and ran. She was probably 20 feet away, trying to run at an angle. It landed with a deafening thud, missing her by inches. She glanced back as it got ready to jump again. The only bonus was that because of the size of it, its mobility and time between attacks was slow, and she made it another 30 feet before it sprang again. Still out of range, she carried on towards the cliff as it coiled again. The wolves had withdrawn. Patch stood by the side of the injured wolf with the others as they watched the fight, howling and growling. "Nearly there," Dave shouted. SJ could see that the cliff's edge was only 50 feet from them and continued to draw the gobbler towards the edge. The next jump caught her off guard as she stumbled on the uneven ground approaching the cliff edge where it had eroded and pitted over time. Catching her foot in a hole, she squealed as she tripped, sprawling onto the ground, and stood again. She was only 10 feet from the edge when the creature leapt again. She hadn't been able to move far enough, and as the creature hurtled towards her with its claws extended and jaws open, she knew it was going to hit her. It wasn't a clean strike, thankfully, but it was still like being hit by a cannonball. The wind was knocked from her, and the impact threw her backwards, reducing her hit points by half. She realized she hadn't landed. They were in free fall. "Shrink!" Dave screamed. SJ was already in the process, and as she shrank, she opened her wings. The friction buffeted her, but she worked into a glide, opening her body wide like a parachutist. The rock gobbler shrieked, still plummeting towards the base of the cliff nearly 1,000 feet below. As she glided, she spiraled and followed its descent until it eventually met with the cliff's rocky bottom. Far below, it looked like a water bomb had just exploded, leaving a wet patch on the surface.
As SJ's speed continued to decrease, she could begin using her wings. It was a much more successful landing than off the mage's wind spell powering the windmill. As she got control of her descent, the shock of the free fall and the exploding creature subsided. At the base of the cliff was the start of some grassland with sparsely dotted trees, and it reminded SJ of pictures she had seen of the savannas in Africa. The bit that amazed her was the vast expanse of sand that started not long after. It stretched off into the horizon. "That's the next territory," Dave said. His responses lately seemed to come in answer to her thoughts, without her even having to speak. "Desert region. 10 to 20 base monsters initially. The far desert area increases to 20 to 30, and several nasty tribes live there. There is a town, but it's not on the map, and I'm not sure which direction or how far it is from here."
I didn't realize it was so close, and how fast the territory areas change. It's like just crossing a line,
SJ said, staring at the sudden environmental change. "It's even more dramatic between an ice and desert region," Dave replied. SJ struggled to imagine an immediate transition from desert to ice.
I better head back up, but want to see if the rock gobbler has any loot first.
"Possibly. You sometimes get ore from them for the obvious reasons, as they eat so much." SJ's display had triggered when the rock gobbler hit the ground, exploding into the glutinous mass that now covered the cliff's base. The shared experience between the wolves had only granted her 25 XP, which for such a long, hard fight seemed ridiculous. The quest completion was a little nicer, though. Quest: Save the mine. Complete. The rock gobbler has been thwarted, and you have removed the current threat to your potential future income. Rewards: 320 XP, plus 100% reputation bonus, equals 640 XP awarded. Her improved reputation with Killic was a massive boost, but SJ had noticed the significant difference in experience needs between levels now. To reach level 11 from 10, it had increased from requiring 1,500 XP to requiring 2,250 XP, and for level 11 to 12, she now needed 3,000 XP. The reputation increases would really help going forward with the increase for each level. She checked out her new total. Experience: 987 of 3,000. Landing by the remains, there really wasn't much of a body left after the impact. She looted the rock gobbler. 6 armor plates of the rock gobbler. 1 vial of intestinal acid. "Ooh, be very careful with that vial," Dave said. "The content can be sold for a nice price, but if you get it on yourself, expect severe pain. When I say that acid is strong, I mean insanely strong. The armor plates are great for smithies with the knowledge to reshape them. I would advise to go to see Zedge. I don't know if he'll be able to use them or not. Reshaping animal and insect armor is a specialist skill that not many smiths have."
You said before that as an assassin I can't wear armor.
Yes, until level 20. Then you can wear leather, and at 40, chainmail.
What about animal skins or components?
SJ could sense Dave frowning when he responded, "You do know where leather comes from, don't you?" His reply dripped with sarcasm.
Of course, but these plates are not leather. What do they count as?
I've absolutely no idea. No one has ever even considered that before. Their armor class is equivalent to decent scale mail, if not weak chain mail. I need to check. Be right back. SJ began her climb back to the top of the cliff, and as she neared, she could see the small and panic-stricken face of Cristy looking down. Dave started chatting excitedly. "It's unlisted."
What's unlisted?
"The armor plates of the rock gobbler."
What does that mean?
SJ asked, frowning at his response. "It means they are not identified as a type of armor, which theoretically means you could get away with wearing them. I'm not sure what the system would do if or when it found out, but there's absolutely nothing in the rules about the use of the armor plates. All standard animal hides, including crepe-paw chitinous plates, are listed, but these aren't.
I will need to get them to Zedge then, to see if he can do anything with them.
Yes, definitely, Dave said, his voice buzzing with excitement.
SJ!
Cristy called as she neared the top.
I'm okay,
SJ called back, landing. Tear streaks again were clearly visible on Cristy's face.
I thought you were dead,
she said, throwing herself at SJ once she reached her full size.
No, I'm good. How is the injured wolf?
SJ said, as she looked over to where they were still standing around it.
I don't think it's good,
Cristy said tearfully, and SJ felt her body slacken against her.
Let's see. Maybe we can help,
SJ said, as she hurried towards the wolves. The black wolf turned and growled as she approached, but didn't step in her way as she knelt next to the injured grey. Its side was torn severely from the claws of the gobbler.
Oh, we need a healer,
SJ said.
Cristy, can you wait here with Patch while I fly back to town?
Yes,
Cristy replied, now sitting by the grey's head and stroking it. The grey was whimpering quietly, and SJ wasn't sure how long it would survive.
I'll be back as soon as I can,
she said, as she shrank and took off. Raising above the treetops, she could see the town in the distance and headed straight towards it as fast as she could. Chapter 25. Professional Opportunity. Alice was the first person SJ had seen on returning to town, and she followed SJ as soon as she heard about the injured wolf. As a druid, she could heal animals, which SJ had not even considered previously, although it made perfect sense. She'd only been thinking of clerics and paladins. On returning to the southern edge, the wolves had initially not taken kindly to Alice appearing and had prevented her from getting near the grey. It was only after Cristy intervened that they stepped aside begrudgingly.
I have no influence over these wolves at all,
Alice said, as she knelt at the injured wolf's side. Looking at the wound, she placed her hand on the ground and then her other hand on the wolf's head. Mesmerized, SJ watched as green tendrils of energy appeared from the ground and snaked towards the wolf. It was like watching surgery, the way the tendrils began to knit and repair the wound, sewing it back together. The wolf was almost dead when they arrived back, and when Alice finished healing, she took a small vial from her inventory, gently lifted the wolf's head, and poured it into its mouth. Its eyes had become cloudy yellow, but as the liquid was absorbed, they returned to their previous vibrancy.
He should be okay now. He's lucky. Another few minutes and he wouldn't have made it,
Alice said.
Thank you,
SJ said.
What damaged him that badly?
A rock gobbler, SJ said, turning and pointing at the hole in the ground where it had dug through.
There was a rock gobbler this close to town?
Alice said in surprise.
Yes, I'd never seen one before.
They are a nuisance. We've had the odd one in the stone mine over the years.
It's strange that it came to the surface, though.
They usually remain underground all the time.
How big was it?
About 4 feet high, level 13.
Level 13?
And you managed to kill it. I cheated a little. I made it jump off the cliff.
Wow, you're lucky.
Thankfully, the wolves helped. Patch reacted to the comment and let out a howl. SJ turned and smiled at the dire wolf.
You'll be okay now,
Cristy said, stroking the recovering wolf on its head again. It licked her hand lovingly.
I need to get back to town. I was supposed to be confirming some orders,
Alice said.
We're heading back now as well, and will accompany you. Thank you for your help,
SJ said.
No problem.
As they walked back to town, SJ chatted to Alice. It was the first time they had ever had a personal conversation, and it was interesting to find out exactly what Alice did for the mayor. SJ knew she worked like a personal assistant, but it was more than that. She was basically the town's second,
which SJ hadn't realized before. The wolves parted ways with them at their den, and in Killic, SJ said farewell to Alice and then escorted Cristy back to the orphanage. Since the wolves had moved closer, there had been no incidents, and many had now even forgotten that they lived there, apart from the occasional howl that could be heard. "Dave," SJ said, as she walked down the street past the open shop fronts and vendors calling for customers. "Yes?" "You remember previously you mentioned portals. That was from level 10, wasn't it?"
"Oh, I'd completely forgotten about them. Yes, from level 10 you can assign one. Why? What are you thinking?"
"I was thinking of adding one at the cottages, and just wondered how you went about it. I've seen no display announcements or anything that would give me the ability."
"No, they don't appear as an ability. You remember I mentioned that you required a deed to a property?"
"Yes."
"Well, the deed will have been updated to allow a portal to be placed at a specific location. Once it is, it will appear on your map."
"So the deed controls it?"
"Yes. If a deed is owned, the rights become visible if the property has been visited. You can't just borrow a deed from someone to remove the fog of war. If a deed changes hands, any portal present is removed, so that a new owner may position one if they wish."
"The deed is back at the inn. I should go and collect it."
Once the deed was in hand, SJ turned her steps towards Fran. She really wanted to understand more about mana. Looking at the deed as she walked along, she read the information again. At the bottom was a small symbol on the parchment that had not been there previously.
"Is that the portal function?"
SJ asked, pointing at it.
"It's not a function. You don't press on it and it magically works. It's not like your display that you select through thought. Now that you've reached level 10 and the symbol is present, it just means that it can have a portal added at that location."
"How?"
SJ was excited about creating her first portal and detoured to an open field area rather than going directly to the academy and sat down in the luscious grass. Now that she'd remembered about it, she wanted to get this sorted.
"First thing, open your navigation screen. Once you have it open, you'll see the position of the cottage."
"Yes, I can see it."
"Zoom in on the cottage. Like most menus, it has 3 dots.
"Yup, got it,"
SJ said, selecting it.
"Don't select it under any circumstances."
"What?"
SJ said, panicking.
"I just did. Does that mean I've broken it?"
"No, only joking. Of course you select it."
Dave chuckled. SJ rolled her eyes.
"Don't do that to me. I thought I'd just stopped it from working."
"Now, on your menu, there should be an option to add a portal."
"Yes, there is."
"Now you can decide where near the property you wish it to be. Keep zooming in closer, and then you can pick a location. It must be outside the building within a radius of 200 feet.
A glowing ring had appeared on the map. Zooming in, she could see the various areas around the cottage. Knowing where the open space was, she selected it.
"Amazing. So, how do I activate it?"
Now that the position is on your map, all you need to do is confirm that you wish for a portal to be placed there. Once you confirm it, the symbol changes to green."
SJ confirmed her selection, and the icon was changed to a green cross inside a circle.
"Okay, done.
So, I did need to press a button," SJ said.
Dave huffed. "You didn't press it though, did you? Ugh, sometimes working with Legionnaires is such a drag."
SJ chuckled at Dave's response.
"Can it be removed?"
"If you ever want to remove it, you can basically do the reverse and cancel its placement."
"If I place a portal, is it one way?"
"Unless you have a permanent residence where you can apply a soul stone, then yes."
"What's a soul stone?"
"It will trap some of your life essence in a certain area and allow you to return to it as required. Mages can produce them if they're skilled enough. If you ask Fran when we see her, she may have the knowledge needed."
"If it's just a stone, though, what if someone stole it?"
"They are called soul stones, but they aren't exactly stones. They're magical anomalies. Fran would be required to cast the spell, if she's able, at the location where you wish it to be locked to."
There is something new to learn about every day.
There is, Dave agreed.
When SJ arrived at the academy, Fran was outside directing some trainees. She was overseeing what must have been an earth mage moving boulders from one location to another. Easy, easy, Fran said as she monitored the mage, who was levitating the large boulder. The mage's face looked strained, and he had beads of sweat on his brow. Eventually, he moved it to above a pile of neatly placed boulders and released it, gasping at the exertion. It dropped onto the boulders with a thud, rocking before coming to a rest. Well done. You just need to keep practicing so that you can lower it slowly. To assist with construction, you must be able to manipulate the materials with accuracy and care. Hi, Fran, SJ said when Fran turned from the student. Hi, Fran said, smiling on seeing her. We have some things I'd like to discuss. I came here to see you about a few things as well, SJ said, returning her smile. Fran led her inside to her office. Coffee? Yes, please, SJ said. Fran poured 2 mugs and then took a seat in one of the comfy chairs. Would you like to start, or should I? Fran said. You can, SJ said. First, Henrietta believes she has identified the culprit for the messages that drew the dark elf. Oh, who is it? She believes it is a kobold who works at the Wandering Ogre. A kobold? I thought she'd suspected a halfling originally. She did, but has since been back on several occasions, and it appears that the halfling just has an infatuation with Fae, and is a general busybody wanting to know everyone's business. The kobold, on the other hand, Henrietta believes not just that he works for Newick, but that he's also associated with Astafall. Why would he be associated with Astafall and working at the Wandering Ogre? I think Astafall has had someone near Killic for some time, monitoring and spying on the town. It makes sense, as many cities will monitor towns or have people keep an eye on them, and with what we recently achieved over our unwanted guests, it is likely to have been fed back to whomever they report to. Even if not by them, the news will soon spread to Astafall. It was no secret that the town had been suffering raids. I heard that Astafall has a new chancellor. It does. Fran nodded, pleased with SJ's knowledge. He's also a member of the Kobold Council. The suspected kobold at the Wandering Ogre has only been in Killic for a few months, which ties in with the sudden changes. But why would they have even mentioned or ever suspected you? How would they know about your history? If he is a spy, they will have access to many of the reports that have been filed over the years. I've not always led a clean and peaceful life as I do now. Having fought several dark elves previously can leave a mark and a trail, especially in the circles of power. If we know who it is, can't they be dealt with? They could be. The problem is that if they are also working for the Astafall Chancellor and suddenly disappear, suspicion may be directed our way. That is, if they even know what he may have done. He could be working independently. There is that chance. I know the Dark Elves have a reward on my head, and if he has the contacts, he could very well know that. If you don't mind me asking, how much is the reward? The last time I was aware, it was 12 gold. Wow, SJ exclaimed. That's a lot. I'm not surprised that someone would report you. Exactly. Now we have a plan, but it's something that will require your support. What do you need me to do? Kill him. Sorry? SJ gasped. As a Legionnaire, if you kill him and are caught, it won't be as problematic. Whereas if I kill him, then suspicion will just grow. But I am also Fae, and couldn't Henrietta do it for you? Yes, you are, but you are a Fae assassin who was hit on by a drunken kobold, which you took offense to and took your revenge for. Unfortunately, Henrietta cannot kill directly. She can defend and support, but not kill outright. Her alignment prevents her from doing so.
If I get known as an assassin, that will damage my reputation.
Not with the town. You would have to do something severe to lose revered status, such as kill the mayor. Well, that's never going to happen. Also, the Wandering Ogre is outside the town's jurisdiction, which means it doesn't come under the town's protective rights. I meant to ask the mayor about that. If the borders change, would that not bring the Wandering Ogre into the town's jurisdiction? Only if Newick granted it. The mayor can't just force it on him without his consent. He can expand the town's borders to surround it, but not include it without Newick's permission. Otherwise, people could just go around continually expanding borders until they controlled the whole of Amathera. Only rulers can instigate forced amendments to ownership, and they only do this infrequently, as it can cause severe backlash from affected parties, especially if they suddenly find they are subject to taxes. SJ knew all about taxes and how the system operated, many times, for the rich over the poor. She wondered if the same format was in play in Amathera.
I assume there are allegiances, and taxes are paid as parts of that?
Killic falls under the protection of Astafall. However, we've seen no support since the raids began. I think that has been an ongoing issue the mayor was trying to address, and he'd begun to withhold tax payments.
Why would a town like Killic pay Astafall? What benefits do they present to the town?
I do not know the details. That is a conversation you would need to have with the mayor.
In simple terms, then, you wish me to dispose of this potential kobold spy?
If you are able, yes. SJ's display triggered. Quest. Find the reason for the attack. Complete. The reason behind the Dark Elf attack has been confirmed because of a spy in Newick's ranks at the Wandering Ogre. Rewards, 350 XP, plus 100% reputation bonus, equals 700 XP awarded. Taking her to 1687 up 3,000 experience to level 12. Quest, I Spy. Remove the threat of the eyes on Killic and prevent any further issues for Mistress Francisca. Rewards, 400 XP. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no? Nice experience gain, Dave said.
What else did you want to discuss with me?
SJ asked. You have been asked to join the town council.
I have. Is there a problem?
It's not a problem. If anything, it is an opportunity. You're aware of the reputation Fae have, and that many of us are untrusted because of our mischievous antics. The fact that you have already reached such high esteem in the town, and have the chance to be part of the council, is a significant boost. Not just for yourself, but for our kind.
How can I, being a council member, have anything to do with the Fae race?
It won't happen immediately, but I'm sure you'll begin to influence things in time. You seem to have a knack for doing it, even if you don't mean to.
So, you think I should accept the position, then?
Yes, absolutely. It is an honor and a privilege to even be considered. Many in the town would love to join the council.
I will consider your thoughts. I still have not decided either way yet.
I would urge you to accept, Fran said, smiling. Anyway, you said you wished to speak to me too.
Yes. What can you tell me about portals and mana?
I can tell you everything I know. What specifically do you need to know?
I've just begun my level 5 profession skill, and I can't push mana into the material to allow for enchantment slots.
Ah, that's because you are thinking about it.
What do you mean?
Mana is all around us. You won't realize being a non-magic user, but in simple terms, everything we do affects mana and its distribution. It fluctuates constantly.
If it is all around us, why do mages suffer from mana exhaustion?
It is not just as easy as siphoning it. It's how you manipulate it that counts. Mana regeneration is a tricky skill to master. It takes time and considerable effort to become good at it and increase your recharge rates outside of using mana potions.
So, how do I go about using the mana I have? I'm not worried about recharging it, as I'm guessing it naturally does recharge.
It does, yes. The recharge rate is affected by your intelligence and wisdom attributes. Use your mana the way you wish. First, you must understand what it really is and how it affects everything. It's not just as simple as pushing it. It is more as though you accept that it is there and that it is part of the bigger picture that makes up Amathera. There are areas where the mana generation is much purer. The stone circle that we discussed previously is a prime example. The mana there is one of the purest forms I have ever known.
If I accept what mana is, then I can manipulate it?
SJ frowned. Basically, yes. It's the acceptance that is difficult for many to comprehend. Many a mage apprentice has failed at the first hurdle by not being able to open their minds up enough to accept its function in everything.
I just need to consider it the same as atoms, then.
Atoms?
Atoms are the basic particles that make everything back where I'm from. Everything contains atoms, like what you're saying about mana.
I suppose it is a comparison. I've never heard the word atoms before, though.
It's a science term.
Science?
Fran was frowning deeply now. It's hard to explain. Like there is magic in Amathera, where I come from, originally everything is based around science. It is not as wonderful as magic, but quite amazing.
I see. So does this science help?
Yes, very much so. It makes up the building blocks of most things, as you say mana does.
And do you accept these atoms as existing in their entirety?
I do. I had not considered mana to be the same, though, and had been focusing on it being this, well, I don't know what exactly. Now you've explained it, as you have, it makes a lot more sense.
Interesting.
Fran cupped her cheek, thinking.
I wonder if what you know about science can be used here.
I am no scientist, unfortunately, and not an expert. I only know basic concepts.
That is a shame.
If I can focus on mana being just particles rather than magic, I may get this to work, SJ said, smiling.
Chapter 26. Acquaintances. After nearly an hour of attempting to use her mana again, SJ gave up with a frustrated scream. Fran chuckled. Don't be so disheartened. Even focusing on their skill, an apprentice mage can take days, if not weeks, to learn to manipulate mana.
Oh, I know. According to what I've been told, it could take up to a year. I just want to progress in my profession, and this is preventing me from doing so, SJ said.
You're still attempting to force it to happen. Every time I watch you, your face scrunches up. It must flow naturally. Here, watch my demonstration again.
Fran sat perfectly still and then moved her hands in front of her.
Now, as I'm channeling mana, I can still hold the conversation. I'm not pushing it. I allow it to manipulate what I'm doing as though it is a part of me.
SJ watched a small ball of water form in her hand as she spoke.
I know you can't see what I'm doing exactly, but I'm not forcing anything. I'm just thinking about what I want to create, and it is doing it by itself. It is a strange sensation. I suppose there must be things you do without thinking about them, allowing your subconscious to control your actions, like walking downstairs. Do you look at every step, or do you know what to expect because you have walked down them previously? So do it naturally, without thought.
SJ tilted her head as she listened to Fran's recital. It was an interesting way to consider it. Instead of fixating on pushing the mana, she solely needed to concentrate on the result and let her body react naturally.
One last attempt, SJ said, taking a deep, calming breath as she centered herself again. Closing her eyes, she controlled her breathing and reopened them once she felt her body relax. Looking at Fran, she held the cloth in her hands and talked to her. I know you are an enchanter, and I wonder what enchantments you can provide, she said. Oh, there are several that I have available to me. I had been learning the lightning protection one after we discovered it helped against the orc mage, but since he is no more, I have switched to a mend enchantment. I have that on my dress already. It's amazing. Your dress is fabulous. I would love to know what the enchantment is that it has. I think it is called self-repair. Ah, that is like mend, but in an improved form. Mend repairs tears in clothing, whereas self-repair replaces burned or damaged items as if they were new again. I could not afford the spell for that. Do you have any that are combat-focused? I have several that could be considered combat-focused, but not offensive. I've only ever really focused on defensive spells. That is one of the reasons we had been training so much to fight the hobs. That makes sense. Fran cut SJ off. There we go, she said, smiling. What? SJ said. Your mana. SJ realized her mana pool was dropping, so she shouted excitedly, stopping it. Yes, it worked! SJ had not even thought about the process while talking to Fran, meaning the enchantment process had begun naturally. The only thing she now needed to do was complete it at will and focus on the speed at which she pushed her mana. Not understanding what the basis was that was needed was annoying. Your mana was flowing, yes. Now you have done it once, you should be able to trigger it again. I told you that you were trying to force it. Her pool had dropped by 7. She did not know how long it had been reduced because she had not paid it any attention. I need to control the speed, though, as it feeds into the material, from what I was told. Yes, you can't just push the mana in, or it breaks the material's capability. It is the same for all professions, smithing, etc. I also was told that the quality matters. Yes, higher quality items are more susceptible to receiving enchantment slots. If an item has an enchantment slot, I assume it can be enchanted with anything? No, unfortunately not. The enchantments themselves are also dependent upon the material quality. The prime example is what we just discussed between mend and self-repair. Self-repair must be applied to a higher quality material for it to take. I see. So, once an enchantment is placed on an item, it is permanent, isn't it? Yes, until replaced. You can replace them. That is good to know. Replacing enchantments is a costly process, though, as there is always a possibility that it may damage the original item by removing the enchantment slot that it was placed in. Can they be replaced again? They can. Again, though, unless you are of the profession, there is a premium you pay for the facility. You have seen yourself how difficult it can be to even add 1 enchantment slot. A high-level item with 4 slots, if it lost 1, would require someone with a high profession level to replace the slot. It is profitable, then, once you become a higher level. It can be. In larger cities, several focus only on that part of their profession, rather than producing items. As I say, they charge a premium. I will just have to level myself then, so I don't need to pay for it. SJ smiled. Definitely the best way to be. I have another question before I leave today. What do you need to know? Fran asked. Can you make soul stones? Fran raised her eyebrows in response, staring at SJ for a moment before responding. You can create a portal, can't you? Which means you are now at level 10. If so, why have you not yet jumped in a wagon to Estafall? I'll be staying for a while.
I'm not sure what you've heard about the changes, but I don't need to leave straight away to continue growing.
Although SJ trusted Fran, she really didn't want to be talking about her level openly. I have not made a soulstone for many years. Amatherians do not get the ability to locate portals. Not without being part of a high council with specialist mages who can construct them. However, the mages and councils are controlled by the capital and have very restricted access to them. Usually they will only ever be permitted between specific locations. The closest portal I am aware of is in a city called Lysafil. It is a dryad city in the east, over the far side of the mountains. There is no direct route from here without heading towards Astaful first, unless you wish to try and use the cave system, which isn't advisable.
Could you create a soulstone, then?
I could try to cast it. As I say, it has been years since I last performed the spell. Do you have everything you need for it?
Everything I need? SJ asked, frowning.
Yes, there are components to casting a soulstone. It is not just casting a spell. You need specific items. First, and most importantly, you need a deed to a property.
I have that.
Fran raised her eyebrows again.
Second, you need a trusted location to place the soulstone.
I haven't confirmed yet, but I do not see that being a problem.
Finally, you must give me permission to split your soul.
SJ gasped.
Sorry?
That is what a soulstone is. You take part of the person's soul to use as the essence gate for the portal. You can leave your portal where it is, but if you are after a soulstone spell, then you wish to return through it, and the only way is by tying part of your soul to it.
Does it harm me in any way?
Not harm, no, but it does utilize your health.
My hit points are affected.
Yes. It will cost 5% of your total hit points for every portal you place. That is not recalculated at 5% each time. It is 5% of your starting amount. If you have 100 hit points, you will have 95 available. Creating a second soulstone would remove another 5%, leaving you with 90.
How do city ones work, then?
Direct city links are permanent portals that cities charge for their use, depending upon where they are linked to. If an individual wishes to create a soulstone to one, which they may do, they require authorization from the portal's owner or controller, and they have to have been confirmed through bonding prior. The politics start to get a little complex.
It is possible for Amatherians to have soulstone links to various portals, then?
It is, but it is very expensive, and they are rare. The only ones I ever created previously were for the High Council members in the Fey capital.
Well, I have everything needed to allow one to be created. One final question. When you use a portal, is there a cooldown before you can reuse it?
Yes. After using any portal, you must wait at least 8 hours. The strain it puts on your body is severe, and if you tried prior, you would likely never arrive at the other end and would just join the mana clouds in the sky.
Fran smiled.
Thanks for all the information. It has been helpful. If it is okay with you, I will think about it and get back to you.
Of course. Just come and see me when you decide.
I should really go now. I've taken up too much of your time already today.
It's fine. I enjoyed our conversation, and as I mentioned, please consider the mayor's offer to join the council. It would still require votes, but I believe you would have the backing with your recent accomplishments. Also, the kobold needs to go,
Fran stated.
I will think about it.
SJ frowned.
She hadn't accepted the quest offer yet, but was still considering what to do. To assassinate the kobold would require careful planning, and she wanted to investigate things before considering accepting it.
Fran had seemed quite nonchalant in relation to the task, but it was SJ's future, and the impact the action may have that concerned her.
The next meeting isn't for 3 days, so I have time,
SJ said, standing.
SJ glanced around the room.
Where is Henrietta?
She's still at the Wandering Ogre. She spends every day there and calls back in the evenings to update me on what she has discovered. I've been told some good old tales about clients who'll visit. Fran grinned.
I bet you have. Anything you'd like to share?
SJ smirked. I will keep things anonymous for now, but when I see certain members of the town next, I may have to drop a subtle hint that I know something. SJ laughed at the thought of the potential poor husband who may not wish to know what Fran was now privy to.
I better go now. Thanks again,
SJ said as she left Fran's office. As SJ returned towards the hoggling arms, she mused over what to do.
Dave?
Yep.
I've been thinking about the offers.
That's dangerous.
What is?
SJ frowned. Thinking. Dave chuckled. Rolling her eyes, SJ continued.
I've been trying to consider a way that I could interact with the Wandering Ogre without drawing unnecessary attention.
Go on.
Well, if the town expands its borders, Newick will need to have a conversation about the potential of the Wandering Ogre coming within its jurisdiction.
Or not. He could just reject the offer, of course.
I know, and I understand that. But what I'm thinking is that it's an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. No pun intended.
But I like puns.
Sighing, SJ continued.
If I were a member of the town council, and I mean if I then suggested that I speak to Newick on behalf of the town, I could visit without drawing any attention to myself in doing so.
That is an excellent idea. But to what aim? You can't just walk in there and kill a kobold who works for him.
No, although I may at least meet them and start a conversation with them. Ideally, I would want them away from the Wandering Ogre if I was going to do anything anyway. It'd be too suspicious to kill them on the site.
You could always consider a more sinister plan.
More sinister than planning to kill someone?
Okay, maybe not more sinister, but more...
He paused.
What's the word to describe it? Creative plan.
What's that, then?
Disposing of the kobolds does not necessarily have to be by your hand, does it? The quest doesn't mention anything about the actual method of death. It doesn't state you must assassinate the threat. It just states to remove the threat.
And how would you expect me to do that?
Your secondary class is subterfuge, and I know you don't have the skills open yet for various elements of it, but you could always try to persuade Newick of the kobold's reputation and have him removed. Anyone getting removed from the Wandering Ogre is never going to be accepted in Killic, and news travels fast.
That would prevent having to kill someone when theoretically they may not be the right person. I know Henrietta has observed them, but assassinating someone with no due consideration or confirming the facts myself feels a little off.
It's not Earth, remember? Assassins are always hired to remove targets or threats for many reasons. Jealousy, trade, etc. There is no one specific reason.
I will never kill targets without purpose, though. I've said that since the start.
I know. But if needs must, you may need to widen your narrow-minded thought process.
Narrow-minded?
SJ said, startled at his comment.
Yes, you are restricting your development by only pursuing one specific angle in relation to your chosen method of career progression.
I wouldn't say that it is narrow-minded. It is moralistic, yes, but not narrow-minded.
However you view it, you have placed a restriction on yourself that no other assassin that I've ever heard of has, or none in their right mind, hey, SJ bit out, would ever do, Dave concluded.
I won't just kill people for the sake of it unless they've done something wrong that deserves it. You know my feelings on this.
I know, and I appreciate them. I really do. I'm just stating a fact.
SJ fumed over Dave's comment and didn't speak again until she had returned to her room.
So, What are your thoughts outside of my narrow-minded, messed-up considerations? She huffed.
Like I say, I think the idea has potential. You would need to first speak to the mayor, and then consider some schmoozing.
Schmoozing with who?
The town councillors. You said you don't know them, and if it is going to be a vote, you want to make sure there's enough support on your side.
SJ sat, considering. That makes sense. Although I'm not sure how I can just walk up to many of these people and start talking to them without having something in common.
There you go, then. There is your next mission. Find out about the members.
I suppose I can. Not that 2 days is a great deal of time to get to know people.
No, but it's a start at least.
I agree. Okay, it's time to go and find out where they work when they're not in the meetings. And I think I know the best person to ask, SJ said, standing back up with conviction.
Let's go,
Dave said enthusiastically. Late in the evening, SJ was returning to the inn for a much-needed dinner. It had been the busiest day since SJ had arrived in Amatherean, and although tired, she was proud of how much she had accomplished.
Well, that wasn't too bad a day, was it? You've started to make some good inroads with several of the council members, Dave said.
I'm shattered, and I still have many more to find and speak to tomorrow, and I also need to speak to the mayor.
The Ent made me laugh when you visited him, Dave chuckled.
When SJ had left her room in the late afternoon, she went downstairs to speak to Karis, the fountain of local knowledge. Karis had been more than happy to share details about the various council members, even giving her some pre-warning about some of their foibles. SJ had learned that there were 25 town council members, which was more than she had realized, never having seen them all present at once in the chamber. SJ discovered that the Ent was a butcher when he wasn't representing his kind within the town, and she had visited him in his shop. As soon as she walked in, he approached her and busied himself around her, asking how she was and what he could do for her. His name was Erlequius, and he had been the Ent's council member for over a century, long before the mayor even came to Killic. He had told her stories about Killic's growth and the troubles he had witnessed. He stopped talking only when a customer walked in, and he continued as soon as they left. The strangest thing was seeing him work. Having 4 arms, he was a dab hand at butchering, able to work wonders with his knives using 2 at once. SJ had stared in amazement as he chopped and stripped the carcasses of several hoglings while she visited. She was also privy to a delivery of fresh hoglings from one of the hunting parties and watched the interactions. There were apparently 2 butchers in the town, and he had a rivalry with the other, and would pay extra to ensure he got the best carcasses. It wasn't just hoglings that he butchered, although they seemed to be a staple food of most townfolk. They were all different cuts of meat from various creatures, many SJ didn't recognize, and several fowls strung up by their feet on the bars that lined the shop. Erlequius had even tried to get her to have a go and butcher one of the hoglings, which she had kindly refused.
I don't think you'll have a problem getting his vote, Dave had said as they left.
He was nice, but he just doesn't stop talking.
She had also visited one of the gnomes and one of the elven representatives and was building up a picture of their relationships.
Over the next 2 days, she planned on visiting a human, dryad, dwarven, gnoll, kobold, ratkin, draconian, orc, and bugbear council member. She wanted to speak to at least one of each party, since each race appeared to have 2 members. The only races she knew of that didn't have permanent representatives were the trolls, lycanthropes, halflings, quarterlings, and undead. Apparently, as the presiding mayor was a lycanthrope, they only held 1 vote. That meant there was always an odd number of votes, and they could never be deadlocked. SJ had originally thought that Alice was one of the Dryad Council members, but learned that she was just the deputy mayor and held no voting power, although she had mayoral authority. The complexity of the politics, just in a town this size, was substantial.
To consider what it might be like within a large city was mind-numbing. SJ's work was cut out for her, getting around them all, especially if any of them talked as much as Erlequias had. She took out her notebook and pencil and made notes about each she had met. The elven representative she had spoken to had been the most off with her, not wishing to talk outside of just passing initial pleasantries. She had felt quite uncomfortable and ended up leaving after a short period. The gnome had been much friendlier and had spoken openly, but was too busy to chat. If they add me to the council, I wonder what position I should take. What do you mean, position?
All the members, from what Kara said earlier, are not just racial representatives, but also hold specific roles within the council. It's not as if I can just join and say, hey, I'm an assassin, I can kill whoever you wish, is it?
Well, you could do that, but you're not really skilled enough yet to sell your profession.
I was being sarcastic, SJ said, shaking her head.
Really? Dave replied, his own voice dripping in sarcasm.
Okay, it's time for a late dinner and a good sleep. I have lots of people to see,
SJ said. Chapter 27. Proposal.
I've told you before that I will not put up with those excuses,
Siegfried bellowed as SJ reached the top of the stairs leading to his office. A bugbear came hurrying past, nearly bowling her over.
Yes, Mayor,
it called, not slowing as it headed downstairs. SJ walked over to the mayor's office where he was sitting at his desk, holding his head in his hands and mumbling to himself.
Siegfried, are you okay?
SJ asked from the doorway. Looking up, the mayor smiled.
I'm sorry, SJ. This is just some bad news again.
Anything that I can help with?
SJ asked.
Unless you can find the funds to repair the bridge to the dock, then no.
What? How has the bridge been damaged?
SJ had crossed the bridge on several occasions. It was a solid structure.
Some idiot decided to try to transport a whole wagon of stone over in one go for a new storehouse being built, trying to save on costs, but the load was too heavy for the structure. The bridge collapsed and the wagon sunk, dragging the horses in with it.
The horses drowned,
SJ said, shocked.
No, thankfully. The driver jumped in and cut the reins, allowing them to swim to the shoreline. The problem is that the bridge needs repairing as a matter of urgency, and this month the funds are already low after the compensation from the battle.
Can you not get it repaired and then pay afterwards? I'm sure the town members realise the importance of the bridge.
They do, and they would. The problem is that we've been eaten into the town's reserves for months. With no additional income, and without the mithril mine operational yet, we're nearly broke.
Is there no way of increasing the town's income?
SJ asked, taking a seat before the mayor's desk.
Is there nothing that you can export to surrounding towns or villages? I'm not sure what's around here geographically.
Several smaller towns and villages exist, but many feel the pinch themselves. The new Chancellor at Astafall has increased the taxes on everyone since he took over, focusing on Astafall's well-being only. I haven't paid over the past 2 months and have been issued a writ for monies owed.
How can you be paying Astafall? Not even a single person came to help with the hobs.
They did initially. When the hobs first appeared, they funded the increase in the guard force. That is all they did, though. So after we recruited more guards, they cut any more coin, or failed to provide any other support. This now means that we have a larger guard than we need. Although, since we're considering expansion in the future, we will need an even larger guard eventually, especially with the open avenues across the territories.
You're in a catch-22 then?
Sorry?
Siegfried replied, scrunching his face in confusion.
It's a term where I'm from. You need growth, but you can't afford it. And without growth, you can't increase your income. So you can't do right for doing wrong.
Basically, yes. The council is split on how to proceed. I've suggested increasing town taxes, but that reduces the viable funding within the town itself.
I'd started to think that the town was self-sufficient financially.
It is. Our exports are limited. Mining and fishing are our main income streams, but these are limited because of the surrounding areas not having the coin themselves. Anyway, that is enough about my problems. What can I do for you?
SJ sat silently for a moment. If I'm voted in, I will provisionally accept your invitation to the council.
That's fantastic news,
Sigfrid replied with a huge grin. I have a few questions, though. I need to understand some things.
Of course. What would you like to ask?
Voting. I'm aware there are currently 25 members, including yourself. If I joined the council, there would be 26. That could mean split votes in the future. I would like to propose that you also invite Fran to the council. That way we have 2 racial representatives like the other races, and voting would remain freely abled.
Sigfrid raised his eyebrow, considering before he replied.
I could offer Mistress Francisca a position, but I doubt she'd take it. She has never shown interest outside of general support for the town. By that I mean in relation to the council.
If you don't ask, you'll never know.
That is true, and I will take it as an idea. There is another option to consider.
What is that?
If you're voted in, which I'm sure you will be, I suggest you join as a non-voting member. That way the balance remains the same, and you can be impartial over future decisions. It also means that you'll not be tied up in as many meetings or problems that require discussion, as I know you'll still have your own growth to focus on.
That sounds like a great option, Dave said.
Considering his comment, SJ had to agree. Being a member of the council without the restrictions around voting would be more of an advisory function, which sounded more suited to her. I like the non-voting option.
If you agree, it'll be added to the proposal before the vote. If anyone is against you joining, this might sway them.
SJ was nervous because the decision over her joining the council would be based on a vote of confidence. I spent last night and most of the day today meeting with the council's race representative, and most are quite amenable. The only one who seemed to have any major problems was Auric.
Auric likes you. You have no problem with Auric's vote.
Really? That is not the impression I get, SJ said, shocked.
Once you get to know Auric, you'll realise that the grumpier he is towards you, the more you're in his favour. He's always been the same in his relationships and interactions with others. He holds Shelley in such high regard, but will never tell her to her face.
Has anyone ever mentioned it to her? She has a real issue with him.
I'm not sure, but it also does no harm to Auric, as he normally gets what he needs to from the dwarven community without any arguments. I can virtually always guarantee his support.
Talking about the mines, I need to see how they've been progressing.
Apparently very well. The infrastructure is nearly complete. From the last report I received, they were apparently finishing building the rails to bring the ore to the ridge from the entrance.
When do you think they'll commence mining and smelting?
Mining is hoped to commence within the week. Smelting is something else entirely. Nevik arrived the other day and is currently discussing the smelter's location. He wants it close to the mine, which means we'll have to clear some of the forest, but we don't want it too close to the valley edge. Advertising that a smelter has suddenly appeared could draw unnecessary attention.
Will that matter if the wall gets built in the valley?
No. Long term it won't, but we can't build the wall until we start making money. Selling raw mithril ore is just not as profitable as selling smelted ore. We also need to find a way to get it to market.
I'm not sure, but I may know about that. I can't guarantee it yet, but there is a possibility that I know someone who could help. If it doesn't go against their standing, I'm sure they would also wish for a cut.
If you know anyone, please speak to them and let me know. I'm willing to offer a percentage cut of profit if it means that we can get the materials onto the market safely and securely. I must add, without drawing attention to the town. I could go to the Dwarven Miners' Guilds, who I'm sure would snap my hand off to be involved, but then it would become general news, and that's when we're likely to start seeing issues from people coming here. Ideally, I'd like it to remain unnoticed for as long as possible.
Are you not concerned about people in the town talking about it? SJ asked.
No. All those aware are sworn under the oath to secrecy regarding town matters. They couldn't openly discuss it unless they wished to break their oath, and if they did, then more fool them.
The consideration of oaths intrigued SJ more than anything else now. If I join the council, I assume I must take an oath.
You'd be asked to be a standard part of the enrollment ceremony.
Okay, I'll speak to my friends and see what they think about whether they can help or not, and I'll let you know. I was also unaware of the oath requirements until you mentioned it, so it is something else to consider.
I'm sorry. I didn't even think to mention it. It's part of the standard working of any town.
That's fine, but let me consider it a little first. As things stand, I'm willing to accept the position, with the caveat that I'm still considering the oath requirement.
That is understood. Thank you for coming to see me, and I hope it won't prevent your acceptance. I believe you have much to bring to Killic over the years.
SJ reeled a little at the comment. She hadn't really thought through how long the term would last. No problem. Thanks for your time. If I can think of anything to help with the finances, I'll let you know. I'm a dab hand at working with numbers. As she left the barracks, ideas ran through her mind.
You have that look on your face again, Dave said.
Which look?
The one where you're thinking. Either that, or you have constipation.
SJ snorted, drawing a strange look from a female orc walking with her child. Sorry, I just remembered a joke, she said, smiling at the scowling face. Don't make me laugh, she whispered.
So, what are you thinking?
I think we both know someone who may or may not help.
Fizzlewick?
Yes.
It's a consideration, I suppose, but I'm unsure how the system would react.
Did you not say he's been an advisor in a capital of all places?
Well, yes, he has. I'm unsure whether he'll be allowed to get involved at this level.
What does the level matter? If he's helped a capital before, why could he not have helped a town? He even said himself that he was enjoying it here. I also want to let him know I have more of an idea about my manor now.
Before SJ had set out on the day to meet more council members, she had spent time practicing her mana use again. It was a strange sensation when it triggered, and she wanted to confirm the speed and mana use to create the slots now. She burst into the tailor's shop enthusiastically, throwing the door open a little too hard and losing a grip on the handle. The door flew inwards and collided with a mannequin displaying some clothes, sending it flying across the shop floor. The 3 customers standing inside at the time turned around at the crashing door and dummy.
Sorry,
SJ said sheepishly, feeling her cheeks get very hot. She bent over, picked the mannequin up, and placed it back where it should have been. The customers turned back to the counter, and SJ saw the quizzical look of the quarterling from around the side of the counter. SJ made herself busy browsing the clothes on display, and even picked up a couple of items she really liked the look of. She didn't need to wear her dress all the time, and thought it was about time to upgrade her wardrobe. As Fizzlewick finished serving the last customer, she waited patiently in line. As soon as they were gone, he locked the door and flicked the closed sign, closing the shutters.
What has brought you here in such a hurry and so excited?
He asked as he changed to his human form.
2 things. First, I've managed to start controlling my mana.
That is very fast. You continue to impress me. And what else?
I need to ask you a specific question about whether or not you are willing to help.
The god raised an eyebrow and half smirked.
I'm willing to help. I see. Well, unless you let me know what you're wondering about, I can't confirm either way.
Okay.
The second question is first then. You are aware of the mithril mine?
Of course, yes.
The town is looking to smelt and sell the ore.
Understandable. The smelting will get a better price.
They don't want to appear as a seller on the market suddenly, and I was wondering if you had any ideas or thoughts on how it may be achieved.
Fizzlewick continued to smirk.
You're asking if I can help?
Well, not directly, but yes.
What exactly did you have in mind?
Dave told me you've been an advisor for a capital before.
Yes.
Would you be in a position to advise and support the town?
And how would I be doing this?
SJ could feel her nerves tingling as she asked a god if he could help, but it was strange how she saw him. Even though he was a god, he always seemed more like a grandfatherly figure.
If Killic suddenly went to market selling mithril, it would draw a huge amount of unwanted attention and questions. Is there anything you could do to assist in the distribution of the mithril that would not draw the attention of the rest of the continent towards Killic? I'm aware of the territory restrictions normally imposed on mithril, and if they did go to market, it would very likely draw the wrong kind of attention.
I see. Well then, let me consider the question. You're asking if I can somehow influence the distribution of the mithril into the market so that no one will know where it came from.
Basically, yes.
If I were to undertake such an activity, how would this transactional process benefit me? I am a god, and do not require Amatherean possessions after all.
What would you wish for if you could in any way support the distribution of the mithril?
Now that is a tricky question. There is nothing I need, although the proposition to be involved in the town's influence, as this new approach is taken, is quite intriguing.
New approach?
We are aware of the boundaries and the adjustments just like you are. We were conferred with before they were implemented. That is one of the exciting aspects about your involvement in them with your status.
SJ opened her eyes wide.
So, you know about the sandbox?
I know enough, but unfortunately I cannot say what I know. Suffice to say that things are only just getting started.
He smiled. So, could you help?
I may be in a position to provide some guidance and influence regarding distributing mithril, yes.
That is amazing,
SJ said excitedly.
But,
Fizzlewick said, pausing.
But what?
SJ asked, her excitement disappearing immediately.
But I would like to meet with the mayor in person. Although I have seen him, I have never met the man, and would like to fully understand who I am supporting. I know that you trust him, and that they trust you, as your reputation shows. It doesn't mean that I trust him, though.
You want to meet him as yourself?
The request shocked SJ.
I said in person. I never said as who or what.
Fizzlewick smiled.
Can you not already tell what he's like?
SJ asked.
If you mean, can I get involved and see what is happening? Well, yes. If I wished to, I could. I like looking into a being's eyes when I talk business. I don't bother getting involved with the day-to-day lives of most, as their choices are their own. I have my followers that I need to look after. You would be amazed at the number of prayers I receive each day to help with the specifics of tailoring tasks.
The thought of the thousands of prayers that a god might receive daily was mind-blowing.
How do you do it?
Do what?
Answer all the prayers.
Oh, well, it is a little complex to explain, but every prayer received carries a rating via the system. The higher the rating, the more influence the individual is using, therefore the more astral essence that I am given. This astral essence is then used as part of the process of supporting the wide tailoring profession. The intricacies and details are a little complex, but overall, as long as input remains higher than output, then the coffers stay full, and influence remains. It is a continual function of a god. One of my siblings once didn't bother responding to any of his prayers, and he soon came unstuck. His astral pool shrank, and he was left high and dry. After that, it took him a long time to regain his astral pool.
It sounds more like a business than anything else.
I suppose it is, really, when you consider it.
I thought you gained your essence from items that are made.
The majority I do, but I do still receive prayers as well.
When would you like to meet the mayor?
I can be free whenever needed.
I'm confused how you're going to present yourself to him, though.
It won't be as you see me now.
SJ felt nervous about introducing Zigford to Fizzlewick.
What name would you go by? I can't just say Fizzlewick, as he may know of your past, and I can't use Haber, as surely he's heard of the god of tailoring.
I think I'll use my elven form. He uses the name Nexus. Would you like to see him?
Yes, please,
SJ said. It was amazing seeing a god change form so easily. In moments, Fizzlewick's facial features changed, and his body shape adjusted, growing in height by several inches. Once he had finished transforming, the elf that stood before her, almost 6 feet tall, with finely sculpted olive skin and vibrant green eyes, was a being of beauty. SJ gasped in amazement at the transformation.
Is there anything you can't transform into?
The voice that responded was different, and now held a youthful, musical lilt.
Unfortunately, I'm restricted to bipedal forms. Becoming a dragon would have been great, but we can't.
You look stunning,
SJ said, unable to take her eyes off him. He was wearing a beautifully cut outfit that clung to his frame, accentuating his athletic appearance, and SJ could imagine him being a star model at a Paris Fashion Week.
Why, thank you,
Nexus replied, smiling, which added another layer to his beauty.
You may be a little intimidating, though.
What makes you think that?
He asked quizzically.
You look like a perfect specimen.
SJ thought the charisma of this persona must be nearly 100.
This form does have its benefits, and I usually use it for negotiations.
He smiled.
I'm sure it does,
SJ said, feeling a little starstruck. Her stomach was in knots. She remembered feeling the same way when she'd been to watch her favorite band in concert as a teenager, and one of them had looked at her during their performance.
I will speak to the mayor and arrange the best time. There is a council meeting tomorrow, so it won't be until after that.
Ah, yes, the votes.
You know about them?
I know most things. Just because I've not been to or met many of these people in person doesn't mean I don't know what is happening where I am currently choosing to reside.
Reeling from the transformation and the god's cryptic undertone, SJ remembered the other reason she came to visit him.
Before I forget again, what speed do I need to push mana for the enchantment slots?
Ideally, it will be a natural speed. It can vary for everyone, but it should never be forced or held back. Unfortunately, that is the only advice I can give. There is no right or wrong. It is what your body decides is best when in a meditative state, and the only way you will know is when you can achieve the result. Then it is the case of repeating it as you need to, which is where the challenge comes in. Many have managed it once or twice, but then struggled again, and they gave up on enchantment slots. That is why those who are skilled can make themselves very wealthy.
What he said was tied to the information that Fran had given her.
I will keep trying then, and hope that it works. Also, I was practicing on a cloth bundle. I wanted to ask, as I'm a little uncertain, but when creating a slot, should I not be practicing on a completed item?
No. For practice, there is no point. If you fail when trying to enchant an item, you can reduce its quality. On a raw material, it doesn't affect it.
Can I then use the material to make something, and it gets the slot when made?
No. That would be great if you could, because then you'd never fail against an item. But unfortunately, again, it's not allowed. Once you use the material, it loses anything added to it.
Can I practice on the same cloth bundle multiple times?
Yes. As a raw material, it can be enchanted as much as you wish with no restrictions, as it holds no benefit and could never actually take an enchantment.
I see. That is useful to know. I better go now, but thank you so much for agreeing to meet the mayor, and I will let you know when it can be arranged.
No problem at all. It has been a pleasure as always, SJ. Keep up the good work. I'll see a bright future in you.
Nexus smiled.
If I got additional data storage every time you're involved in something I have not witnessed before in Amathera,
Dave said as she got back to the inn,
I would soon have more storage than the system.
SJ smiled and whispered,
I need to consider how to arrange the meeting. I can't just have him suddenly arrive without any prior warning. It would be strange if someone looking like Nexus suddenly appeared in the town and no one had seen him before.
That is an excellent point. Although, do you know and see everyone in the town?
Not daily, no, of course not. But an elf with his looks would have been noticed, believe me.
Really? I thought he was a little mediocre.
Mediocre? Are you kidding me? He was beautiful.
Have you fallen for your deity? Dave asked sarcastically.
SJ could feel her cheeks heating.
No, I don't mean it that way,
she said, flustered.
Sure, I believe you,
Dave said, chuckling.